Hey everybody, we are live, and as Kate Moose says, another day in the Athletics quest to get a new stadium. Yep, it's also Reverse Boycott Day, and we have two live streams open. So let's review what's happening first. This is the Senate. It's in recess as it was yesterday, and it started streaming 66 minutes ago. Then, if we go back to what is supposed to be the committee of whole, it starts in 3 minutes. All right, that's here, and it's the assembly has not yet convened. So let's leave it there for now and review what's supposed to take place, at least some update in that to this point. And to do that, I will refer to Twitter and the words of the speaker who posted the information. This also, I might add, is indictment day for the former president. Hey boy. And now as I go downstream here, I am looking for what the senator posted last night because I thought I put it up here. Excuse me. I will take this another way, like this. Yeah, in hashtag NVLEG. There. All right. And let's see here. And the Senate agenda indicates that the Senate will be going to a committee of the whole. As I reported, and in fairness to Tabitha Mueller, she reported ahead of anybody else. So that's the fact, Jack. Let's see here. Zooming into here. I can't zoom in. I'll do this another way. Roll call. Let's go back here. Assembly still hasn't convened. Let's see if there's anything going on in the Senate. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have two windows going. I'm going to have to monitor one of them. The Senate floor session is in recess, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. I wish StreamYard allowed the ability to at least code in another one. So I have two screens open. One of them you can see, which is the assembly has not yet convened. That's supposed to be the committee of the whole. All right. Excuse me for a second. The latest is, let's see here. The Senate has convened with GOP senators. This is 5 minutes ago, as of somebody by the name of Casey Harrington. Who that is, who covers the politics for the Las Vegas Sun. The Senate has convened with GOP senators Ira Hansen and Robin Titus absent today. The body is now moving into the committee of the whole to discuss SB 1. That was 5 minutes ago. So I retweeted that one. And the Senate Committee of the Whole will be in work. It will work in session. So let's go to the back and switch over to the Senate, since that's the assembly, and we'll switch up. So good morning, Miles. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. One moment, please. I'm going to switch this up right here. I'm going to stop that screen. This is StreamYard, hence the terminology, and switch over to the Senate screen, which is in recess, which is here, which I'll go here. All right. All right. So, and Groundhog Day, it does. Hey, Al, how are you? Mouse says, good morning, Zenny. Good morning. And It says Nevada Indy tweeted at the A's meeting is working with the A's management, I believe this, is working with Goldman Sachs for how they will fund their part of the $1.5 billion stadium. Well, that's old hat. I don't like how this is done. I mean, I saw a tweet out of that article, and they're okay, and how the A's pay for their part of the stadium is based on expected revenues from luxury boxes, from sponsorships, from contributions like by, for example, Major League Baseball, and whatever contributions the owner chooses to put in, as well as any seat licenses, which I don't expect there's going to be any in this instance. But that's primarily how it's done. And it's not like, and this is why I don't like lay reporters weighing into this without knowing how to do any research or ask any questions or admitting that they don't know. Um, they're always under the impression that a billionaire spends a billionaire's money of late. All right. But the truth is that nobody, regardless of their level of income on this sort of thing, spends their own money. It's always somebody else's. It could be a sponsor, right? And or set of sponsors. So, for example, in the athletics situation or in a common stadium situation, like let's take the new Cleveland Browns stadium. I'm just sort of picking, picking up, picking this up, okay, on this. Uh, the new Cleveland Browns stadium that my friend Kofi Bonner and classmate at Cal in urban planning in 1985 to 87 was working on had a then innovative approach where the entries to the stadium were available to corporate sponsors like Ford Motor Company to buy. And so what you do is in total, you tally up all those sponsorships over a period of years, and that gets you a substantial amount of the money that you're going to use to build the stadium. And that's why it's so important, for example, to be able to count on organizations like United Airlines or American Airlines to uh, agree to pay a total of between 200 on the low end and 600 on the high end. 600 million, 200 million on the low end, 600 million on the high end. Uh, and so this is going to happen. I mean, I know there are people who don't like it, but I say if you don't like it, then direct your attention to the Oakland government, what the Oakland government didn't do. And it wasn't a matter of not giving the A's what they wanted. In fact, it was a matter of of a fact that the A's would have gotten more in Oakland had the city properly implemented SB 293 Skinner and the development process that normally goes along with projects of this size. The city did none of that. All right. And I'm not taking it um, as an excuse that you didn't look at this sort of thing. If you're going to criticize the project, at least learn what you don't know before you do. If you're going to criticize any project, learn. There's a lot of people just sort of, spewing things out, right? But none of, like, I'll give you a high target example of mine because I'm tired of, and it's the economist J.C. Bradbury, and I'm not going to say so-called, even though I disagree with his methodologies. But J.C. or John Charles Bradbury, over here at Kennesaw State, not too far from me, since I'm here from my mom in Georgia, has this habit of writing studies that cherry pick economic data to prove a point. Let me give you an example. Truist Park and the Battery, as it's called, the business development that is part of Truist. Truist didn't open until 2007. Yet Bradbury, JC, as he's called, issues this study that includes impacts of the project that start in 2013 with construction. Now, anyone who really analyzes the economic impact of a facility doesn't use its construction period to estimate the economic impact, only the employment impact. Period. All right. I'm not expecting people to walk into a construction site and buy things. I only expect people to be employed. And among those employees, yeah, they'll spend money in the area, but it's not going to be super substantial compared to what will happen after it's done. Now, will it be substantial from a standpoint of employment? Yes, absolutely. Okay. And an honest economist needs to make that distinction. JC doesn't do that at all. What JC does is he says, see, there was this, he says, well, I'm going to look at commercial property only and only in the Carbon Improvement District. Now, the Improvement District was really designed, you would think it was designed to improve the number of businesses there, right? No, it was really designed to improve access to the Atlanta freeway system. It's stated right there in its intent. You know, reading is fundamental, folks, okay? It's stated right there in its intent. But see, JC has this report bias against spending for economic development. And his bias is so great that it more than seeps in, it becomes a disease in anything that he does. So in the case of the battery in Truist Park, he says, well, I'm going to take that out and analyze the area around it from 2013 up. Well, it was under construction. Okay. Why not analyze it after it was opened in 2017 and forward? And then why not use commercial? Why use commercial? Why not use residential? You want to know why he doesn't use residential? Because he knows doggone well that residential property values tend to go up after a sports facility moves. That's a fact. Why? Because you have real estate people out there who want to sell their properties and use it for marketing. And guess what? It works. Okay? We're in that kind of society. Let me give you an example of I work to be an honest broker in analysis. First of all, I model how a facility is going to behave in an economy. I was approached in 1994 by John Rayside, who was the editor of the East Bay Express, which is located in Berkeley at the time. And he had a pre-event, if you will, bias and a legitimate one, that the decrease in the salary that was 5% threatened by the University of California Minders would have a negative impact on the city of Berkeley economy, since the University of California Berkeley is located where? In Berkeley. You know, it seems logical on its face, right? Okay. So I built a 942 equation system dynamics model, big difference. And what I sought to do was model the city of Berkeley and within it, the UC Berkeley. And in doing so, what I discovered was this. Because I modeled the employment and I determined in setting up the modeling of the employment that you had roughly 25% of the employees living in Berkeley. In other words, they all didn't live in Berkeley. The assumption is that, right? But they don't. The reality is about 25%. I thought, okay, didn't know what to expect. So I ran the model, and guess what? There was zero impact on salary decrease of 5%. Why? It was a slight, it was like a slight dip in growth, but okay. Why? Because most of the people lived outside of Berkeley. Because I had to actually what happened was I built the model using, I think is a system dynamics modeling program that was created by Barry Richmond and the team that originally, some of them, worked on the limits to growth models way back in the mid 70s and 80s. And I went back to find out what was going on, because it was a wild outcome initially to me, because I actually expected to see what John was thinking, but I didn't. What I discovered was that it was because of the regional splits and in employment. But I found out something else I thought was more newsworthy, because I'd also modeled in students and tuition spending, or students and spending with respect to expenses, including tuition. So I thought, wait a minute, what happens if I test for the proposed drive up in tuition. And I did that. You know, I found that the Berkeley economy was choked off. Why? Because students in Berkeley tend to live closer to Berkeley or in Berkeley more so than the people who work for Cal. The people who work for Cal commute sometimes from long distances, but the students try to move as close to, if not right at, the university as possible. It's a big difference. I reported that to John. He said he wasn't going to pay me. I thought, are you kidding me? You said $3,000. You know, we settled on 500. What could I do? All right. But he stiffed me because my point of view didn't match his point of view. And that's what happens with a lot of these publications and economists that, you know, bend what they do to fit whatever bias some publisher has, and or economic group like conservatives and everything else, which, by the way, I can't determine if J.C. Bradbury is what his party is, because he's kind of hid that out, although his statements kind of point to conservatism. But my point is that we have a right to know the biases of the people that claim to be economists. And you should always look at their studies. If you can't figure it out, you know, ask me about it. I'll tear through it for you. We figure out, you know, where the monster of bias is buried. It's very easy to determine. Let me go through your comments here. I got that one. It says, the fact you guys actually think this is going to happen is hilarious. The fact that you think it's not going to happen is even funnier. Thanks for the background info on that. You're welcome. When will they vote on the bill? Hey, you tell me. This is day 4 of this sort of thing going on, all right? You got a crystal ball? Hey, show it, man. Let's see what's going on here with the assembly. And we don't have anything. The assembly is not yet convened. The Senate's on recess. Let's go back here and, you know, refresh this. Here, and didn't do that. Okay. So they were supposed to start, according to Senator Yeager, at 9:15. It is 9:29. Okay. He says, whatever happened to unbiased journalism, that's a myth. That is a myth created by people who don't want you to assail what they do. Okay. They want to present themselves as unassailable rather than digging right in and arguing. Like, I'm going to make a video and I'm going to openly challenge JC to a debate. Brian Prank says, Zinni, I haven't always agreed with you, but as time passes, I really appreciate your perspective. Well, thanks, Brian. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for that. I'm always open to discussion. And like, for example, someone might say, well, how come you were, you know, so fervently against the Raiders moving, but now you don't care about the A's? Well, it's not that. What happened was the turning point for me was that we did, as a city of Oakland, no debriefing, no introspection on what went wrong with the Raiders and how we could do things differently. It was just left alone. And Mayor Schaaf used the same playbook she established, for the Raiders, which is her being the spokesperson, in the A's situation, without thought. The same playbook, and then the same habit of appointing, and I'm going to be very frank. Libby wanted to send the message that she could basically appoint any white woman to represent her, and that was fine, as opposed to the right person for the right job. So in the Raiders case, she had Claudia Capio. In the Athletics case, she had Betsy Lake and Molly Mabron, who were old friends, all right? None of them had any background in stadium work regarding development work, economic analysis, nothing. Betsy Lake used to work for Phil Tagami on contracts before coming over to the city of Oakland So she worked both sides of the Oakland bulk and oversized terminal controversy. Okay. Molly Mayburn came from development. Her background, she did work in in New York, but never worked with tax increment financing, never worked with in a situation where she had to manage a stadium project. So she didn't understand such items as, for example, sports sponsorship and its impact on stadium development. All right. And I don't have a problem with that if a person knows where their weaknesses are and can form a team around them. I called her to help a long time ago. She never returned my phone call, left her a message. All right. Um, so my point is, I don't care how someone feels about me. The bottom line is, if you keep me out and you've got nobody else to turn to who has my level of background or expertise in this from a political economic standpoint, you're doing yourself a disservice. Period. And there's a lot of that. The city of Oakland did itself a disservice because over that period of time where redevelopment was killed from 2011 by the Jerry Brown till now, we had decimated our intellectual brain trust regarding doing tax increment financing. And a lot of the people who are involved in doing it have retired or passed away. And then there's me. To the point where Libby herself got on my show and said, Zinni, we did that a long time ago and we don't have that expertise now. And she's talking to me, who's supposedly her god brother, by not actually, but parents literally adopted me at one point. Not quite away from my mother, but that's another story. And you would think she would say, I've got this guy here. I'm going to tell you some guys and gals something I don't ever want you to forget. The difference between this person and that person is how they are marketed. Now, when I say marketed, it implies that the truth is different in the background. All right. But the fact of the matter is, how people think about somebody else is shaped by what other people say about them. And if that person saying something has a bias and it's not known, it does a danger to the person they're talking about. If that person happens to be biased against them, that person's biased for them, it's the other way around. Take a look at Johnny Majors and Ezra Miller. The Flash is Ezra Miller. Johnny Majors, the Marvel, the character called in the Quantum Media part of Marvel Universe, who's like the all-knowing guy whose name just flew out of my head because he's a new character to me. But my point is, Major's gotten in some trouble regarding domestic violence not proven. He's headed to court, I think, today. And then Ezra Miller's been in a lot of trouble, yet he gets feted upon, no one ever asks any questions, and Johnny Majors gets pilloried by the same press. Looks like race, all right? The tendency to regard someone black in the negative, even though it's not true. All right? You can take race out of it and apply it to anything. How you are marketed by other people, unless you take over the marketing yourself, determines how you're regarded. And that's a fact. It doesn't mean that they're right, okay, at all. Look at the story of Frances Farmer. Way back around just after the turn of the century or so, how she was considered nuts. She was, by what today's standards would call, a feminist. She wasn't nuts. But that's how she was painted. Okay? Good morning, Vegas Mark. All right. So, some dust. We're having some work done in the basement, and fortunately, that dust is seeping through the house. So, I need to have that door closed downstairs. Bear with me for a second. That's not good. And to determine how I'm going to deal with that. And I believe I may have found the answer. Hold on a second. I'll be right well, I'm not going anywhere, but I'm going to refresh that screen where it says recess to, and then enlarge it in case, in the event this changes while I'm gone for just a few seconds, you're not caught off guard, and neither am I. And we're not. Okay, so give me a sec.
The Assembly will now come to order. The Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Assemblywoman Anderson, Assemblywoman Backus, Assemblywoman Dobra Axelrod, Assemblywoman Brown May, Assemblyman Carter, Assemblywoman Cohen.
Here.
Assemblywoman Considine, Assemblyman DeLong, Assemblywoman Dickman, Assemblywoman De Silva, Assemblywoman Dwayne, Assemblywoman White, Assemblywoman Gonzalez, Assemblywoman Gurley, Assemblyman Gray, Assemblyman Durr, Assemblyman Franklin, Assemblywoman Hanson, Assemblywoman Carter, Assemblyman Hibbets, Assemblywoman Haverty, Assemblywoman Casani, Assemblywoman Coney, Assemblywoman Hatch, Assemblywoman Rosella, Assemblywoman Parker, Assemblywoman Brokenhill, Assemblywoman C.H. Assemblywoman Ryan, Assemblywoman Smith, Assemblywoman Ryan, Assemblywoman Moore, Assemblywoman Ryan, Assemblywoman Hooker, Assemblywoman Peters, Assemblywoman Saunders Armstrong, Assemblywoman Taylor, Assemblywoman Thomas, Assemblywoman Torres, Assemblywoman Yates, Assemblywoman Lake, Assemblywoman Gonzalez, Assemblywoman Hanson, Assemblywoman Rosella, Assemblywoman Ruby, Assemblywoman Peters, Speaker Lee.
Here. Assemblywoman Huddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May the record reflect we have 37 members present, 5 absent excused.
The record shall so reflect we have 37 members present, 5 absent excused. That means we do have a quorum. Would members of the Assembly and guests please rise? We have the prayer this morning by one of our own, Assemblywoman Angie Taylor.
Good morning. Good morning. I grew up in the Black church. We talk back to people, so good morning. It is my privilege to lead us in prayer. And I'm going to ask you to join me in whatever name you pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, Lord, before we ask you for anything, we want to thank you for everything. We thank you, Lord, for getting us here safely, Lord. We thank you, Lord, for allowing us to serve in these distinguished positions, Lord. We thank you, Lord Jesus, for the honor and privilege of leading your people. We thank you, Lord, because we've been able to accomplish great things for the people of Nevada, those who you have entrusted us to lead. Father, we pray that you would allow us, you would give us strength, Lord Jesus, allow us to walk worthy of the vocation in which we are called, Lord. We ask you to help us to earn the right to lead, for it is a privilege. It is a privilege, or it is not a right that's just given to us. Father, we ask you that while we go through the business that we have to do on today, and hopefully just today, Lord, we ask that you would strengthen us, Lord, to choose people over personality, Lord, to choose policy over politics, Lord, and to use wisdom as we make these decisions, Lord. Guide us, lead us, Lord, and allow us to go forward together, Lord, with discernment. And Father, we pray, Lord, that you remind us that we do not fight against flesh and blood, against each other, Lord, but against those who would divide us, who would want harm to be done in this body and to your people. Lord, and when it's all said and done, we want to glorify you. And Father, as I end this prayer, I ask you to get us out of here. In your name, amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order Business 2, reading and approval of the journal.
Carson City, Monday,
Assemblywoman
12.
Howdy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to dispense with reading and approval of the journal and allow the Speaker and Chief Clerk to make any necessary corrections and additions.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. Order Business 7, messages from the Senate.
Senate Chamber, Carson City. Senate Chamber, Carson City. June 7th, 2023, to the Honorable the Assembly Act of the Honor to inform you that the Senate law has been adopted. Assembly Concurrent Resolution Number 1, Sherry Rodriguez, Assistant Secretary of the Senate.
Order Business 8, motions, resolutions, and notices. Assemblywoman Howdy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Order of Business 8, I move that persons as set forth in the Nevada Legislature's press accreditation list of June 13th, 2023 be accepted as accredited press representatives, that they be assigned space at the press table in the Assembly Chamber, that they be allowed the use of appropriate broadcasting facilities, and that the list be included in this day's journal.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. Assemblywoman Howdy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying under Order of Business 8,
Okay,
I
I'm
move
back.
that the Assembly resolve itself into a committee of the whole for the purpose of hearing an informational presentation on economic development and stadium infrastructure projects.
Problem
Assemblywoman
solved.
Howdy has moved that the Assembly resolve itself into a committee of the whole for the purpose of hearing an informational presentation on economic development and stadium infrastructure projects. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, nay.
Aha.
The motion
So
carries. The Assembly is resolved.
let's switch
into a
back
committee
to,
of
because
the
we've
whole.
got the stop screen. There.
Committee members, we
There
are
it is.
going to go
Okay.
into a recess. We are waiting on our presenters for this bill, who I
Got
believe
it.
are making a presentation to the
Like I
Senate
said, every time I walk away, this happens. So
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 if
be
you
it.
could stay close, and as soon as they are ready to come and present, we will come back to order and begin with the presentation. So until then, we will be in a brief recess for the Committee of the Whole.
Okay. So at least we're, there we go. All right. You didn't miss anything. Got a player and a pledge, as Joseph Webster pointed out just 3 minutes ago. I'm going to do something I think that'll help me in the future. If you happen to see, if we're switching back and forth and I step away, I don't think I'm going to be switching back, but for obvious reasons, now that we got this straightened out, but there's something I should be aware of. Text me right there. Text me so that I'm informed about what's happening, because I had to go downstairs and basically change the air circulation back to Senate after assembly. Okay, so thank you. So let me do this. Stop screen, share screen. Oops. There. And that says recess. Okay. All right. Hmm. Uh, okay. Okay. The amended version is up. All right, let's check that out. Hold on a second. Let's check out the amendments, folks. One moment, please. And here's the amended version. These are proposed amendments. I have this up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to rely. See, first of all, Mark Thompson is saying back to Senate after Assembly. Then Senate, you go back to the Assembly. Isn't the bill, when passed to the Senate, will go to the Assembly? Yep, he says, always back and forth, it seems. Bicameral process. At any rate, I'm going to try something here. Keep an eye open on both. Yeah, that's why I have my text, because I can only see. I would love to be able to show two of them.
The Committee of the Whole will come to order. I will note that
the Committee of the Whole is coming to order, so I'm switching back
either
to the Committee of the Whole, which is here.
Senators Titus and Senators Hansen are excused. Otherwise, we have the remaining members of the Committee of the Whole here today. Committee members today, as you recall, a couple of days ago, we had heard hearing on Senate Bill number 1 before you, and what has been posted both on Nellis and is there at your desk with you are copies of two.
No, let me go back to the other one. Sorry, folks.
Proposed amendment number 3001
Stop screen,
to Senate Bill
present,
number
share
1.
screen
Proposed
here.
amendment number 3003 to Senate Bill number 1.
There.
We are going to
Got
have a work session this morning on Senate Bill number 1. It is my intention to be able to walk through the provisions of the amendment, allow for some questions from members of the committee on go from there. I will remind hearing, if you can limit your questions or points of clarification to items that are contained within the amendatory language of these two amendments, I think that would be the most productive use of our time. We are joined here today with some individuals who will be able to sort of walk us through and hopefully be able to answer all of the questions from members of the committee. Thank you to Mr. Hill and Mr. Aguero for being with us this morning to be able to do that. And then we also have from our legal division, Mr. Kevin Powers, who can help to answer questions as well. So I am going to turn this over to either Mr. Hill or Mr. Aguero to walk through. Members, we will start with proposed amendment number 3001. For those of you who are watching online, this amendment should be available on Nellis as well for your perusal. And if we can just kind of go through some of the provisions there. I know Mr. Powers may have some commentary on some of the amendments as well to this, and then we'll sort of open it up for questions from members of the committee.
Here's the link to the
Madam Majority Leaders, Senators, thank you again for the opportunity to be here today. Grateful, as the Majority Leader indicated. I'll be walking through, Mr. Hill and I will be walking through the mock-up that has been provided to you. I'm going to begin on page 3, and we'll do it section by section to the extent there are any questions as we go through. I'm happy to try and answer those. Sections 1 and 2 have no revisions to them. Flipping to page 5 is section 3. This is the section that has the definitions in sections 4 through 17. There are a couple of changes to section 7 in terms of providing clarification relative to the definition of bonds and separating into subsection 1 the general defining bonds as general obligations or other securities, and then including in subsection 2 the concept of bonds that are refunded. On page 6 in section 8.5, there was some discussion relative to the terminology used around the Resort Corridor Homeless Prevention and Assistance Fund, both here in the definitions as well as in the draft itself. It's been redefined to be the Clark County Homeless Prevention and Assistance Fund. You'll see that there's other clarifications throughout the balance of the bill, which make it clear that the intent is to utilize that money for the entirety of the region as opposed to just one area of that region. You'll notice on page 6 in section 15 has been deleted by amendment, the defining the resort corridor homeless prevention for exactly the same reason. Flipping to page 7, we get to section 20. This is a continuation of the exact same concept. On page 20, you'll notice that the Resort Corridor Homeless Prevention and Assistance Fund has been amended to be referred to as the Clark County Fund. There is also a provision that requires the county to coordinate with local governments in the region relative to the administration of that fund, and the elements of the original bill, which required coordination with both the resort industry as well as the Major League Baseball team, have been removed. Moving forward to page 8 under section 22, subsection 2, which is the section that is specific to the development of the development agreement between the Stadium Authority Board and the developer of the project. In this particular element, under paragraph A, it was the need to identify the site of the project. That has now been specified to be a specific site located generally within the county at the southeast corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana Avenue. Continuing on in the same section, I'm now on page 9, paragraph H. This is the section that deals specifically with the development agreement between the developer partner and the locality, in this case, Clark County. This is the development agreement for a high impact project. There have been a couple of elements that have been amended into this section. One is the concept of including utilities and also making sure that the specific words safe and efficient airport operations have been included as part of the determination that must be made as part of that high impact project. Carrying forward to page 11, we get to the community benefits agreement. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hill to talk through that.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Steve Hill. I am the CEO of the LVCVA, the Las Vegas Convention Visitors Authority, as well as the chairman of the Las Vegas Stadium Authority. Thank you and for the opportunity to be here with you. And also want to say thank you for the work that you have done to make this bill better. We appreciate your input and the improvements that you have made. Section 23 relates to the community benefit agreement. Section 2 is all new language. There are a number of provisions here that these elements must be included in the community benefits agreement and must be approved by the Stadium Authority Board. Those elements include the diversity of the construction period and the workforce during construction, the workforce during operations, as well as the contractors working directly on this project and their subcontractors and vendors. There must be a living wage paid. We'll let you know that in this particular project, more than 90% of the workforce will be covered by a collective bargaining agreement. There must be community engagement that includes a donation of tickets, support of youth baseball, a community suite each and every game for the benefit of organizations in the community. Must be educational programming, working with local colleges and universities. There will be scholarships and internship programs. The part of this agreement this law, there is also the funding requirements to fund this community benefit agreement in the statute. That includes minimum funding of $500,000 each year prior to the opening of the stadium itself. And then once the operations and the season commences in 2028. That commitment rises to either $1.5 million or 1% of ticket revenue, whichever is greater. Third aspect that is now in the bill includes the enforcement provisions to make sure that this agreement is adhered to moving forward. It is roughly a progressive discipline set of paragraphs where the Community Oversight Committee has responsibility to oversee the implementation of the Community Benefit Agreement. If they see that that is not happening, they issue a letter to the A's telling them that things need to be corrected. And as time goes along, if those corrections are not made, they can come to the Stadium Authority Board and recommend that legal action be taken. On page 13, in section 4, there are outlined 7 members of the Community Oversight Committee. Those appointments are made by the governor, the majority leader, the speaker, the county, and the Stadium Authority Board. In that section, it states that when those appointments are made, the diversity of the community in many aspects needs to be considered as those appointments are made. In section 6, near the bottom of page 13, states that the Community Oversight Committee is a public body and it is subject to the Nevada Open Meeting Law. Section 7, they are required to report every even year toward the end of the year to a number of different organizations, including the governor, Legislative Council Bureau, county manager, Stadium Authority Board. Section 8 outlines what is required to be in that report. Section 9, it's required that the Stadium Authority appoint a community benefits director to advise and oversee the effort, essentially serve as staff to the oversight committee. Section 10 outlines that failure to perform triggers and a review and potential revision to the agreement. Section 11 outlines what happens if there is a failure to improve as a result of those efforts, up to and including legal action that can seek either specific performance or damages. Back over to Mr. Guerrero.
Thank you. For the record, Jeremy Aguero. I too want to echo what Mr. Hill said about the valuable input that was provided. I also want to extend that to express thanks to your staff. They have been tireless in terms of trying to get this crafted correctly, and I also want to extend our thanks to them. The next material change is on page 20 of the document in section 28. In this section, you'll see that there's a revision in terms of when the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District can be created. The drafters in section 28 simply enumerated the sections that were provided in section 1 and have outlined them there, frankly making it cleaner and a little easier to read. The section 28 also has an important revision in it in subsection 2C. You'll notice that in the earlier sections, when we're defining what a Major League Baseball stadium project is, that there was a provision that essentially ensured that a hotel, an operating hotel, or a licensed gaming establishment would not be included, to make sure that neither the project nor the Sports and Entertainment District can include an operating hotel or a licensed gaming operation. That same language or version very close to it has been provided, has been moved to section 28 2C to make sure that there is no ambiguity relative to either one of those two things being able to take place.
Folks, that's a big deal.
Also in section 28, subsection 3C, it also makes it clear that the expansion, if the district were to be expanded from time to time, that it also could not include an operating hotel, motel, anything along those lines, or a licensed gaming establishment. Section 29 has a number of revisions to it. This is the section that includes all of the revenues that inure in to the district. The section has been reordered on a number of levels to make sure that the operative additional section, which is section 8 of the amendment, works and is identified throughout. What section 8 does, and I'm sorry, I'll make sure that I've put you to the right page relative to that. On page 25, section 8, which makes it clear that the allocation of funds does not constitute a contract or pledge by the state in terms of the state's specific funds, and does not supersede the state's sovereign right for any legislature to enact or repeal any law. So while the local government revenues are specifically identified and are set to not be able to change, one legislature obviously cannot bind another legislature. This is making sure that that is clear with regard to all of the revenues that inure to the benefit of the sports and entertainment district. Under section 30, this is the section that creates the credit enhancement, or the state line of credit, if you will. The section here moves some pieces around in terms of section 30, subsection 1B, making sure that the funds can be from the state infrastructure bank, so forth and so on. Just many of the things that were already discussed throughout. There are a number of conforming changes, or clarification is probably the better way to say that, on page 26, making sure that the references are specifically to the board of directors of the Stadium Authority Board, which was mentioned a couple of different ways was referenced differently at different times in the same piece of legislation. The changes that also fall in this section provide for a process by which the funds that are put into the credit enhancement account can be accessed, in which case the county determines that the principal and interest payments are not going to be sufficient. They then let the treasurer know that is the case. The treasurer then has an affirmative obligation to bring that before the interim finance committee for review, and then the release ultimately of those funds that are there. I think also worth mentioning on page 27 in subsection 5 is the provision that identified all of the areas where the revenues could be utilized or identified for purposes of funding the credit enhancement in the event that revenues came in under expectations. These have now been prioritized in the section to ensure that there's a sequencing of that that is done in a way that is not all of these are sort of equally available, but going through each one of them one at a time. Finally, in the sections that are included toward the end of this section, I'll point you to subsection on page, let's see, let me go here for just a subsection 9 and 10, there is a parallel provision to the provision that we talked about previously. Again, ensuring that the allocation of funds to this account, or any funds that will be dedicated to this account, doesn't constitute a contract or a pledge by the state, nor does it supersede the state's sovereign right, the sovereign right of any legislature to repeal or enact a law. On page 30, section 31, you'll notice that there's a date that has been added to this section, on or after July 1 of 2025. This is the section that specifically provides for the transferable tax credits. It essentially says that the transferable tax credits cannot become available until July 1st of 2025. Going forward to section 32 of the bill, I'm now on subsection 8, paragraph D, you'll notice that there are some revisions crossing out $90 million and replacing it with $60 million. The mock-up that is in front of you changes the construct of the transferable tax credits. That was $180 million to be provided in transferable tax credits, with $90 million being subject to refunding through the waterfall, to $180 million of transferable tax credits with $120 million that are available to be refunded through the waterfall. So in what this section specifically indicates is the $60 million that would not be subject to refunding, and then it cross-references the section in the waterfall repayment to make sure that all of those are subject to repayment. On page 34, paragraph D, there's some clarifying language that Clark County requested to make sure that in the event to need to repay the credit enhancement, that it was to repay a special obligation of the county. Those values are important. Page 34, paragraph G is the waterfall provision that we're looking at now. That waterfall provision provides the repayment of the transferable tax credits, the portion of the transferable tax credits that we spoke about earlier. That is repaid in two tiers. The first of those tiers is the first 45 million of those refundable tax credits are paid, with 90% of the available money in the waterfall going to the repayment and 10% of the money in the waterfall going to the Clark County Homeless Prevention and Assistance Fund. Everything that is repaid in excess of $45 million up to the full 120 repayment is a split that is 80% going to the state for the refunding of the transferable tax credits and 20% going to the Clark County Fund for Homelessness Prevention and Assistance. On page 36, we're still in the waterfall section. I'm looking at subsection 7. There's some green language there that relates to the CPI, and that is because there are certain elements that need to be adjusted, including in this particular provision, the homeless fund portion of the refunding is subject to a CPI adjustment, and that makes sure that that is clear overall. On page 36, subsection 8, paragraph B, these are clarification elements that were requested by Clark County to make sure that the allocation of any capital fund cannot be done in a way that would violate any bond covenants that exist, to make sure that that is ticked and tied throughout the legislation. On page 37, section 33. Section 33 is the section that we discussed previously that includes any provisions that must be included in any agreement that the Stadium Authority Board enters into. There are just a couple of very minor minor additions to the bill that essentially make sure that it's clear that the maximum amount of distribution is $380 million and the maximum amount of the transferable tax credits is $180 million. On page 39, there is a concept that was added. I'm now looking at paragraph E at the top of page 39 that says if and when the property is transferred at the end of the lease, that there must be consideration of a third-party appraisal in order to do that. On page 40, there are a couple of changes that are points of clarification in subsection 3. These changes simply make sure that we're always referring to the developer partner, as opposed to a couple of places where there were references to development partner. Has the same meaning throughout the document, but obviously legal staff has a sharp eye in making sure that everything is consistent. On page 42, subsection 4, there were a couple of places throughout the document where there was a reference to securities as opposed to bonds. In the definition of bonds that we talked about at the outset of our discussion, it also includes other securities. So you'll see a number of places within the document where that is no longer necessary. This is just one of them. With that, I will turn over the governance section to Mr. Hill.
Steve Hill. On page 44, section 36, this section describes the makeup of the Stadium Authority Board. In subsection 1, the state treasurer does not become an ex officio member of the Stadium Authority. In subsections 1C and 1D, the Stadium Authority Board is expanded to 11 members. One new member will be appointed by the majority leader of the Senate and one by the Speaker of the Assembly. Page 45 and subsequently throughout this mock-up, you'll see quite a bit of purple and red ink that is largely moving language in the bill. On page 46, in subsection 3, new language calls out that when making appointments to the Stadium Authority Board, the authorities making those appointments shall consider the diversity of those members in many different ways. Page 47 in section 36.5, it reiterates that the Stadium Authority Board appoints 2 ad hoc members, and then language that follows on pages 48 and 49 in subsection 3 toward the bottom of that page. Originally in the law, the Stadium Authority was required to consider the recommendations of the Raiders, the NFL team. This provision in the law requires that the Stadium Authority for one of the appointments consider the recommendations of the Raiders and the NFL team, and then for the other appointment, consider the recommendations of the Major League Baseball team, the A's. On page 50 in section 37, subsection 2, it just points out that the new members appointed by the majority leader and the speaker will have staggered terms. Next page, page 51, section 37.5. It just points out that the board member appointed in consultation with Major League Baseball will be done after the bonds have been issued. Then on page 53, in section 38, the appropriation from the general fund to the state infrastructure bank has been reduced from $25 million to $14 million. Section 39.5 is just the severability provision, and section 40 are the effective dates of the legislation. With that, Madam Chair, that's our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions anyone may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you both. Before we get to questions, Mr. Powers, I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add on those provisions for amendment number 3001 before we move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal Division, and just for the viewing public, the LCB is a nonpartisan agency. We do not support or oppose any particular piece of legislation, policy, or viewpoint. We do, however, provide the legislature and its members with objective legal, fiscal, and policy analysts' advice so that the legislature can perform its constitutional function. I would like to comment, elaborate a little more on sections 29 and 30 and the provision that Mr. Aguero mentioned dealing with the state not pledging its full faith. This provision was added because there are state constitutional requirements involved. First, under Article 9, Section 4 of the Nevada Constitution, the state is prohibited from assuming the credit of any county. What that means is that the state cannot pledge the full faith and credit of the state as a guarantor or surety of county bonds. Provisions were added in 29 and 30 to ensure that the state was not assuming any of the county bonds issued under the bill will be the general obligation bonds of the county, and ultimately the full faith county will back those bonds, not the full faith and credit of the state. In addition, under Article 9, Section 3 of the Nevada Constitution, if the state wants to issue its own bonds, the state has to comply with certain requirements if those bonds are backed by the full faith and credit of the state. In particular, the state has to impose a tax to cover the payment of the bonds within a 20-year period, and those bonds combined with other outstanding state bonds cannot exceed the state debt limit. Now, this legislation does not provide for the issuance of any state securities, but this legislation needs to make clear that there is nothing in the legislation pledging the full faith and credit of the state to implicate the state debt limit and the state debt provisions in Article 9, Section 3 of the Nevada Constitution. Finally, under the federal Constitution, if a state pledges this full faith and credit behind general obligation bonds, those bondholders then have a contract with the state that is protected by the contract clause of the federal Constitution. What that means is that the state cannot take any legislative action that impairs that contract with the bondholders if the full faith and credit of the state is pledged. What the bill ensures in sections 29 and 30 is the state is not surrendering any of its sovereign power. It's not pledging its full faith and credit, and the legislature is free to amend, repeal, or enact any law, notwithstanding the fact that certain state revenues are being pledged not on the full faith of the credit of the state, but being dedicated by each legislature to assist the county in funding the Major League Baseball project. As it stands now, it's a continuing appropriation, so it doesn't require successive legislatures to continue biennium. However, successive legislators could come in and adjust any of the taxes that are part of the revenue stream and adjust any parts of this legislation as necessary to achieve legislative policy goals. And that would not affect the contract clause, but because the state is not pledging its full faith. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm certainly open to any questions at issue or any other parts of the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. And then I know that we have another amendment. I don't know if you wanted to just touch on that very briefly, and that way we'll open up for questions. I'll ask for questions to come from Mr. Aguero and Mr. Hill first, so that they can get on to the next part of their day. But Mr. Powers, if you want to touch on the other amendment 3003 just briefly, and then we'll go to members for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal Division. The second mock-up you have is proposed amendment 3003. This proposed amendment incorporates provisions of legislation that was passed by the legislature but vetoed by the governor. Those two pieces of legislation are Senate Bill 299 and Senate Bill 429 from this past 2023 regular session. Senate Bill 299 was a bill that Senate Bill 299 was a bill that eliminated certain exemptions from the prevailing wage requirements relating to railroad companies or monorails. Both railroad companies and monorails under existing law by exemption from having to comply with the prevailing wage requirements. This amendment would remove that exemption so that those monorail and railroad projects would have to comply with the prevailing wage requirements in Chapter 3.3. The second part of the mock-up 3003 incorporates the provisions of Senate Bill number 429 of this past legislative session in 2023. This bill requires certain new and expanding businesses to provide certain paid family and medical leave to employees in order to qualify for a partial abatement of certain taxes. So the Office of Economic Development has the statutory authority to grant partial abatements to businesses, have them move their operations to the state of Nevada. If those businesses choose to move to the state of Nevada, qualify for the partial abatement. They then have to provide the paid family and medical leave required by the bill. The threshold is that the businesses have to have at least 50 full-time employees, and by a certain time, and when they do, then they have to provide that paid family and medical. That's an overview of this amendment. I'm certainly open to.
Great, thank you, Mr. Powers. So we will go to questions on these amendments from members of the committee. Again, I will just remind committee members that because we are in a work session, your questions should be limited to the amendments here. We certainly had a very robust hearing with lots of questions generally about the concepts in Senate Bill 1 a few days ago. And so right now we are considering these amendments. If you have questions for Mr. Hill or Mr. Aguero, you think that they might be able to answer, please go ahead and hit your request to speak buttons. We'll start there so that they can get on. And then if there are additional questions for Mr. Powers, we'll go to those questions. I see first that I have Senator Orenshaw. So Senator Orenshaw, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I think my question is either for Mr. Hill or Mr. Aguero. Section 23 of Amendment 3001, I'm looking at page 12, and it's sub 2, community benefits agreement must include without limitation, sub 2C, establish requirements for community engagement by the baseball stadium events company, the Major League Baseball team, including without limitation several different factors. You know, in Nevada, we have 28 federally recognized Native American tribes. I think in Clark County, there's over 6,000 urban Indians that reside in Clark County. I just wonder if you envision, if this passes, engagement from the development company and the baseball team with our Native American communities in Clark County and throughout the state in terms of maybe appreciation days or days to recognize Native American heritage and contributions of our Native American communities here in Nevada.
Senator Steve Hill, I know that the A's have that intention and are very aware that that's an important part of Nevada and have every intention of engaging with Native Americans.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that's on the record. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And next we will go to Senator Scheibel, who is joining us virtually.
Thank you so much, and thank you for accommodating my virtual appearance. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the provisions. I think it was in sections 29 and 30 about the financial obligations of the state. And I'm kind of at a loss because I completely understand the constitutional issue that's been brought to our attention about the state not being able to back the bonds of the county. My question, I guess, I'm not sure how else to phrase it, but wasn't that kind of the whole point of the bill? Like, that was the whole structure of the deal, was that the state was supposed to back the bonds. So now if we're not able to do that and we can't tie the hands of future legislatures to, you know, pick up the slack and cover for the county if they can't cover the bonds, then how does the deal still work?
Senator Scheibel, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. There's been a lot of conversations between Legislative Council Bureau and the county and bond council to make sure that we have it structured. Yes, one legislature cannot bind another legislature, but these revenue streams do become available for the repayment of those bonds. And so, yes, does it create some additional risk? Of course it does, but that risk, I think as Mr. Powers would probably confirm, and I don't mean to put words in his mouth at all, always existed. That was always part of it. I think what's really included here is a clarification that that there is some limitation in terms of what future legislatures are ultimately going to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again for the record. Senator, I'll follow up real quick on that if you don't mind. Thank you again, Madam Chair, for the record. Kevin Powers, LCB Legal Division. As Mr. Aguero mentioned, the intent of the legislation, I don't believe, was originally to bind the state through its pledge of its full faith and credit, because if it had done so, then you trigger the requirements of Article 9, Section 3 of the Nevada Constitution, and you're dealing with the debt limit, a dedicated tax, and a repayment period of 20 years. So the intent of the legislation was never to trigger Article 9, Section 3, and Article 9, Section 4 obviously prohibits the state from assuming the debts of a county. But I think the other thing to remember in this context is the point of the legislation too is to inform the bondholders that ultimately these bonds are backed by the full faith and credit of the county, and that these state revenues, although they're part of the legislation and they can continue through the entire term of the bonds, a successive legislature may choose to adjust the rates of those state taxes or repeal one of those state taxes. And because this provision is in the legislation, what I like to call the no full faith and credit clause, it makes the bondholders aware of that. They understand that risk, and then they still purchase the bonds knowing full well that only the full faith and credit of the county backs the bonds. Thank you.
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that what we're doing right now, we're saying today in 2023, we're going to agree that, hey, Clark County, you go ahead and bond this, $380 million project. If the revenues that we're planning to pledge from the sales tax, the payroll tax, whatever taxes are in the bubble aren't enough to cover it. We're saying today in 2023, County of Clark, if you can't cover it, we will back your bond. But then it's possible in 10 years, in the year 2033, the legislature might come in and say, actually, never mind, we don't like this project. You're on your own, Clark County.
That's a stupid thing. Oh, sorry.
For the record, Jeremy Aguero, Senator Scheibel. I suppose the answer to that question is yes. Certainly the hope is that the state, in sort of creating the pledge and creating the backstop, will continue to provide that. It's certainly what is contemplated here. But everyone recognizes exactly what Mr. Powers said. There's not any intention of creating any type of constitutional conflict. And so that's the reality that this structure has to accept.
Okay. So obviously I'm a little bit concerned about that. And I'm a little bit concerned about the, provisions that move money in and out of the general fund to cover the bonds. And so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it completely. And I think that I do. So I want to move on to just one other section, one other question. So we still have these two separate governing bodies, the board that oversees the community benefits agreement, as well as the stadium authority, correct?
Senator Scheibel, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, yes.
And do they have a legal relationship with each other through this bill?
Senator Scheibel, generally, I think the answer to your question is yes. They are both public bodies, but the Oversight Committee does have reporting responsibility, and the Stadium Authority Board does have appointment responsibility over the community benefits group. They are, in and of themselves, a public body, so they're separate, but yes, there is a relationship between the two.
Okay, and so I just wanted to make sure, because we had some DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion requirements for the community oversight portion, but not for the stadium authority, right?
Senator Scheibel, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, no, that is not correct. The provisions relative to diversity exist in both sections of the amendment as provided.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm still reading through it, so that's why I wanted to make sure I got the clarity. And so the only thing that we're changing with the stadium authority board is removing the state treasurer as an ex officio member. Is that accurate, or am I missing something else?
Senator Scheibel, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I believe the answer to your question is yes. The only other piece that I would mention is what you already mentioned, and just to make sure that the record's complete, the other material revision is the inclusion that the members of that board, in this case, the Stadium Authority, that are appointed, take into consideration, as Mr. Hill said, a broad construct, cross-section of diversity of our state and this community, or our community in the state.
And Madam Chair,
Okay.
for the record, again, just let me add, Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal. There are the addition to the Stadium Authority of additional members appointed by the Majority Leader and the Speaker. So in addition to the diversity requirement, there'll be an expansion of the Stadium Authority with those additional appointed members. Thank you.
Thank you. But those changes were in the original bill. I'm just talking about the amendment just changes the no longer appointing the state treasurer.
Senator Scheibel, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, you're correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you just talk a little bit about why that change is being made?
Senator Jeremy Aguero, for the record, there was a lot of conversations that flowed through relative to the level of responsibility and where that oversight would come in throughout this process. Obviously, the treasurer is very important to the process and the creation of the credit enhancement. However, with the insertion of the interim finance committee as another layer of review relative to the credit enhancement, I think that the general, at least as it was conveyed to me, was that it was just unnecessary and in addition to what were the other safeguards that were already put in place.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Senator Severs-Ganser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to understand the relationship between the amendment that we have before us, which is 3001, and what was on our desk. There's a term sheet, a community benefits agreement. If there's actually going to be a term sheet, or if the provisions that are in the bill are solely what will be agreed upon today.
Senator Steve Hill, what is in this amendment is what our understanding is the only thing that is intended to be in the amendment. The document that you have is a separate commitment from the law that provides some depth for the commitment that the A's are going to make in relation to what will be in the law and what is currently in the amendment.
Thank you. Because when I look at this term sheet, it's much more specific around diversity of 51%. And then, you know, if I look at the proposed legislation on page 12, as far as the community benefits agreement must include without limitation, it has a variety of things. If you go down to C, C1, 2, and 3, number 2 is donation of tickets, like donation of tickets to whom, to where, to what. Program to support youth baseball, underserved communities. But then on D, so I guess it would be 2C, number 2 talks about tickets, and then 2D talks about a community suite for charitable, community, or economic development organizations. So I guess I want to know exactly, you know, what that's aimed at. The other term sheet talked about nonprofits. So what types of organizations and what type of organizations would not fit?
Senator Steve Hill, the additional document provides a certain amount of specificity. There is a conversation that will need to take place at the Stadium Authority Board level to completely determine what will be in the community benefits agreement. But that is a minimum set of commitments that the A's have made. Their intention, and many sports teams do this on a very regular basis, you know, nonprofit organizations in the community, baseball around, you know, the sport that they play, where they feel there's a small business spotlight that will be at each game that is, I think, potentially very beneficial for those small businesses. All of those different types of groups that may benefit from either participating in those games or a spotlight at those games is what the A's have in mind.
Thank you. You know, those make sense. What I'm concerned about are like politically affiliated organizations. We want to make sure that these are nonprofits like Opportunity Village and not a PAC or a politically affiliated entity. And there really isn't anything exclusions on this. And some of those are nonprofits. They would fit into that broad category. And I just want to make sure that this is used for the benefit of the community, not for certain institutions or entities.
Senator Ganser, Steve Hill, we will certainly take that input, and that is the intent. We'll make sure that is in the the final agreement.
So the intent is not to be able to use them for like politically oriented organizations. It's really for community nonprofits and maybe economic development. If we have someone, for instance, a Las Vegas Visitors Authority might want to bring an organization in. So thank you for that. And then in looking at page 14, under number 8B, it talks about an evaluation of compliance of the developer partner and the baseball stadium events company. What organization or what did that evaluation look like? What's the like arm's length evaluator for that type of compliance, for the compliance itself?
Senator Gansert, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, it talks about that there has to be a judgment, basically an evaluation of the compliance of the developer partner, the baseball stadium event center with the terms of the community CBA, right? So who's evaluating whether they're in compliance or not?
Senator Steve Hill. The first step in that would be the Community Oversight Committee that's appointed as we outlined in this amendment. If it gets to the point that the Community Oversight Committee does not feel that they are able to be effective with either the developer partner or the stadium events company, then they can bring that issue to the Stadium Authority Board, who would also make that judgment. And then ultimately, if the Stadium Authority Board agreed and took that into the judicial system, a judge would ultimately decide.
Thank you. I think it's important to have arm's length, eventually, if it gets to that, to make sure there's a fair evaluation of the compliance. And then kind of bigger picture, this is set up with the Stadium Authority creating this external entity and a developer partner. What happens if the developer partner changes? What happens if the team is sold to someone else? I don't see any language in here specifically around that.
Senator Gansert, Steve Hill. The original law is written, and it continues to apply that those types of changes have to be approved by the Stadium Authority Board, and that approval cannot be unreasonably withheld.
Okay, thank you. And then when looking at the members of the one, I'll call it advisory board, but the one board, they have 4-year terms. And are there any limit? There's no limits on terms is the way that I read that. So you're appointed, you have a 4-year term until you're just no longer, I guess that would be a reappointment every 4 years, but no term limit on that. Is that correct?
Senator Gansert, Steve Hill, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. See if I have any other questions real quick. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had 2 questions. It's on page 34, and this is related to the special repay of the special obligation. This is after the waterfall. I guess so. I'm gonna make a comment, and then I'm going to tie in the question. I know you've been reading the media, right, about the county and then their ability not to be able to give up $40 million for this Formula One for the streets, asking for public money to be put up. It gave pause for concern, right, that although we're creating this waterfall, although we're creating this secured system to repay public money, it has not actually been established that the county can afford to do this act. Do you have any actual documentation that proves that the county can actually afford to pledge their half of the revenues that are local? Because it doesn't seem, when they say, well, we don't have $40 million to go and repave the street for a Formula One event that's already on the books to happen, it gives a pause for concern. Have you guys had that conversation with them?
Senator Neal, Steve Hill, and I believe Chair Gibson from the county will appear or is available for that question as well. And so I don't really want to speak for the county, but I think if worded precisely, it would be that they don't prioritize that particular funding for that particular project over the, I don't know how big their general fund is, but it's in the $2+ billion range. So they have the ability, certainly, to execute what is in this bill.
Okay. Thank you for that. So that's good if the county is somewhere down south. It's really, I think that's an important question to get on the asked and answered on the record from the county. The second question was coming from, it's on page 25 and it's in section 30. And this has to do with the credit enhancement piece. And what I'm curious to know, and I don't know if this is something that was overlooked or it should be struck out now that we have an understanding on how the state will be involved in the limitations of the state. But if you look at line 32, where it says what can be the form, and so after other financial instrument, and then it says or structure, what is structure? What is or structure? What can that be the form of? And is that something that we should have eliminated because it's vague in regard to what, I guess, credit form that could be or what that is?
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I think or structure just allows there to be some flexibility relative to exactly how it's going to be structured within the state infrastructure bank is sort of indicated here, or more broadly, some other type of structure. Until all of the revenues are identified, until we walk through this process, exactly how that structure is going to exist is not perfectly known. This simply allows some degree of flexibility in terms of how that might look.
So, thank you for that response, because the way I read it, when it says or other financial instrument, I'm assuming that it would be other financial structure.
Senator Neal, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I mean, obviously, the entire sentence is there to provide a broad cross-section, right? It could be, so, there's so many tools that are available to the state treasurer from a finance perspective, and just making sure that he or she is ultimately able to structure something in a way that is in the best interest of the state of Nevada. Allowing that flexibility is provided solely for that purpose.
Okay, thank you for that. Madam Chair, I know can I ask a question, Mr. Powers?
Let me ask if there's anyone else. I don't see anyone else on my screen who has questions for Mr. Hill and Mr. Aguero. So why don't
wait.
I think I see
I'll
Senator
wait.
Harris. So let's go to Senator Harris, and then if anyone else has questions for Mr. Hill or Mr. Aguero, otherwise, Senator Harris, you can ask your question, and then we'll let them get on with the rest of their day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is about the structure of the Stadium Board Authority and how we will ensure that funds are managed properly so that the state doesn't have to eventually, when it gets down to the waterfall, well, I guess it's not a reverse waterfall of sorts, but once it gets down to where the state has to pull some money out of its pocket, what are the protections for the state on that board to make sure things are running the way that they should be, given our skin in the game, so to speak?
Senator Harris, Steve Hill. The protections are this law. And have worked exceptionally well since 2016 when it's passed. The Stadium Authority does not have discretion with how, other than within the pockets of money that are available. We can't change what the amount of money that is available in each one of those waterfall areas. So we do have discretion to approve the maintenance plan for the stadium within the boundaries of the amount of money that has become available in that bucket of the waterfall. But we have no authority to change where the flow of that money at all.
So I said waterfall, but really what I was referring to is I guess it's like a reverse waterfall where if things don't go well, there are a list of sources of dollars with which those bonds can be repaid, and the state is now at the bottom. So my question's really about who is protecting the state's interest on that board.
Senator Harris, Steve Hill, I believe we are all protecting the state's interest on that board. That's our job. That's why this law and this body has created that board. And it is completely prescriptive. So we just don't have the discretion not to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hill, Mr. Aguero, thank you very much for being here to answer questions on the amendment. I appreciate it very much. We will let you exit. And then Senator Neal, I believe you had a question for Mr. Powers. So I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Powers, I had a question on page 27, line 19. Before I ask the question, thank you for the sovereign power language. You're just a ball of awesome. I know you. Anyway, okay. All right. But so I wanted to ask a question because when you read line 19, when it allows for the state treasurer to shall gather, I guess I wanted to get your clarification on the meaning of that word in the context of that power that's in that section from lines 19 through 24.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal. Based on how the amendment is structured now, State Treasurer has a duty to make sure that the designated fund for the credit enhancement has a minimum amount. When it falls below the minimum amount, then the State Treasurer has to go in the order of priority listed on page 27 to acquire unencumbered money that's not already committed for expenditure. So what it would mean then is that if there's a credit draw, which has to be approved by the IFC first. So if there's a credit draw that's approved by the IFC and that designated fund for the credit enhancement falls below that minimum amount, then the State Treasurer gathers funds that are unencumbered, beginning with any amount of legislative appropriations that have been made to replenish the fund. If that's not enough, then the State Treasurer looks to the legally available funds in the Nevada State Infrastructure Bank Fund. And if that's not enough, it looks towards interest in the designated fund for the credit enhancement. If that's not enough, it then looks to the consolidated bond interest and redemption fund. If that's not enough, then State Treasurer looks to the funds on deposit in the rainy day account, and then finally in the unreserved balance of the state general fund. Now, realistically speaking, it's unlikely that the State Treasurer would have to move through all those funds to the unreserved balance in order to replenish the designated fund for the credit enhancement. But the two checks on the State Treasurer are, one, this county treasurer has to ask for the draw. The State Treasurer cannot do anything on the state discretion. The county treasurer has to trigger it. And two, IFC has to approve the draw for the payment of the bond debt service. And then at that point, if necessary, the State Treasurer would replenish from those order of a priority accounts that I mentioned.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. I love this provision in the bill. And I think it was the best provision that we could have added in order to protect the state and allow for some balance in regards to the general fund that we have to oversee as a legislature. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Powers, just for being awesome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And all of LCB Legal loves well-drafted legislation, even though we do not support any particular policy viewpoint or piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. And well, of course, second that you and all of LCB Legal are very awesome, and we're very appreciative for all of your hard work. Other questions for Mr. Powers at this time? I don't have anyone else. Oh, Senator Goycochea, I saw your hand. We'll go with that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And along those same lines, I'm just kind of concerned. We are actually removing the treasurer out of this, and yet we're delegating him, you've got to do this and find this and go here. And yet in the end, we're not allowing him to sit on the board. I guess that kind of concerns me. Clearly, I would feel a lot more comfortable if our chief financial officer, who is the state treasurer, was in fact involved. And I'm very concerned about, you know, we're designating, okay, you'll find this money here, 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 here. This is the steps. But actually, when we get into, Section 36, we're telling him, but again, you don't have a place on the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a matter of a nonpartisan response, as originally proposed, the state treasurer was supposed to be an ex officio non-voting member, so the state treasurer would not be able to control any activity of the stadium authority because the state vote. However, even though the state treasurer is being removed as a non-voting ex officio member, nothing stops the state treasurer or a representative of the state treasurer from being present at any of the meetings of the stadium and expressing the state treasurer's viewpoint on any actions of the stadium authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may follow up along those lines, but again, then at this point, the way I see this legislation, then the state treasurer would have to come before IFC to voice those concerns. I mean, that would be his venue, as I'm reading is, correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Spearman, do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam Chair. So it may have been asked and answered already, but I just need the distilled version of what happens if the county can't pay. There's currently a lawsuit pending, and if they have to pay that, if there are others that we don't know about, and I know that the state is, quote, protected, but somebody has to pay this. And I'm concerned about taxpayers in the county. So the county defaults after you go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that still is not a remedy. Who pays the debt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal. Because the county is issuing general obligation bonds backed by the full faith and credit of the county, before it defaults, has a duty under the federal and state contract clauses to increase taxation as necessary to pay back the bondholders because they have a contract with the bondholders that's protected by the contract clause. So ultimately, the state would never be required to cover any deficiency in revenue to pay for the bonds. Ultimately, the county would be required to cover that deficiency. If they have enough money in the county bond redemption fund already, then they don't have to turn to the taxpayers. But in the worst case scenario, if state revenues were low and other revenue sources in the bill didn't meet the bond debt obligation, then the county would have to look to the county taxpayers.
So in order to satisfy the debt, zero amount remaining, so it would have to raise taxes. The particular county we're talking about is Clark County. So they would have to raise taxes so that they could make good on the debt. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct, but that is the case always with county general obligation bonds. If the county cannot meet the debt service from dedicated revenues for those bonds, it has to turn to the taxpayers to pay those bonds because the county has a contract with the bondholders that's protected by the contract clause. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Orenshaw.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And actually, I'm not sure if my question is for Mr. Powers or maybe someone from the fiscal division, but Section 36 with removing the state treasurer as an ex officio member of the Stadium Authority Board of Directors. I'm just a little worried that that removes a fiduciary interest for the state. And I wonder, will our LCB or our fiscal division, if this passes in this form, be monitoring what happens at the Stadium Authority Board, or is that something that we would need to ask, or legislative commission to ask, in terms of monitoring and protecting the state's financial interests And perhaps my question is actually for someone in the fiscal division.
Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Certainly, given that this amendment requires the interim finance committee to take certain actions in certain circumstances, the Fiscal Analysis Division will be monitoring the activities of both the Stadium Authority and the pledged revenue that is going to repay the bonds, so that if the provisions relating to the interim finance committee are invoked, then we are prepared to advise the committee accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Thorley. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Severs Cancer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for a second time. So a question was posed to me by one of my colleagues around Clark County. So much of this proposed bill has to do with Clark County and their commitment to this deal, and we really haven't heard anything firsthand from Clark County. So I don't know if they've passed a resolution or something at their level to provide to us, or if we need to hear from them that they're agreeable to what we have before us. Thank you.
I don't have anyone from Clark County obviously here today to speak to that. Certainly, I think we are all able to reach out to various individuals associated with Clark County or elected officials. We don't have anyone here for this work session. This is really just to kind of go through the particulars of amendments that have been proposed through various conversations with members and from the hearing and the questions that came from members during the hearing about concerns that came up. So unfortunately, I don't think that we have that today, but certainly would encourage any members of the committee to reach out to folks from Clark County as you may see fit. Are there other questions at this point in the work session for Mr. Powers? Senator Stone, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at this amended deal now that the maximum exposure that the state of Nevada has is $60 million in transferable tax credits if all goes south, which according to my calculations, if we're looking at a $1.5 billion stadium, is looking at a 4% investment. Is that correct? Assuming that all the revenue coming from the site is derived from the site, and we wouldn't have that revenue unless the stadium was built, correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's beyond the scope of LCB legal, so I would either hand the ball off to our fiscal division, who would provide better analysis, or Mr. Aguero. Thank you.
Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Senator Stone, I don't know that it's accurate to say that's the maximum exposure, the $60 million. Of course, the state is putting up $180 million. Some of that would be repaid if there is sufficient revenue collected and that is distributed through the waterfall. However, that is not a certainty. So
let me rephrase that. In a best case scenario, our maximum exposure is 4%.
Wayne Thorley for the record, again, LCB Fiscal. Assuming revenue is collected in a sufficient amount that the transferable the refundable portion of the transferable tax credits are repaid up to the full amount, then there would be the $60 million exposure, plus the $14 million general fund appropriation in section, I believe, 38 of the bill is also a requirement on the state to make that appropriation.
And then if any time after the agreement is signed and propagated, the stadium comes under construction, at any time during that construction phase or after the construction phase, if the developer defaults or relocates a team, that all bonds, all debts incurred by both the county of Clark and Nevada would be fully repaid by the developer owner.
Senator, the Wayne Thorley again for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. I'm not sure which section you're looking at.
I'm just after reading the agreement, I'm not pointing to any particular section, I thought I read a section that said if the team owner defaults, that all debts taken out on behalf of the developer, on behalf of Clark County, on behalf of the state of Nevada, have to be repaid by the developer or owner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Kevin Powers, LCB Legal. With regard to the non-relocation provision, if after the stadium is built and operating and the baseball team wants to relocate, they do have to pay a significant penalty, and that is including paying back all outstanding obligations at the time that they attempt to relocate. Major League Baseball team essentially breaches the lease agreement and wants to violates that non-relocation provision, then there is a penalty on the major league team. They are required to stay in the lease for 30 years, and if they try to relocate, then they are forced to pay that significant penalty.
Okay, and I appreciate that answer. And so I guess my next question will be, I don't know who's going to answer this question, but I was told that we were going to be seeing clean amendments to this deal. And I think that the amendment number 3001 is a better amendment for this state. But I'm looking at amendment number 3003, and I don't see a nexus to this deal. Am I right or am I wrong?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Senator's question raises two issues. One, whether Amendment 3003 falls within the subject of the governor's proclamation and call for the special session. And two, whether Amendment 3003 falls within the single subject requirement under Article 4, Section 17 of the Constitution. We're going to address those separately. So in 2012, Article 5, Section 9 of the Nevada Constitution was amended, and also the Constitution had a provision added that allowed the legislature to call itself into special session. Both of those provisions were amended so they had the same language. What those provisions provide in this case, because the governor called this special session, we'll focus on Article 5, Section 9, is that the governor specifies the legislative business to be conducted at the special session. And the legislature cannot pass any bills other than those that fall within that legislative business. Now, prior to the 2012 amendment, there were two Nevada Supreme Court cases only that dealt with the subject call of a special session. The first case from 1867 dealt a situation where during the regular session, after the adjournment of the regular session, the governor vetoed a bill. Ordinarily, the Secretary of State returns that bill to the next regular session. However, the governor called a special session shortly after the regular session, and during that special session, when the veto message was read, both houses determined to override the veto, even though the governor didn't bring that piece of legislation to the attention of the legislature during the special session. The Nevada Supreme Court said because the legislature was not provided with that authority to review that piece of legislation, then the legislature could not override the veto in that special session. The next case involving the Nevada Supreme Court was in 1940, and in that case, during the special session, under the prior constitutional provision, the governor could convey additional messages to the legislature and allow them to take action on additional legislation. That's no longer in Article 5, Section 9. However, the message given by the governor to the legislature was to enact legislation dealing with the state bar. The legislature during the special session created the state bar as a nonprofit corporation during the state. Someone challenged that, saying that that was outside the scope of what the governor had asked for. The key principle there is that the Nevada Supreme Court said that legislation will be found to be within the scope of the call by any reasonable construction. In that case from 1940, the Nevada Supreme Court cited a case from Texas, Baldwin versus State. And in that case, there was a call by the governor for a special session. And the Texas governor said that the special session was to reduce taxes on property taxes and occupational taxes. The legislature did neither of those things. The legislature passed a bill that actually increased taxes on occupations. The Texas Supreme Court said that the subject matter of the call was taxation. And within that subject matter of the call, the legislature is a free agent to determine the scope of the legislation that falls within that subject matter. So in this case, the governor issued his proclamation and he specified that the special session was called to deal with financing and infrastructure projects related to a major league stadium in Clark County that was similar to legislation that was considered during the 2023 regular session. The subject matter there, though, under plenty of case law, is financing and infrastructure. Everything else in the proclamation is considered advisory, and the legislature is not bound by those advisory components of the proclamation. So the subject matter of the call here is financing and infrastructure. The mock-up 3003 deals with economic infrastructure projects. For example, construction of railroad and maintenance of railroad and monorails, that deals with economic infrastructure. In addition, the other provision being added dealing with prevailing wages, and that was the provision dealing with prevailing wages. The other provision being added dealing with the economic opportunity to bring businesses in the state so they get a reduction in their tax burden. So in order to get that tax advantage, this piece of legislation would add an amendment saying they have to have paid family and medical leave. But that whole program is to incentivize businesses by giving them a tax advantage to come to the state to improve the economic infrastructure of the state. So both of these amendments, we believe, are related to the concept of economic infrastructure. The governor's proclamation involved economic infrastructure, and the courts will take every reasonable construction to find that the proposed legislation fits within the call of the governor. Therefore, it's the opinion of LCB Legal that this amendment that you see, amendment number proposed 3003, fits within the scope of the governor's call. That brings me to the single subject requirement in Article 4, Section 17. That requirement requires every piece of legislation to involve a single subject. However, every part of the legislation only needs to relate to single subject in the title. Not all pieces of the legislation have to relate directly to each other. So this amendment number 3003 deals with economic infrastructure. The SB1 as it stands now deals with economic infrastructure. All of those provisions relate to the title of the bill, which is dealing with economic infrastructure. So it's the opinion of LCB Legal that this amendment 3003 fits within the subject of the single subject requirement. That was a long and extended answer. I appreciate the indulgence of the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your long explanation, and I appreciate your position, albeit I don't agree with it, and I know that the courts haven't always agreed with your decisions, but let it be that. For me, it doesn't pass a small test. I don't think that the proposed amendment 3003 meets the spirit of supporting this A's agreement, and as a result, it may jeopardize my vote for this very important project for Nevada. Thank you.
There are additional questions. I'm not seeing anyone on my screen. So if you're hitting your button and it's not working, just raise your hand. I see none. Thank you, Mr. Powers. We appreciate you being able to answer all of our questions and walk us through this amendment. And we will let you go on. I did have one thing I wanted to clarify. I know in this particular amendment, there is mention of an appropriation for $14 million set for July 1st of 2024, and I'm going to ask fiscal staff to help me out with this one. I believe that there had been some discussion that it may be more prudent to draft this as on passage and approval so that that $14 million would be appropriated sooner rather than later. So just wanted to confirm, and I don't know if Mr. Thorley, you might be able to just confirm with that with us, and so that would be when changed to this particular amendment as it should have been upon passage and approval, not with the July 1st, 2024 date.
Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal. Thank you, Senator Cannizzaro. Yes, the $14 million general fund appropriation in section, I believe, 38 of the bill would be upon passage and approval, thereby having the appropriation come out of the current fiscal year FY23 fund balance and not a future fiscal year's fund balance.
Thank you, Mr. Thorley. I don't see anyone popping up. Okay, At this point, we are going to be in a recess until the call of the chair member so that we can organize a few things here. So thank you again, Mr. Powers. Thank you to our fiscal staff and research staff who've been with us during this particular work session, but we will be in a recess.
Okay, so since they're gone to recess, let's review what's happened. First of all, an extraordinary turn of events. As I referred to earlier, a plot point in the presentation of the amendments was done. It, in no short order, made more secure spending for community benefits related issues, made it a certainty that the objectives of that spending in terms of it being funded would be done, tightened up the bond issue language, strengthened the matter of how the tax credits were treated and done, and in order made this bill a lot more, I always thought it would be certain toward passage, because I never thought that it would get past any amendments. That just, I mean, there's no such thing as a perfect piece of legislation until it's been amended, in my experience. Don't make the yeah, thanks. They mostly seem more relaxed and less aggressive and argumentative with this session. Yeah, I don't think that has to do with it being worn down either. I think that has to do with these changes. And I mean, could they have saved a lot of time by looking at the first SB1 for the Raiders? Yeah, they could have. But look, that's hindsight's always 20/20. The bottom line is they got to yes really fast. Really fast. It says, even if they don't end it today, it'll be done soon. There'll be speed, but yeah, end it today. Yeah, and I think I'm going to guess that there's a general consensus to get this done today. Let me shift around and see what the general feeling is going on as I look here. I think that as we go through this, it will become clear to a lot of people what I've been saying, and that Oakland government really has to stop and alter how it does what it does, because in this session alone, in this grouping, in this layout, we've seen more detail around the project presented publicly than in the case of Howard Terminal. In the case of Howard Terminal, you had political cover. And we had the meeting with the county.
The committee of the whole will come back to order. I will note for the record that Assemblywoman Gonzalez
switch over
is
the
now
committee of the
present as well. Before we get started in the committee of the whole, I just wanted to go over some ground rules for how the hearing is going to work today. Our assembly standing rules under rule number 45 specify how committee of the whole is to be run. And I think most pertinent to this body is that each member of the committee of the whole is allowed to speak twice, meaning that you'll have a chance to ask 2 questions, but the rules do specify that every member must be given the opportunity to speak once before any member speaks twice. So we will have, after the presentation, we will have 2 rounds of questions. We'll make sure everybody who wants to ask a question has a chance to ask one, and then we'll come back for round 2. Obviously, you don't have to use one or both of your questions, but I would urge members of the body to think about those questions and also to listen to other questions that are asked, because I suspect with the number of us here, there'll be many duplicative questions. I want to ask, as always, even though we are on the assembly floor, we are in committee, and would ask that members be respectful of one another and to our presenters. And then when we get to the testimony portion of the bill, which candidly is going to be later this afternoon, would of course just ask folks who are testifying to state and spell their name for the record. The testimony will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. And as indicated on the agenda, testimony will be permitted in person here in Carson City and also at the Grant Sawyer Building in Las Vegas. There is a very likely scenario that we'll have to limit the amount of total testimony to be able to get through it. I don't know what limit that will be right now. We'll have to assess where we are in terms of question and the presentation. And then I wanted to note as well that for those who cannot be here in person to testify, we do have an option to send an email. And so on the agenda, there is an email address, and I will note that for the record as well. Anyone who wants to provide public comment, testimony in support, opposition, or neutral to this concept can send an email to the following email address. It is ASM as in Mary, COW @asm.state.nv.us. If you send an email there, it will be made part of the official public record of today's hearing. It will go up on our Nellis electronic system, and you have 48 hours after we're done with the hearing to submit that comment in writing. So I believe that was a fair and equitable way to make sure that anybody who wants to weigh in has an opportunity to weigh in. And again, that information is available on the agenda. So the plan, just so committee members know, is we have our presenters here with us, and we're going to invite them down to the table in a moment to present the informational presentation on economic development and stadium infrastructure projects. After they're done presenting, we'll start questions. We are going to break at about 12:45, so we have about an hour and a half. That break will be for lunch and for anyone who wishes to attend a bill signing that's happening at 1 o'clock over at the governor's office. And we'll plan to be back here at 1:30. So we're going to try to keep that to a real 45-minute break so we can get through all of this today. So with that, I think we are ready to begin our presentation. So I would invite Mr. Aguero and Mr. Hill down to the table here, and anyone else you might have with you at the moment, down to the table here in the assembly chamber, and we'll give you an opportunity to make the presentation about the current status of this project and any amendments that have been discussed, and then we'll have an opportunity for some questions. So thank you two for being here. I know you've worked a lot of long hours over the last couple days, and that you came just from the Senate as well. So appreciate you being here, and whenever you're ready, please go ahead and start.
Chair Yeager, members of the committee, my name is Steve Hill. I am the CEO of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, as well as the chairman of the Las Vegas Stadium Authority. I want to thank you for your time today and your time over the past week. We are very excited about this project. We feel that it is another great opportunity for Las Vegas and for the state of Nevada to continue to drive the momentum in the tourism and hospitality industry, to complete our claim as the sports and entertainment capital of the world, and to really bring another spotlight to Las Vegas and help drive this industry forward. We are going to work hard to make sure that you feel, as you look back on your time here, that this has been time well spent. We very much appreciate all of the time, all of the input that all of you have provided to us over the past number of weeks. We feel that there are three really tangible benefits to this project and this bill. The first is that it is a jobs bill. It is going to create thousands of jobs for Las Vegans and Nevadans. They are great jobs. A vast majority of those will be covered by collective bargaining agreements. This is a jobs bill. This is also an exceptional investment for both the state and the county. For every tax dollar that is invested, and we are counting both the tax dollars that will be repaid as well as the tax dollars that won't in that statement, there will be 3 times as much tax revenue coming back to the state and local governments as will be invested. And the third really tangible benefit, and you'll hear more from this as we make our presentation, and we've worked closely with you during this process, you will have what is a national model for community benefit agreements. The A's have made significant commitments. The work that is in the law and is in the community benefit commitment that the A's have will be followed by many across the country. So we're excited about the opportunity to be here. I want to welcome Mr. Aguero. We also have Yolanda King, who has helped us with this community benefit process, and Catherine Aker, who will join us here from the A's. Presentation has 6 sections, and you will hear from all 4 of us throughout this presentation. The first is just a project overview. I think by now all of you know what the project is. It is a 9-acre site. That site is now designated in law, as well as committed by the A's and Bally's at the Tropicana site at the southeast corner of Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard. The stadium will be at least 30,000 seats, maybe a little bit more than that. It will be at least a $1.5 billion investment in total, not less than $1.1 billion of that by Mr. Fisher and the Fisher family and the A's. You know where the site is. There are a couple of maps that exhibit that. There's a map on page 7 that shows the major sports complexes in that area: T-Mobile Arena, Allegiant Stadium, and the proposed A Stadium at the Tropicana site, which is a unique size. It is obviously more than 10,000 seats larger than T-Mobile Arena, certainly larger than that than the other arenas in the area, and then significantly less large, less in size than Allegiant Stadium at 62,000 seats. See a couple of different renderings. This is going to be the greatest location for a baseball park in the United States. There's just no better place to both take in a game and have an experience around a game than at the intersection where this stadium will be. There's a project timeline on page 11. There are obviously many more topics that could be addressed on this timeline, work that will need to be done between these milestones. But if the legislation's approved here in 23, Major League Baseball will approve the move to Las Vegas for the A's this year as well, and soon we think. Construction will begin toward the end of 2024. That has been delayed a little bit because of this site and the requirement that the current structure on that site will need to be demolished before construction of the stadium can start. Construction will be completed certainly by early 2028, and the stadium will be ready to host the A's for the 2028 season in the spring of that year. This will be, on page 12, you can see the smallest ballpark in Major League Baseball. That is a trend that is continuing in baseball. making stadiums smaller. The upper ring of a stadium is both the most expensive seats to build as well as the least occupied. The stadium is sized to the projected attendance at the games, which is in the 27,500 fans per game. So the stadium has been sized to balance with that. And that 27,500, as you'll hear a little later, is about the average of Major League Baseball attendance currently. I'll turn it over to Mr. Aguero for the funding structure.
Chair Yeager, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Jeremy Aguero. I'm going to walk through the funding structure with you. I also want to echo Mr. Hill's thanks for your patience, attention, and assistance. I'm going to be walking through the bill as amended. As that was the request, I can certainly highlight some of the amendments as we go, but the slides that have been provided to you reflect all of the amendments that are included in the current working draft of Senate Bill 1. Mr. Hill talked about what is on slide 14, which is the general breakout of the cost. Right now, the estimated cost of the project is about $1.5 billion, with the A's contributing $1.1 billion, which will be substantial, more than any private investment in a Major League Baseball ballpark in history, and then the state contributing up to $380 million. It's important to point out here that in the event that the project cost comes in over expectations, the state has exactly zero potential liability associated with that. The A's take 100% of the risk relative to the development of the project and the operations of the project overall. On the next slide, slide 15, you see the general overall structure, if you will, for the way the project is to be funded. At the top is exactly what Mr. Hill talked about before. In the second set of dark blue rectangles, you see the same thing I just talked about in terms of the allocations to get us to $1.5 billion. The light blue sections is where we get the elements that the public contribution is how it's made up. The first is the creation of a sports and entertainment improvement district. The second is the use of transferable tax credits. And the third is the Clark County Development Agreement credit. The first of those is the one that we've spent quite a bit of time talking about over the past few weeks, and that's the creation of a sports entertainment improvement district. Essentially, the county will issue general obligation bonds that will be supported by a set of revenues: sales tax, live entertainment tax, payroll taxes, commerce taxes, and there are about 17 taxes that are identified in the legislation as it's currently drafted. Some of them we don't have information or enough information about the project to be able to estimate how much those revenue yields will be, but the idea is whatever revenues are generated by the project will be reinvested in the project and will be utilized for the repayment of those general obligation bonds that will be issued by the county. You'll notice that underneath the first of those light blue boxes, there's a few gray boxes that are included in there. This is the security or the additional security for those bonds that are issued. The first is a 2-year reserve. The first of those reserves is issued at the time the bonds are issued. So it's funded, I should say, at the time the bonds are issued at average annual debt service. So at the point at which the bonds are issued, there's a full year's worth of debt service that has to sit into a bank account. The second of those is paid out of the waterfall. We'll talk about the waterfall in a moment, but the additional revenue that is created by the project, some of that revenue will be utilized to fund a second year's reserve. So 2 full years we expect by the end of the construction phase of the project will be sitting in a bank account. The second of those dark gray areas is the concept of coverage. The Senate Bill 1, as amended, requires 2 times coverage, which means that for every $1 that is available for the payment or dedicated to the principal and interest payment on the bonds, a full another dollar has to be available toward the project. Half of that will come from cash coverage, that's shown there. The second half will come from the creation of a state backstop or a state line of credit, a credit enhancement that will be there. Therefore, there will be $1 available for every $1 that is required to make the scheduled principal and interest payments. Beyond that, we have transferable tax credits. The bill, as originally brought forward, contemplated $180 million of transferable tax credits, 90 million of which would be potentially refunded through the waterfall. That has been amended in the bill to be $180 million worth of transferable tax credits and $120 million that are potentially refundable. Finally, we have the Clark County Development Agreement credit that's shown on the far right-hand side. The project specifically requires that the A's work with the host jurisdiction, in this case the county, to make sure that there's sufficient revenue available for infrastructure, transportation, parking, utilities, the safe and efficient use of the airport. All have to be accounted for there. Those are going to come with costs that are not currently included in the $1.5 billion project estimate, and the county has agreed to provide a $25 million credit toward those costs overall. In addition to that, we talk about what happens in terms of, there's been a lot of conversation about this waterfall that exists. The waterfall, as amended, will be shown in a moment on slide 16 in the packets that have been provided to you. That waterfall has a number of steps to it. The first is obviously to pay the principal and interest on the bonds. The second is to fund the operations of the stadium authority up to $1 million per year. The third is to provide supplemental maintenance and operation costs in the event that the hopefully very unlikely event that the A's fail to meet their obligations. The Stadium Authority Board is allowed to use those revenues to operate the stadium or put it in a state where it can be sold or used otherwise. There's an allocation to the second year reserve that I mentioned earlier. There are repayments of any draws to the credit line that we talked about, the credit enhancement, or if any of the reserves are utilized. That is to say, if the credit reserve the credit enhancement is needed as additional revenue is generated by taxes, that has to be paid back through that waterfall. There's a $5 million capital reinvestment back into the project that's included, and then there is a split between the county and the state relative to funds that are used to repay the transferable tax credits or fund a homeless prevention and assistance fund through Clark County. For the first $45 million that are available for repayment, that split is 90-10, with 90% going to the state for the repayment of the transferable tax credits and 10% allocated to the Homeless Prevention and Assistance Fund. Anything above 45 million to 120 million goes 80% to repay the transferable tax credits and 5 million, and then the 20% to pay up to $5 million a year toward the Homeless Prevention and Assistance Fund. After that, there's a residual. Any money that falls all the way to the bottom of that ultimately is utilized for really three purposes. One is the early defeasance of the bonds. Two is capital reinvestment back in the project. And number three is infrastructure in and around the project, is if it's needed. Again, the expectation here is that if the project overperforms, there should be additional funds utilized for the repayment of transferable tax credits or money flowing in, additional funds flowing in to the Homeless Assistance Fund overall. The next slide, slide 17, looks at the opposite scenario. What happens if revenues come in under expectations? The first is that the cash coverage that exists, you'll recall that we talked about 2 times coverage. Half of that 2 times coverage is additional estimated revenues from the taxes that are directed into the sports and entertainment district. That extra money is the first line of defense and will be utilized to pay the principal and interest on the bonds. If those dollars were insufficient, the next would be that the A's would tap the credit line that's provided by the state, the credit enhancement, up to 0.5 times of the amount of the principal and interest payments on the bonds. Assuming that was fully utilized, the first year reserve would be needed. Assuming that was fully utilized, the second year would be utilized. And if all of those reserves were utilized, what is essentially about 4 years worth of zero revenue being generated by the project, it would be the full faith and credit of the county that would be utilized to make sure that the bond holders were made whole. On slide 18 is a funding comparison that's been discussed somewhat, and I've alluded to this throughout my comments to you today. And that is on the far right-hand side is what the stadium that's before you looks like today relative to the deal structure. 25% public, 75% private funding, which is competitive, if not superior, to the vast majority of other stadiums, baseball stadiums that you see here. In addition to that, you'll notice that the $1.1 billion that's being put in by the A's substantially larger than almost frankly, every stadium that's shown on our schedule here. The next slide, slide 19, looks at a comparison between the size of the market and the share of public funding. And you'll notice that the A's stadium is in the bottom left-hand quadrant, but stadiums that are built in smaller markets, which are shown in the top left-hand quadrant of the schedule, have a tendency to get larger amounts of public funding. That is not the case here. In the case here, this is a smaller market, meaning there are fewer corporations to sell suites to, a smaller media market, and it is also proposed to receive, less public funding overall. The next slide is slide 20, which shows the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District. One of the elements that was amended into the bill in a couple of places essentially makes it clear that the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District and the stadium site itself, which largely overlap and in many cases will be the same thing, right, cannot include a hotel casino, a motel, or any type of accommodation, and it cannot include a licensed gaming establishment. What is shown here is the site where the Tropicana exists. Also in the amendment is the requirement that the project be constructed on this site, on the southeast corner of Tropicana Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard in Clark County, Nevada. The project itself, as Mr. Hill alluded to, will require about 9 acres. The expectation is that the Tropicana will be demolished and that the balance of the site will at some point be redeveloped in some type of hospitality use. That said, what you see here is where the stadium will be and where the Sports and Entertainment District will largely be focused. This slide is 21. I will apologize in advance for the number of words on this slide. I tried to make it more brief in terms of its structure, but I thought that some of these points were really important in thinking about what the public's position is relative to the deal that's being provided to you today. The first of those is that the A's put the first money in and the public puts the last money in. The A's are required to dedicate the land on which the stadium will be constructed and put the first $100 million of the project in. They will have substantial equity invested in the project before the first public dollar makes it into the project. In addition to that, it is the last $50 million of the project that is funded by the public. If there are cost overruns, if the project is delayed for some reason, that is the sole responsibility of the A's, and they will have to make up that difference before any additional public money gets put into the project, and the project must be closed out before such time as the final $50 million is put into the project. The second of the elements that's included here is the non-relocation agreement. Right? What this essentially says is that the A's are required to enter into an agreement to not leave for 30 years. If they violate that agreement at any point in the next 30 years, they are required to pay off the bonds, and they are required to pay off any of the then outstanding refundable, transferable tax credits that exist. In which case, if that were to take place, the Stadium Authority Board in that case would own a stadium free and clear. The A's, I suppose, can leave, but their money will stay in the state of Nevada. In terms of the conservative bonding requirements, I think this is particularly important as we go through this. We have worked diligently with Clark County, and I want to express my thanks to Clark County and the staff in particular for going through this. They are tireless advocates for making sure that the structure of this deal is sound and is fiscally responsible. 2 times coverage, $2 allocated for every $1 that is available, 2 years worth of coverage. There's been a lot of conversation, I'm sure we'll talk about it more today, about some of the projections that underlie some of the estimates that are provided here. And I look forward to all of those questions. But I do want to make sure that something is clear. These are projections that were originally created by the A's based on their knowledge of the team and based on their conversations with other Major League Baseball stadiums. They then worked with a company called CSL. CSL, also sometimes referred to as Legends, is the foremost expert anywhere in the United States. As a matter of fact, I don't know anyone that's even their competitor relative to doing estimates and doing feasibility analyses for stadiums and arenas. They're the ones that prepared the projections. And as a matter of fact, the A's actually went through a process to essentially moderate or bring down some of those projections, including spending estimates. Those projections were then reviewed by our firm, Applied Analysis, and some adjustments were made. They were reviewed by Goldman Sachs. They were reviewed by Hobbs, Ong, and Associates. The Clark County then retained Public Financial Management, often referred to as PFM, to do another review of the document in which they reviewed all of the estimates that were ultimately provided by the model that we provided to them and determined that they were reasonable. I believe that is the case. I look forward to any further conversations, but certainly the county made sure that the exercise here went through everything in as detailed a way as possible. With that, I appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Hill for governance and oversight.
Thank you, Jeremy. As you know, the Stadium Authority Board was created in the 2016 special session to oversee Allegiant Stadium and make sure that the state and local governments receive the benefit of the law that was passed in 2016. That is the same concept that is currently in this bill. That Stadium Authority would provide oversight over the baseball stadium and make sure that the state and local governments, the citizens of Nevada, receive the benefit of what's intended by this bill. There are three, and really maybe four, primary agreements that the Stadium Authority enters into with what we call the developer partners, which is the A's and their partners in the development of the stadium events company, which is the A's and potentially a company that they bring along as either a partner or a subcontractor to operate the stadium. And then and that would be a lease, a lease with that organization. And then with the A's themselves, it is the non-relocation agreement that Mr. Aguero referred to, as well as the community benefit agreement that would be directly with the A's that you'll hear more about here shortly. On the next page, the Stadium Authority Board is currently made up of 9 members, 3 of whom are appointed by the governor, 3 of whom are appointed by the county commission. 1 is appointed by UNLV, and then those 7 members appoint 2 additional members to the Stadium Authority, taking into consideration currently the recommendations from the Raiders. On the next page, you see what is proposed as changes to that. That would include 2 additional appointments, one by the Speaker of the Assembly, the other by the Majority Leader of the Senate. And the other change in this process would be that the 2 ad hoc appointments, one would be taking into consideration the recommendation of the Raiders, the other would be taking into consideration the recommendation of the A's. The Stadium Authority has a number of different responsibilities, some of which are outlined on this page. We are a public body. We are subject to the open meeting law. We are subject to public records requests and all of the laws that go along with being a public entity. We own and oversee the stadium and the land that the stadium is built on and the land that is around and supports the stadium. We are responsible for those 3 documents that I referenced, the development agreement, the lease, and the non-relocation agreement, as well as the community benefit agreement. It will be an agreement with the A's. And there are a number of other documents that support these, but those are the primary agreements that the Stadium Authority Board is responsible for. We manage the waterfall money, and those are the buckets that Mr. Aguero explained. When there is more tax revenue collected than is necessary to pay the bonds, there are prescribed ways to utilize those additional funds. The Stadium Authority does not have discretion to change those parameters. We do have, as is noted here, responsibility for approving a maintenance plan for the stadium, for approving a budget to make sure that that maintenance is actually done for the stadium. So we do have some discretion inside of those buckets of money. We do not have discretion to change where that money goes. And then we are also responsible for arbitrating any disagreements that may come up between UNLV and the Raiders. In terms of other project elements, I'll mention one thing first. The Aviators, that play at the ballpark in Summerlin, are the AAA minor league affiliate of the A's. They will not be required to move. They will continue to play in the ballpark. It provides really great synergy for the team. Their minor league team is right there with them. Also provides really a kind of a benefit to the community because you get to know players early, and as they move into the major leagues, you feel like you know them for a longer period of time. But the Aviators will be able to stay in Las Vegas moving forward. And Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I'd like to ask Ms. King and Ms. Aker to join us here to talk about the community benefit agreement. Thank you for being here with us, both of you.
Thank you both, and we'll welcome our two other presenters to the table. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole. And when you are ready, please proceed.
Good morning. I'm Chair Yeager and members of the committee. I am Yolanda King, and I'm here to discuss with you my role in the community benefits agreement, and wanted to first express my thanks to all of you whom I've met with over the past few months to discuss really what your desires are, what you'd like to see in a community benefits plan. As I met with each of you, I did explain the purpose of a community benefits plan, what types of benefits that are included in community benefits plans that are across the country. So I shared those ideas with you. And then next was to gain an understanding from each of you with regard to what you would like to see as part of the benefits that would be provided to our community, to our state. Some of the things that I have heard from you included to make sure that there is a construction workforce diversity, meaning that in the construction work, as part of that project, that we make sure that we include minorities, female, veteran, and disabled individuals. In addition to that, we discussed the stadium operations and making sure that there's diversity that's included as part of the workforce in the operations of the stadium. Again, that would include diversity of minority, women, disabled individuals, as well as veterans. Subcontracting and vendor diversity was also mentioned by many of you, and how important that is to ensure that there is diversity within your nonprofits, your small business organizations, or your vendors. We discussed what also was important to you was having a livable wage. So ensuring that the employees that are working either in the construction or the operation side of the house are paid at least a livable wage, and that there are also benefits, such as healthcare, that are also provided. Additionally, infrastructure was also a big concern for many of the members of the legislature. There was quite a bit of discussion on making sure that there's infrastructure to mitigate the intended traffic concerns that may come because of the stadium. We've talked about making improvements to community feels throughout the state of Nevada, particularly probably in the underserved areas, the rural and the urban underserved areas. And then any other impacts that the stadium may bring, what do we do in terms of infrastructure to mitigate those concerns? The community engagement. There was quite a bit of discussion on community engagement to make sure that the A's have are involved in the community and not just in the Southern Nevada community, but we talked about having their involvement throughout the state of Nevada. Team player participation, having ticket donations, participation in youth sports, as well as a very high priority of legislators was making sure that the team and the players participate as part of our educational programs throughout the state of Nevada. There was a discussion about including some form of art or having an art plan as part of the stadium authority. There was quite a bit of discussion on monetary commitment and what that looks like with the A's contributing some portion of some of the team's revenues that they receive back to the community. We talked about career development and scholarships and having internships. And also what was brought up on several occasions has to do with the accountability piece of it. There was discussion of having annual reporting of some sort that comes back not only to this body, but also to the Clark County Board of Commissioners, and having some sort of enforcement that would apply should the team not comply with the community benefits agreement. One thing I want to just kind of reiterate here is we're talking about the idea of the benefits that'll be provided to the community. This would be in the form of a binding agreement. So yes, we've talked about putting a plan together, but ultimately what ends up happening is that the plans that are outlined in terms of what the team will provide ends up being in a binding agreement. And so I think that's important. And so that's also whereby, you see the accountability, and should they not follow through with the binding agreement, that there's obviously legal actions that can take place as a result of not fulfilling the agreement. And so based on your feedback, what you do have in front of you is we have provided for you a term sheet of what the A's have minimally have stated that they will commit into the state of Nevada in terms of those community benefits. And next to me, I have Ms. Aker, who will provide for you what some of the benefits that they currently are providing. A lot of what has been mentioned from the members of the legislature in terms of what you want to see in a community benefit agreement aligns exactly with what the A's are currently providing in the community. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Aker.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Aker. I'm the Vice President of Marketing, Communications, and Community for the Athletics. I have been spending the last year or so in the community in Nevada and on a listening tour, making sure I understand what the needs are of the local communities and how a baseball team can really kind of come in and make some incredible benefits to the community. And as Ms. King said, I have a number of the engagement that's laid out in the term sheet is part of also the work that we already do currently in Oakland and the East Bay. And I'm here to highlight some of that work right now for you. First and foremost, the A's are committed to the following engagement if the team were to come to Nevada. We are committed to cash and in-kind support of $500,000 during the construction phase of the ballpark, and a minimum of $1.5 million to the community once the ballpark is operating. We are committed to complimentary tickets to community organizations and nonprofits, as well as a community suite for every game. We are committed to internships and scholarship programs for high school and college students throughout the state of Nevada. We also have a robust community engagement in the youth space, youth baseball and softball programming throughout the state, as well as education programs in literacy and STEM work. We will host awareness nights at the ballpark, and those are listed out, some of the ones that we currently do, and we will work with the community to find awareness nights that are important for us to also highlight. We'll have a nonprofit partner of the game. Currently have that where we highlight a nonprofit for every single game, and they get social media posts and in-game mentions and kind of awareness and tabling opportunities. Our players and our staff will also be out in the community volunteering and giving back, in addition to the cash contributions that we will make. I think that's it. Thank you.
And Yolanda King for the record. A lot of the discussions that we've had today, we have extended and amended the current SB 1 to include at a very broad level some details of what the community benefits agreement will look like. So you will see that, and Mr. Guerrero will go over, the fine points of what that looks like. But just wanted to reiterate that as part of that agreement, either through the term sheet or through what is noted in the amended SB 1, it will cover the development and the diversity of what it looks like for construction and operations, as well as, the workforce standards for small businesses and vendors and nonprofits. It does include a cash and an in-kind support of the community benefits. It also includes an additional $500,000 like during the construction phase. So there will be dollars dedicated, as part of the community benefits agreement prior to the opening of the stadium. The agreement is intended to be reviewed every 5 years. Many of you had discussed, or we discussed, that generally the term of an agreement aligns with the term of the bond. So it's a 30-year agreement typically. And so you will want to take a look at and review that agreement every 5 years, particularly because the needs of the community obviously can change in a matter of, a couple of years, 5 years, definitely over a 30-year period. So there will be that 5-year inclusion or review of the actual plan. The oversight committee that's responsible for the implementation as well as the compliance of the agreement, their meetings will be open, subject to open meeting law. There's a community suite that will be dedicated by the A's with the intent of purposes of fundraising. I've discussed the infrastructure investments, and I've also discussed internships, scholarship programs, and then lastly, the enhanced reporting. Please note that on the actual oversight committee, that language has been amended to include the appointments from the governor's office, from the Senate Majority Leader, as well as a Speaker of the Assembly. So they would receive 1 appointment each, and then 2 from the County Commission, as well as 2 from the Stadium Authority. So that would make up the oversight committee that would be responsible for ensuring implementation and compliance of the plan. So Chair, those are all my comments, and I would like to turn this back over to Mr. Hill and Mr. Aguero.
Thank you, Ms. King and Ms. Akers. Welcome back to the table, Mr. Aguero and Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Steve Hill. Obviously, the stadium would be built on the southeast corner of Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard. It's an important intersection in Las Vegas. It's on the most iconic street in the country. Traffic considerations are important and have been taken into consideration. There is certainly more work that will be done. I will start by pointing out, and I think Mr. Aguero mentioned this earlier, there is a high impact project process that County Public Works, and really more than just Public Works, but led by Public Works, goes through for every major project that is built in Clark County. This project will qualify for that process. It's an amplified process to make sure that the considerations that need to be thought through are done very thoroughly. So Kimley Horn, the engineering company that is the traffic engineer in Las Vegas, has done a traffic study in this area. That work was important to get to this point, but the work then with the county, once this bill is actually passed and this project can move forward, will complete that exercise and make sure that all the topics that need to be considered are. This intersection will allow for the baseball stadium with the highest walk-in traffic anywhere in the United States. We believe that about a third of the attendees, really for any event, whether it's baseball or others, will be able to walk and will walk to attend events in that stadium. There's already quite a bit of work that is happening on Tropicana, particularly the work expanding the intersection at Tropicana and I-15. The northern phase of that project will be complete by the end of this year. The southern phase of that project will be complete, a year and a quarter after that, something like that, but certainly well in advance of the stadium being open. It's a really helpful added capacity that's will take place there at I-15. On the east side of the stadium, near UNLV and Thomas and Mack and the entrance to the airport, there's another major project that is contemplated that is intended to start well prior to the stadium being open, that will add additional capacity on Tropicana as well. The project and the site benefits from having Reno Road run around what is currently the Tropicana site, which is a 36-acre site, 9 of which will be the stadium. That road allows access to the site from the south, from the east, and from the north down Koval, and Koval turns into Reno as it crosses Tropicana, so that you can access that site off of Reno without having to go through the intersection of Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard. The only time you would actually have to cross the strip is if you were coming directly from the west on Tropicana. It's capable of being accessed without doing that from every other direction. The monorail currently stops at MGM, which is right across the street from where this project would be. As many of you probably know, there are park and rides for virtually every major event, every major sporting event in Las Vegas. We do that for Raiders games, we do it for Knights games. In partnership with RTC, we would do that here as well. And this, on that intersection, there's about 20,000 parking spaces just on the properties that directly are on the Tropicana Las Vegas Boulevard intersection in structured parking. Well more than would be needed for any event that would happen in a 32,000 seat stadium. And this stadium will be the first stadium built in the Loop era in Las Vegas. This is just a rendition of what is being worked on now. The design work is being done for this. This will allow underground access. It will connect ultimately to parking garages at Mandalay Bay. It will the Boring Company is purchasing, it's been approved by the Regents, land near the Thomas and Mack, where they will construct the stadium and be able to connect UNLV students to Allegiant Stadium was the original thought, so that it would be easier for them to attend games at Allegiant Stadium, but it passes right by this site. And this site was intended to be included in that loop area and certainly will be moving forward. Mr. Guerrero also talked about the process for putting together the numbers that are in this presentation regarding the number of events that will be held at the stadium, the attendance at those events, and then ultimately the taxes that are generated because of all of that activity. You mentioned that Legends put those numbers together. Legends put numbers together for the Allegiant Stadium project. And as he said, I'm not sure who I'm sure there's competition out there. We're just not aware. But Legends does just a vast majority of the work in this field. In this, their projection is for 3 additional sporting events and 5 concerts per year at this stadium. And while Legends is great, our staff at the LVCVA knows more about special events in Las Vegas than Legends does. That is an exceptionally conservative number. We will have more events in the stadium that are sporting events, concerts, other types of events, events that our trade show customers want to have. They have many of our trade show customers or corporate events that are in Las Vegas need places for the 30, 40, 50,000 people that they bring to Las Vegas for those events, to have keynote speakers, to have additional places to display. Those events will be at the stadium as well. When those events are ticketed, they are functionally, because of the makeup, because of different tax structure for baseball than there are for other types of events, particularly around LET, those additional events are worth about three and a half baseball games in terms of tax generation. So to put it a different way, if we had just 8 more concerts or sporting events at the stadium, it would be equivalent to reducing baseball attendance down to about 50% of the capacity rather than 85% of the capacity. We think that is likely on the special event side. I will turn it over to Mr. Guerrero.
Chairman Yeager, members of the committee, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I'm now going to jump us forward to slide 36 and talk a little bit about some of the stadium impacts. We're going to talk about impacts in terms of economic impacts, jobs, wages, and salaries, economic output. We're going to talk about fiscal impacts in terms of taxes that are collected. We're also going to have, I guess we've already had a conversation, or you all had a conversation already relative to some of the social impacts associated with the project. But much of what makes this project different than similarly situated baseball stadiums around the United States is the fact that Southern Nevada welcomes 40 million visitors every year. Those visitors get on a plane, they get on a car, they come to Las Vegas, and they spend money in our hotels, going to shows, eating in our restaurants, gambling in our casinos. We believe that about the total attendance at the stadium will be about 2.6 million people each year. Of those 2.6 million, about 30% will be folks from out of town. About 762,000 of the attendees at events at the stadium will not be residents of Southern Nevada. Among those, from an economic impact standpoint, we only consider incremental visitation. And that incremental visitation is someone who says, I would not have come to Las Vegas otherwise. I wouldn't have made that extra trip. I wouldn't have come for the first time to see it if it wasn't for the event, whether a concert, a baseball game, or other special event that's being held there. I would not have come otherwise. That number is just under 16% of the total visitation, or total attendance, at the stadium. I believe we were conservative relative to Allegiant Stadium. They've outperformed those numbers. I believe we're probably conservative here, but this is based on a number of things. Profiles of other baseball stadiums around the country where they have draws of folks coming in from 100 miles or more. 15,000 surveys being put in the field, including folks from the American League West and what their willingness was to travel. And then we have tremendous information relative to what Allegiant Stadium is doing today and what T-Mobile is doing today or what the MGM Grand Garden is doing today in terms of putting on a concert and what, for example, and what share of the folks that are in there. So again, we do believe that about 405,000 of those attendees each year will be incremental visitors. There are 3 types of stadium economic impacts that I'll talk to you about briefly today. The first is construction impacts. These are one-time impacts that come from the construction of the facility itself. The second are annual operational impacts that come from the operations of not only the Major League Baseball team, but also the stadium itself. And then the incremental visitation. Again, I'm not thinking about all visitation here. I'm only thinking about those incremental 405,000 incremental visitors. From a construction impact standpoint, what I'm showing here up on the slide is direct, indirect, and induced. Direct employees are those that get their paycheck from working on the construction. Indirect employees are those that work for suppliers when you buy concrete or steel or wood or anything else that goes into the project. And the third is induced. And that's when an employee of the project takes their paycheck back to their neighborhood and they spend it in a restaurant or a grocery store or a doctor's office. The folks that work in those facilities, at least some portion of their position is dependent upon that expenditure by that employee. We look at those one-time construction impacts. It's about 14,000 person years of employment. Important distinction. This is one person employed during 1 year during the construction. The estimated timeline for the construction is roughly 3 years. We've estimated this not based on $1.5 billion, but based on $1.2 billion, and an estimate that about 50% of the project will be split between labor and capital. The way we got to the employment numbers is simply by looking at the amount of labor on the project and dividing it by the average wage per employee that's in the construction industry, about $66,000 per employee per year. In reality, the average wage per employee is likely to be higher because this analysis was done before the project entered into an agreement with the building and trades union, which is likely to put upward pressure probably in the $75,000 to $80,000 per employee range. In terms of total economic output, $2.1 billion is expected during the construction phase of the project. A little less than every $1 invested in the project leads to another dollar that's spent somewhere else throughout the community. In the center portion of the slide that you're looking at are the operational impacts, stadium and team. Right? We expect, and these include full-time and part-time employment, which is important here because many of these employees are covered by the culinary union because of the agreement that's put in place. As a matter of fact, the estimate is about 90% of the employees at the stadium will be covered by the collective bargaining agreement. From that perspective, if a person works 2,000 hours, that's great. If a person works 1,000 hours, they're also expected to work another 500 hours at the convention center or at other stadiums or somewhere else, getting them to a higher share overall. But in total, we expect about 8,000 total jobs, full-time and part-time, direct, indirect, and induced, resulting from the project. Wages and salaries total about $440 million, and economic output every year of the operation at about $1.3 billion. If we take those 405,000 incremental visitors that we talked about before, and we look at how much they spend when they're in our community, they're going to generate about $571 million a year on average during the 30-year operations of the facility that will be spent somewhere in our community, spent on rooms and food and beverage and everything else, transportation and the like. A total amount of wages and salaries about $326 million a year, and a combined economic impact of about $900 million annually, again, on average throughout the 30-year life of the project. If we look at it in terms of the fiscal impacts as opposed to the economic impacts, it's the same three major categories. It includes one-time construction impacts, about $39 million during the 3-year construction timeline. Operational impacts of about $17 million a year for sales tax, modified business tax, other taxes that are included there. Respecting the fact that property tax, the project is owned by the public, the property taxes are abated throughout the term. And then finally, the incremental visitation. We take that $571 million that's spent directly and the other dollars that flow through our economy, but this only focuses on the direct element associated with that. Gaming tax, sales and use taxes, room taxes, and many other taxes, live entertainment taxes, are generated as a result of those expenditures and are estimated at about $36.5 million overall. Mr. Hill mentioned that the project generates about $3 in tax revenue for every $1 that is utilized for essentially the tax incentive toward the A's. You're seeing that here. A portion of those annual operations revenue is the principal and interest payment, and then that waterfall that we talked about, the coverage that we talked about. The incremental visitation, none of that inures to the benefit of the A's. That is the benefit of developing a project in a community that welcomes 40 million visitors every year. The incremental visitation leads to incremental tax revenue, which is demonstrated here. The taxes that are intended to be included, as we'll talk about potentially as we walk through the bill, are all included here. The model has only been done to include a handful of those: sales tax, payroll taxes, commerce taxes, and live entertainment taxes, because we have the ability to do that based on the structure of the financial model that exists today. Liquor taxes, local government business license fees, franchise fees on energy would all also inure to the benefit of the project, allowing it to have a greater diversity of revenues and ultimately providing security for bonds that would be issued by the county. With that, Chair Yeager, that's the completion or the culmination of our prepared remarks. If it would please the committee, I'd be happy to do a quick overview of the sections by the bill. If you prefer that we don't do that, I'm happy to do that as well, but whatever's appropriate for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Aguero. I think at this point, in the interest of time, we will go to questions instead. And members do have a copy of the mock-up. So if there are specific questions about specific sections of that mock-up, I would ask you to refer to that. Before I open it up for questions, though, I did want to note one thing I forgot to say in my opening remarks. The email address that was listed on the agenda as one where folks could send comments, I did get some information yesterday that folks were receiving an automatic reply from that email indicating the mailbox was not being monitored. That was a mistake, so that has been turned off, and I can assure you that every email that's been sent there starting yesterday and beyond has been received and will be made part of the record. So I wanted to make that clear for anyone who still has some confusion about that. So we are going to start with questions from the committee, and committee members, if you can just light up your speak button on the screen, and I see lots of them lighting up right now. I would ask you to all to be patient as we work our way through. We're going to have about 25 minutes for questions before we break and come back. So let's see who's going to be our lucky first person to ask a question. Why don't we go to Assemblyman Watts?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the presentation. There's a lot to consider and appreciate some of the work that's been done with regards to the amendments. I guess one of the things that I've talked about before and that I guess I'll focus on with my first question is around the community benefits agreement. And I know that others may need to come down to answer questions related to that. I appreciate that there's been a little bit more laid out in this. I guess the big picture question I have is that I'm hoping to understand how this works, because now in statute we have a role for the Stadium Authority Board, a role for the Community Oversight Committee, and then there's also going to be a director position. And so I think the big picture question I have is, how do all of those play in? And you've got a 5-year statutory review by the board, but you're supposed to have this ongoing oversight by the director and the community advisory board. So just understanding better the roles and responsibilities of each of those entities and how collectively that ensures that that this is being carried out and that there's actually community voice involved in that process. And so that's kind of the main question. And then I guess specifically, what within that, what authority or what kind of teeth does that community oversight board have? It looks like ultimately they don't have any real discretion in designating where funds are going, as long as they're kind of within some of the various categories that are listed in the agreement. So I'm just really trying to understand what the agency that diverse group of people would have in actually helping guide and deploy the benefits of the agreement.
Assemblyman Watts, Yolanda King for the record. So the Stadium Authority is the party to the agreement. So ultimately the binding agreement lies between the team and the Stadium Authority. The Oversight Committee would include exactly what you just mentioned. And one of the reasons why we did not want to completely outline what the agreement would look like is the oversight committee would include gathering information from the public, because we've not gone through that process yet, and trying to understand, what are some of the feedbacks, or what can be some of the feedback from the public. So I would envision this being that there is input that's provided by the public with regard to benefits to the community that the public sees would be beneficial to us. That oversight committee gathers that information, and then you still have the process of going through and negotiating the agreement. So based on the public input, based upon these minimum commitments that are provided to you by the team, the stadium authority would then develop a formal agreement that would include that input from the community as well as the legislators, and put that into a formal agreement. The next step beyond that is, once you have an agreement in place, the oversight committee would then be responsible, obviously under the direction of the stadium authority, because that is who the agreement is with. They would have the responsibility of ensuring that the components of that agreement, that they're being adhered to, they're being complied to from the team, and there would be reporting from the oversight committee back to the stadium authority with regard to the implementation and the compliance of that agreement.
Thank you for that, and not going to ask a follow-up question. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work that has gone into this. I do still feel that some of the things that have come across in some of our discussions are not fully reflected, but I'll follow up with that offline. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. We'll go next to Assemblyman Hafen.
Thank you, I guess, Mr. Chair is what we're calling you today. And I want to thank you guys for being here and giving the presentation today. And so my question is, I live in Nye County, and we have seen a couple of tax abatements, tax credits that have been on the books that have actually ended up hurting our community and been a loss to our state. For one, the film tax credit, we've given out 22 million roughly in film tax credits, but we've only returned 6 million for a roughly $18 million loss to the state. The other one is the solar tax abatements. Currently, we are seeing companies come in, closing our public lands, impacting our economic development, especially when the off-road community, so they could sell power to California. And we're losing that tax revenue that the counties could be receiving. And so my question to you guys is that what you're claiming in the presentation is that this is going to be a net positive to the state as a whole. But why aren't we looking at some of these others, tax credits, tax abatements that have actually cost the state and cost the local communities, to shift the burden from what I'll call personal opinion losers to what you guys are claiming to be winners? And so that's my question to you is, if this is going to be positive, why not get rid of the negative and just shift everything over so we don't have another problem on our hands in the future? Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Assemblyman Steve Hill. We frankly don't have standing to answer that question. And we do know that this is going to be a good deal for the entire state. That return on investment will inure to the general fund here, will be able to be spent throughout the state. We know an awful lot about the tourism, hospitality, sports, and entertainment industry, and feel very comfortable saying this is an excellent deal for the state of Nevada.
Assemblyman DeLong.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate the presentation. I wanted to touch on your financial model, looking at that. I think focusing specifically on
Committee will come back to order.
page
Members, you will recall
slide
we were just in a work session. We've had
38.
time to go through
What sort
the
of
documents
financial
that were
stress
presented
tests
to
have you
us and
done
for
in your
members to
model?
ask questions.
And specifically
We have two
focusing on
proposed
attendance,
amendments. It's
because I
amendment
think that's
number
the big question we all
3001 and
have. The A's have not
3003.
been performing well.
There is one
Their attendance
technical
is low
change that needs to be
in
made to
Oakland. So have you done a
3001 for
stress
committee's
test on your
consideration, which we
model,
discussed with
looking at, let's say,
fiscal staff at the
25 or
end,
50%
which is instead of
less
the July
attendance
1st, 2024 date, it would be
from the
upon
from the
passage and approval,
games,
so those
not
funds can be
necessarily focusing
appropriated
on the other events?
out of
Thank you.
the current fiscal year.
Assemblyman DeLong, for the record,
With
Jeremy
that,
Guerrero.
members of the committee,
answer to
I
your
would
question
accept a
is
motion
yes.
to
We've
amend
done
due
a
pass
stress test.
with
The
both
analysis
amendments
that I mentioned
3001
early
and
on,
3003
that was
with the
done
one
by
change that I
PFM,
noted to the date
looked
for the
at,
appropriation.
sort of,
Senator
10,
Dondero
20,
Luke.
25%.
So moved with the
Exactly
stated
number of stress
changes
tests
to the
in
amendments.
terms of
Senator Lang.
reduction. We
Have
ran
a motion
stress
and
tests,
a second.
at everything
Any
from
discussion
95%
from the committee?
revenue all the way down to 50% revenue.
Seeing none, all those
with
in
and
favor,
without,
please signify by
the
saying
increase
aye.
in,
Aye.
other
All those
events,
opposed?
at the facility, because
If
we
you are
also
any,
wanted
can you
to run
please raise
the
your
stress
hand
test sensitive
so that I can
because
make a record of that?
the LVC
Senators Wynn,
feels like
Neal,
we're underestimating the
Harris,
number of non-baseball
Gokachia,
events that would be
Spearman,
there.
Stone,
There's
and I
obviously,
believe
it's not
Senator
always
Scheibel.
linear, as you might imagine.
The
right? We
motion
bring in an
carries.
event that's a
Members
concert,
of the
for
committee,
example.
we will have amended
generates
to
live
pass
entertainment tax,
Senate Bill 1 with
where,
amendments number
baseball
3001 and
would not,
3003
for
with
example.
one change to the date of the
In
appropriation to
addition
be
to
on,
that,
upon
you've got
passage
other
and
things
approval.
that can
That
sort of
motion
move that
carries with the
needle.
majority
At
of
the end of the
the
day,
members of
we
the
dropped it all the
committee,
way down to 60%,
and that
even
will conclude our
still
work
above the
session at this
1-to-1
time.
coverage number.
Senator Lang.
Interestingly enough.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I move that the committee of the whole
differently
rise and report back to the Senate.
Less activity that
Senator
happens while we
Dondero
have
Luke.
war,
I
it
second.
actually ends up benefiting
You've all heard the
us
motion. Any discussion on the motion?
significantly because the value
Seeing none, all
from a
those in favor,
visitor
please signify by
standpoint
saying aye.
is greater
All those
from a tax
opposed?
perspective
Motion
than
carries
the value
unanimously. The
of a
committee of the whole is
residence
dissolved.
building
We will be in a
because
recess.
they stay in a hotel room and all of those type of things. And so what we found is wherever there's that trade-off that occurs, we can actually take that number down pretty far and still be generally okay from a bond perspective. Now, obviously, no one wants that to happen, but yeah, we stress tested it all the way down until it broke. Yes, sir.
We're going to go next to Assemblywoman Cohen, who I believe is joining us on Zoom. So please go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. So when I met with Ms. King, and I do appreciate it, Ms. King was the only person to meet with me about this project, except for someone from labor who dropped off a couple letters, 4 letters to be exact. But we talked about the community benefits plan, and the one thing that I stressed that I thought was important was a compliance monitor, an independent compliance monitor. So as I've looked through the amendment, I see that there's a compliance director, but it looks to me like they're beholden to the stadium authority. What happened to the possibility of getting an independence compliance monitor? And yeah, where are we with that? I'd like to see, again, someone who is independent and not beholden to the A's or the frankly, to the stadium authority. I think that's very important, especially since there is so much work that needs to be done on this plan. Can you please just address that, the independence right now?
Assemblywoman Cohen, Yolanda King for the record. The compliance director that you do see in the term sheet, that is the compliance monitor that you requested. We can probably put some language around that person being independent. So that is missing, but the compliance monitor is the director that was intended to do exactly what you just explained.
Okay, thank you. Yes, yeah, I don't care about their title, but yeah, I do think it's really important. So I think I'd ask for two things, that they are paid for by the A's, but that they are independent. So I do want that to be very clear that this person needs to be independent and not beholden to anyone except for the community. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Cohen. We'll go next to Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is on the economics of this deal. We are being in the nation, addressing summer school, addressing so many other things that we were told just a few days ago are not affordable. And so I want to make sure that we are actually going to get a positive return on our investment. To that end, I've done a lot of research, as have many of my colleagues out to economists. The Nevada Independent had a great article on this. There was a quote from J.C. Bradbury, who's an economist, who says, "Anyone who is telling you that there's an economic benefit to the stadium deal is lying. I've studied this deal to death. There's universal agreement. People will always say, but this one is different. Every single stadium deal I've ever looked at, people are saying this one is different, and they are always the same." There's other quotes from other economists. We know that 83% say that this is a negative investment. We know that 14% say that its positives don't really outweigh the negatives. So 3% say it's a good idea. And so my question is, if you're going against 97% of economists, what your qualifications are to dismiss 97% of economists. And so I just want to know who at your table has a PhD in economics and what your credentials are to allow you to dismiss them.
Sure. For the record, I'm assuming that's directed toward me. Assemblywoman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. No one sitting up here has a PhD in economics. I've spent my career studying this economy and this industry, and I'm more than happy to evaluate any other analyses that are there. I've heard a lot about what you said. Obviously, there's been a lot of chatter that's out there. I'm not aware of any of those folks that have done an analysis here in the state of Nevada, much less in Southern Nevada. And if they are, they're welcome to give me a call and we can have a conversation about our assumptions versus their assumptions as it relates. Not surprising to get all of this because I understand where this comes from and I want to be clear about this. Those analysts that look at stadiums and arenas around the United States are largely correct. And I want to be very clear about that. They are largely correct. If you build a stadium or an arena in a location that does not benefit from visitation, the way ours would, if we took out the 40 million visitors that come a year and the assumptions of how many of them are going to come because of this facility, it would have a negative fiscal and economic impact. Okay, so let me be clear about that. Beyond that, we got a lot of the same criticism from all of the same people around Allegiant Stadium. And so I pulled just a few of the articles that were written in 2016. October 2016 in the Reno Gazette-Journal quoted Roger Knoll, who's a Stanford economist, well-respected throughout. And he suggested the proponents are projecting nearly 33% tourist attendance when Knoll said that other teams never break single digits. He pointed to the Angel Stadium in Anaheim, California, which is close to Disneyland, yet still doesn't break double digits in terms of tourism attendance. The idea that the thing is going to pay for itself is because of a huge inflow of tourists is crazy. He was also skeptical of how many events the stadium would actually host outside of 16 Raiders and Rebels games. There's not a stadium in the country that has more than 4 or 5 that draws those kinds of people, Knoll said. Exactly what it is about the Las Vegas Stadium, unlike any other NFL stadiums, that's going to cause it to be used extensively for events that don't occur elsewhere. I would suggest that Allegiant Stadium, having done more than 40 events, I think over 3 million folks that are there, better than doubling the estimates in terms of the visitors that were there, suggests that the analysis that was done there was correct. Deadspin, May 2023. Another commentary relative to the whole thing. In order for this deal to be a direct transfer of in order for this direct deal not to be, a direct transfer of $750 million to Mark Davis, the numbers need to bear it out. The problem is they won't. So the issue becomes, how badly do the numbers miss their targets? The visibility of projects hinges on whether these stadium events actually draw tourists, and the notion that tourism will be a big part of it is just silly. It was something to convince local politicians that it was good for them. Every single thing that they made an assumption on has no prior evidence anywhere elsewhere, and question the argument that the new stadium would draw considerably more tourists to the desert. Why would they believe 500,000 who would never visit Las Vegas would suddenly show up because there was a football stadium? Again, more than doubling the estimates for those. Finally, the Las Vegas Sun on October 5th. In the end, if all of these wildly optimistic things happen, it is certainly possible that the stadium makes sense. But you have to have an unbelievable, ridiculous number of things to go right in order to do it. Assemblywoman, I've heard the criticism. I've seen it. I believe that when you look at what our state and our community has the ability to do, it sets us apart. And whether I'm in the minority of the 14% or the minority of the 3%, or you'd like to challenge my credentials or anyone else's to get it done, I will stand behind the analysis that's been done. And I'll stand behind the fact that the folks that have reviewed it are the foremost experts in the United States on visitor economics, or economics as they relate to stadiums: Goldman Sachs, Hobsong and Associates, PFM, and our firm. So I'm comfortable with it.
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, I will just add, to put a point on that, they were wrong when they made those comments 7 years ago. That stadium has performed from a visitation standpoint about 180% of what was projected at the time. So the benefits that we projected 7 years ago, we knew were enough to make that deal make sense. It has performed 80% better than that.
Thank you for that. So just to confirm, though, much like every other community, you're telling us that our community is different.
Assemblywoman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We'll have time for, I think, a couple more questions before we break. We'll go next to Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again for the presentation. I'm looking at the project funding structure is my question regarding this, and I see that we had the 180 million from the state, and it's gone from 90 million refundable to 120 million, so that is great. So now as I review that, I just wanted to confirm what we have now is basically a 60 million exposure for the state. Would that be correct?
Assemblywoman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I think the easy answer to your question is yes. There's also the credit enhancement that backstops the bonds, and so that obviously provides some exposure. And the only other thing that I would suggest to you is you've also heard the A's come up here today and say that they're willing to make a contribution of $500,000 a year during construction, and somewhere between 1.5 million and however much 1% of ticket sales to games are. I'd put that estimate at closer to 2 million times 30 years is another $60 million. So I don't know whether you net that off or whether you don't, but to your point, you're pretty close.
And then along with the funding structure here, the from the Clark County, the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District, that's $200 million there. Is that correct?
Assemblywoman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I don't think it's going to be quite $200 million from the Sports and Entertainment District. It could be that high, but right now it's estimated about $95 million on its own and about $125 million with the state backstop, allowing us to borrow more because the state is essentially giving us some more buying power with the dollars that are estimated for the district.
Mm-hmm. And are those bonds expected to be issued in total immediately or in stages?
Yeah. Assemblywoman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, great question. They'll be issued at a single point in time is the way that it's structured in the bill.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question pertains to Section 36, as to the makeup of the Stadium Authority, specifically as you, and it kind of parallels just kind of what you were talking about as more of the state's backstop here, and especially in light of Section 30 provisions that were added in what I guess is Amendment 1 mock-up. I don't think we have Amendment 2 before, so we're working off that one with respect to the treasurer's oversight. And I was curious why it is now that in Section 36, we are now removing the state treasurer from the Stadium Authority, but going ahead to leave the county treasurer, especially in light of the state being the backstop and all of the other mandates set forth in Section 30 that will involve our state treasurer.
Assemblywoman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. treasurer is critically important to this process. The credit enhancement, everything that's there, the treasurer makes important determinations throughout the bill relative to the sufficiency of funds. My understanding of why that amendment was requested was because in the section that you're mentioning, you'll also notice that it creates responsibility for the interim finance committee to provide affirmation, if you will, that there is a shortfall that needs to be made up from the line of credit. And so that particular appointment was unnecessary.
Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the presentation. I do appreciate the painstaking scenarios you went through to explain to us. My question actually has to do with Clark County. The question is, what happens if this is a default? What happens to the employees of Clark County, since I have a great number of them that lives in my district? You know, I want to make sure that there is a backstop. I want to make sure that those employees are not laid off or furloughed. So I want to know whether or not you had that conversation with Clark County when you went over all of this.
Assemblywoman Steve Hill. Just to start with, to put it in the financial aspects of this in perspective, $120 million of bonding is a lot of money. The payment each year when we start is in the $9 million a year range. Over the course of 30 years, that approximately doubles, I think. They have more than a $2 billion general fund. This is kind of a drop of the general fund that they are committing. And that $9 million, the state is taking the responsibility for half of that. That would be $4.5 million for the county and $4.5 million for the state in the event that no money in that district is collected at all. So this does not put other programs or employment at jeopardy.
Assemblyman Hibbets.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all the presenters. My question is, who owns or controls the sale or lease of naming rights for the stadium, and where does that money go?
Assemblyman Hibbins, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The naming rights are part of the contractually obligated income that inures to the benefit of the stadium itself. So in this particular circumstance, the A's would be the one that benefits from it.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Brown May.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to pivot, if you don't mind, for just one quick second. I'd like to hear from the A's relative to what their statement was. And I just would like a little bit of clarity around the listening tour. That was new information that I'd not heard prior to today, despite all the hearings that we've been watching. And I believe you stated you've been on a listening tour for the last year. So would you talk through a little bit of the data? What did you find? Where is that? What are the community members and what are the things they brought up? Do you have the data to support?
So I've been meeting with a number of community members and nonprofits throughout Nevada. Many of those came to recommendation through other individuals and people that we have worked with. And really what I try to do is just understand what their work is, what their mission is, what they focus on, how they work with corporate partners, how they work with the other professional teams. So it was really more of an introductory type of meeting, so I could really think about how we, if we come to Nevada, will do our community work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm curious to know if you have some of that data that you could share with us. I know that we are all interested in hearing that, as well as many of our constituents have weighed in on sort of what does this look like for us in our communities. And I think that would be helpful if we could see some of that data.
I apologize. I don't know if I understand your question because I believe, unless I'm mistaken, the data has been built into this community benefits agreement that Ms. King has been leading up that we've been supporting.
Okay, thank you. So then for clarification, you're talking about Ms. King's listening sessions relative to us and the development of the community benefits agreement, or did you do a separate listening session? And I don't really want to get into the meat of it. I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm just trying to really understand who are the community organizations that weighed in. Did you do roundtables in specific communities? Did you look at underrepresented communities? Did you look at minority communities? Did you look at the Native American tribes that we have? I mean, like, who weighed in to help you develop that beyond the community benefits agreement that we have in front of us that we've weighed in on? That's really what I'm looking for.
Sure. So we met with a number of organizations the types of organizations that we currently work with. So I met with food insecurity, so 3 Square. I met with us, and forgive me because I don't have the list in front of me, Spread, thank you, Spread the Word, to talk about their book literacy program, and we went to their warehouse to understand kind of how they're working in schools. We met with representatives from Ty's Place. I met with the Public Education Foundation to talk about the education things that we do there. I met with a number of Little League leaders because, again, our work is also going to include youth baseball and softball. I would like to say that the work is not done. Over the next year, additionally, if this does pass and move forward, we will be back in the community really doing the robust work. This was just the beginning, but what I tried to do was meet with a number of organizations across the different spectrums of the work that we already do: literacy, food insecurity, homelessness initiatives, and things like that.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate the detail, and I appreciate that you're continuing to work in the community benefits agreement and building those relationships. I think that's going to be essential as we go forward. As my colleague stated earlier, I believe question 1 was really around the community benefits agreement and building that relationship. It was a conversation I had with the owner of the A's a week ago relative to how do you show up and really participate in our community. I think we have an exceptional track record relative to that. I'd like to see that continue as we go forward. And I believe that we're not really there yet on the community benefits agreement. And so for me, that's where I'd like us to continue to work.
Yes, and I want to make sure there's an understanding that the work will not just be the community benefits. As an organization, we have a 501c3. We will do more above and beyond kind of what is required as part of the stadium and ballpark. It's the work that we will do initially as an organization, the core values that we believe in.
Thank you. And Ms. Aker, I know it's weird because I'm behind you, but if I could ask you and Ms. King, if you have the ability to maybe put together a list of the organizations you met with. I know we put you on the spot here, but I think that would be helpful for members. And then if members have suggestions going forward for other organizations that can be included, I think that would make sense to be able to do that. Obviously, I know you don't have that right now, but if it's something you could get to the committee of the whole, would really appreciate it.
Yes, I'll work on that during the break. And I apologize, I did not say my name every time, but hopefully for the record, Catherine Aker, the A's.
That's okay. That's really on me. I'm supposed to remind you. So I was intrigued by the answer as well. Committee, we are going to go into recess because we have hit 12:47 p.m. It is our goal to be back here at 1:30. I know this is the legislature. I know that's probably optimistic, but if we could try our best to grab a quick bite to eat, come back refreshed, and we will get to the rest of the questions. So we'll be back around 1:30, and until then, we are in recess.
Okay. We have this. Now we have to switch over. All right. Oh, boy. Okay. Recess. Hi, I thought I was calling the Nevada Legislature. Did I make a mistake? Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Yeah. A woman called me earlier this morning to answer my questions. I forgot her name. I just wanted to call and thank her, but also I had another question. Perhaps you could answer it. What it looks like the assembly is upcoming. It says on the YouTube live stream, and the Senate floor is now being marked to being in recess. But do you know, is that why is that? Another, I'm just asking a dumb question. Not only in terms of why it's back and forth, but in terms of what the timing is when they're coming back. That makes sense. No problem. Okay. Uh, okay, because I'm trying to. Is there? Let me ask, because my viewers are asking, how long is this expected to go on for? I mean, my thought is, yeah, I'll just answer the open ended because I don't know. Not that I just want. Yeah, my answer is then I don't know. I don't know. Is there a record set? Is there a record set for like longest special session in Nevada history or something like that? Or yeah, it'd be pretty interesting to find out. I'll look that up myself. So, um, okay, so this is one of those that could go on all night again. All right. There we go. All right. It's not. Someone reported that the bill is stalled, and I don't see the stalling. Is should not mean is it? But is it appropriate to say that it's stalling? Right. I mean, stalling means it's stalled. It's not going to go anywhere, as opposed to right, as opposed to being bicameral. You're going back from, you're. It looks like it's dual pass. You got the Senate going through its, and then the Assembly, and so on. That's what it looks like to me. But yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Hey, thank you for your time. All right. See ya. Yeah. Okay, see ya. Okay, update from the Nevada Legislature. Sorry about that. Update from the Nevada Legislature, I'll put it this way. They're saying that while they don't know how long this is going to go on for, it is wrong to say that it's stalled. Okay? It is wrong to say that it's stalled. And I think someone else put out that it's stalled, and that was wrong. It was wrong. There's no basis for that idea. You have a bicameral system. You have the Senate and you have the Assembly, and the bill is quite literally being handled simultaneously, and it's brought to a committee of the whole. But to say that it's stalled means it's stopped in one area and is not scheduled to go anywhere at all. That's not the case with this bill. It is not stalled. So I just want to put that out there for everybody. I mean, that's who reported that anyway. I saw that headline. I thought, what the blank? What's going on? Yeah, misinformation is spreading lies, Mark Thompson. And Oakland only gets urgent once the team is out the door. Yeah, that's true. Anyway, just want to leave that with you. Well, not leaving, but we have the Senate fourth session here, part 2, recess. And we have, let's see here. Let's see what's going on here. Nevada Legislature. Yeah, Senate floor session part 2 is still marked as the only live stream active, with the Assembly being the upcoming live stream at 5 o'clock, or about an hour. So there we go. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. All right. So Brody asked the question in a tweet. Okay. Was it a question or a statement? The person who called it stalled a reputation for spreading misinformation. Who did it, though? Who? 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 I'm asking who. Who? Oh, Brody asked the question. Brody asked if it was stalled? Okay. All right. Yeah. Says when he said they were stalling, they were working on the deal behind the scenes. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Boy. I could answer you, but you said you don't want to advertise for others. Okay, I'll hold to that. Fair enough. Fine. Where's Richard Hake when you need him? Maybe he's closer than one realizes. I don't know. All right. So any thoughts so far? It's recess? None? Let me see here. Yeah. Nothing happening. All right, let me check Twitter. I really wish there were 2 screens here. Maybe there are, and I just don't know it. Banners. Okay. This is example of a banner. Click on a banner to show it on a screen. I just did. Use banners to summarize your talking points and display calls to action. Create a banner. Add banner. Oh, the banner. Huh. Okay, you have any thoughts about what you've seen so far, folks? I'm asking. Yep. Yeah. The pride of capitalism, the price of capitalism. Al, I don't. Let me put it this way, Al. According to the representative I just talked to a few minutes ago from the legislation, nobody knows. Okay. Um, all I know is it's going on, but as to how long this is going to go on, if it's going to extend through the next day and the day after that, it may and it may not. Right now, I do not know. I do not know. Let's see here. My thoughts are in the last 5 years, I've lost the two teams I have been rooting for 48 of my 55 years, and that's because of the greediness of owners that made me not enjoy baseball and football. So, Steve, why don't you blame Oakland's government? That's my question. I mean, um, Steve Macy, why not blame Oakland's government? Just curious. I mean, I can't really say this about the greediness of owners either because, look, if the process were done like the city was supposed to do, they would have doled out more money to the athletics for Howard Terminal than is slated to be done in the Nevada context. So I can't see that it's greediness. I can't even see that. Okay. Steve says, actually, when I was going to type that, also do blame. Oh, yeah. I blame government entirely. I mean, because if I'm the Athletics and I'm being asked to pay for staff time for the city, and maybe even a negotiator on top of that, and we're negotiating the same things that we've negotiated last year, the year before that, the year before that, and the year before that, with no change, okay? With no change, then at some point it's time to press the stop button. And I can't press the stop button if they are consistently putting me through that gerbil wheel, hamster wheel, Groundhog's Day, right? At some point, the circus has got to stop. It's insane. What's the definition of insanity? You keep doing the same thing, right? It's too inconvenient to interact with Oakland government when easier just to blame owner and everything. Now they want to interact with Nevada Legislature. Yeah, yeah. The big problem is the Bay Area media protecting the Oakland city. That's huge. Yeah, that's not journalism. That's public relations. They're doing PR for them. They're doing PR for Shang. That's ridiculous. Oakland could have gotten the deal done at Howard Turner if they just got busy. Yep. Major League Baseball kept talking. They need to do it now. Over and over last year, set a deadline a few times. Howard Turner could already happen. Baseball fan says any non-Nevada resident should be banned from touching the Nevada legislature. This isn't Oakland or Sacramento. So Zinni, who can I turn to?
We rented a Verbo houseboat and even had a waterfront cookout. I mean, come on, how cool is that? All
Sorry, folks, I'm about to tease John Ralston here. John Ralston just tweeted, Zinni, Zinni, who can I turn to? So I'm about to send him Tommy Two-Tone. He said Zinni, Zinni, right? So here we go. Tommy Tuto. He says, John says, all right. He says, Zinni, Zinni, who can I turn to? I said, it's not a mystery. If you covered the stadiums, he says, and I said, Tommy Two-Tone. But I will give him an answer, though. Gotta have a little bit of a sense of humor about these things, right? uh,
Hey, everybody. John Walston, the founder and editor of the great Nevada Independent. Originally, I was asking or presenting an article in his publication regarding how the Athletics are expected to pay for the private part of the ballpark plan for the Tropicana site in Las Vegas. Well, technically Clark County in Paradise. But at any rate, I wrote, it's no mystery if you covered how stadiums like Allegiant Stadium were paid for by organizations like the Raiders. Nevada Independent acts like this is his first rodeo, and it's not. And so he wrote back, Zenny, who can I turn to? And I said Tommy Two Tone, since he's referring to, Jenny, right? But in all seriousness, this is how what happens with these matters is that the team, to give you one example, will commonly turns to what's called sports sponsorships. Let's take the Cleveland Browns when they're building or about to build the new Cleveland Browns stadium. My friend Kofi Bonner worked on that. Kofi was my classmate at Cal Berkeley in city planning, and he was hired to be the chief administrative officer for the new Cleveland Browns. And he was pondering different ways, different revenue streams that would go into the payment for the construction of the new stadium on the Browns side. And one idea he came up with was to actually name the different entrances to the stadium of the sponsors. For example, Ford Motor Company, or the Ford logo here, and other corporations will have their logo at the different gates. And there would be a fee for that over a period of years. Ideally, what you're looking for is a top dollar spender, as was the case with Farmers Field in Los Angeles, which while it was never built, Farmers Insurance had no problem pledging $700 million of the stadium there. And at the time, the stadium was slated to cost about $1.4 billion, which is really not, any different than today with respect to the Athletics ballpark, except we're talking about an NFL stadium then versus today, where a stadium like that would be about $2 billion. So you're thinking about, frankly, using other people's money. The popular myth is if you're a billionaire, you can just take out $1 billion and pay for it. But consider that no one in the history of stadiums has used their entire money to pay for a stadium. Now, what you're doing is you're meeting with Goldman Sachs because Goldman Sachs is going to give you the upfront check for a private bond issue so that or loan basically, so that you can get that money to build the stadium, and they're going to spread out that payment back over a long period of years, like 30 or sometimes less, depending on unique situations of the parties involved, and get that payback, okay? Now, if it's a case of a loan, like with Bank of America has a standard structure that's not based on sponsorship. It's based on a loan payback over 5 to 10 years. It's generally 5 years, but they'll extend that out to 10 under a number of special circumstances. And I don't want to drop any names regarding what those circumstances were or who was involved. I will only say that Bank of America is a key player within the National Football League, along with Goldman, for a very good reason. They're very flexible, and you don't want to lose partners like National Football League or Major League Baseball or any of the major professional sports teams, so you're flexible in how you work with them. Now, yeah, sure, you have instances where you might have an owner that owns 5 to 7 different teams, and they can also pledge the revenue sources collectively from those teams against a private activity bond with respect to the team in question that needs to raise money on its own to pay for its part of the stadium. The government side is all part of the gap financing. It's a layer cake. So you're talking about, first of all, being able to go to an organization like Goldman Sachs and saying, all right, I need 1.5 billion. Here is what I need. I need you to provide me a check to do that. I'm very, very simplistic about it. And Goldman Sachs will say, okay, what's your pledged sources of funding? Where's your revenue streams? Where's your collateral, essentially? And is it something that is available to be drawn down or will be, or is it contingent upon legislation? Generally, you want something that's contingent to be drawn down now. That's why, for example, Stan Kroenke can't afford to privately finance his stadium in Los Angeles, as he did, using in part the fact that he owns several other sports organizations to start. And then there's the matter of sponsorships. If you think about way back to SoFi Stadium, you have not just the SoFi naming rights agreement, but you had American Airlines agreeing to spend almost $100 million just to pay for the front part, okay, of that. It says MLB says that Brewer Stadium must be updated with MLB dictates terms. That's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm specifically answering John Ralston's question about how this funding generally works, because it should frame how we ask the question to the parties involved. But really, I think he should go beyond that and simply, well, look, this is the internet. This is the 21st century. And he said, who do you turn to? And there are a number of different examples of how this has been done in the past. But overall, it's not rocket science. It still is based on how much money you have to pledge, from what source, and over what period of time. That's what it boils down to, excuse me. And if you take a look at Buffalo's another stadium that will be, I think, 1.5 billion, somewhere in there. But guess what? Of that 1.5 billion, the state of New York put in 800 million. The NFL added a $250 million loan. So already, right, you're north of $1 billion. You're looking at 1.1 billion you raised. That's 300 million right there. And if you can land sponsorships on top of that, which you'll be easily able to do, you've already closed that gap, and the whatever's extra is money you have to spend. And ideally, you want that money over a period of years. Okay. So that's how that works. There are a number of different ways to fund stadium construction, but they all add up to some type of layer cake. And the question is just, who makes up what percentage of the layer cake, and what that totals up to. All right, subscribe to Zenny. Hope that helps, John. Enjoy Tommy Two-Tone. Subscribe to Zenny62 and bookmark oaklandnewsnowblog.com. Hey everybody, John Walston, the founder and editor of the great Nevada Independent. Originally, I was asking or presenting an article in his publication regarding how the Athletics are expected to pay for the private part of the ballpark plan for the Tropicana site in Las Vegas, well, technically Clark County, in Paradise. But at any rate, I wrote, it's no mystery if you covered how stadiums like Allegiant Stadium were paid for by organizations like the Raiders. Nevada Independent acts like this is his first rodeo, and it's not. And so he wrote back, Zenny, who can I turn to? And I said Tommy Two Tone, since he's referring to, Jenny, right? But in all seriousness, this is how what happens with these matters is that the team, to give you one example, commonly turns to what's called sports sponsorships. Let's take the Cleveland Browns when they're building or about to build the new Cleveland Browns stadium. My friend Kofi Bonner worked on that. Kofi was my classmate at Cal Berkeley in city planning, and he was hired to be the chief administrative officer for the new Cleveland Browns. And he was pondering different ways, different revenue streams that would go into the payment for the construction of the new stadium on the Browns side. And one idea he came up with was to actually name the different entrances to the stadium of the sponsors. For example, Ford Motor Company or the Ford logo here, and other corporations will have their logo at the different gates. And there would be a fee for that over a period of years. Ideally, what you're looking for is a top dollar spender, as was the case with Farmers Field in Los Angeles, which while it was never built, Farmers Insurance had no problem pledging $700 million of the stadium there. And at the time, the stadium was slated to cost about $1.4 billion, which is really not, any different than today with respect to the Athletics ballpark, except we're talking about an NFL stadium then versus today where a stadium like that would be about $2 billion. So you're thinking about, frankly, using other people's money. The popular myth is if you're a billionaire, you can just take out $1 billion and pay for it. But consider that no one in the history of stadiums has used their entire money to pay for a stadium. Now, what you're doing is you're meeting with Goldman Sachs because Goldman Sachs is going to give you the upfront check for a private bond issue so that you, or loan basically, so that you can get that money to build the stadium, and they're going to spread out that payment back over a long period of years, like 30, or sometimes less, depending on unique situations of the parties involved, and get that payback, okay? Now, if it's a case of a loan, like with Bank of America has a standard structure that's not based on sponsorship. It's based on a loan payback over 5 to 10 years. It's generally 5 years, but they'll extend it out to 10 under a number of special circumstances, and I don't want to drop any names regarding what those circumstances were or who was involved. I will only say that Bank of America is a key player within the National Football League, along with Goldman, for a very good reason. They're very flexible, and you don't want to lose partners like National Football League or Major League Baseball or any of the major professional sports teams, so you're flexible in how you work with them. Now, yeah, sure, you have instances where you might have an owner that owns 5 to 7 different teams, and they can also pledge the revenue sources collectively from those teams against a private activity bond with respect to the team in question that needs to raise money on its own to pay for its part of the stadium. The government side is all part of the gap financing. It's a layer cake. So you're talking about, first of all, being able to go to an organization like Goldman Sachs and saying, all right, I need 1.5 billion. Here's what I need. I need you to provide me a check to do that. I'm being very simplistic about it. And Goldman Sachs will say, okay, what's your pledged sources of funding? Where's your revenue streams? Where's your collateral, essentially? And is it something that is available to be drawn down or will be? Or is it contingent upon legislation? Generally, you want something that's contingent to be drawn down now. That's why, for example, Stan Kroenke can't afford to privately finance his stadium in Los Angeles, as he did, using in part the fact that he owns several other sports organizations to start. But then there's a matter of sponsorships. If you think about way back to SoFi Stadium, you have not just the SoFi naming rights agreement, but you had American Airlines agreeing to spend almost $100 million just to pay for the front part, okay, of that. It says MLB says that Brewer Stadium must be updated with MLB dictates terms. That's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm specifically answering John Ralston's question about how this funding generally works, because it should frame how we ask the question to the parties involved. But really, I think he should go beyond that and simply, well, look, this is the internet. This is the 21st century. And he said, who do you turn to? And there are a number of different examples of how this has been done in the past. But overall, it's not rocket science. It still is based on how much money you have to pledge, from what source, and over what period of time. That's what it boils down to, excuse me. And if you take a look at Buffalo's another stadium that will be, I think, 1.5 billion, somewhere in there. But guess what? Of that 1.5 billion, the state of New York put in 800 million. The NFL added a $250 million loan. So already, right, you're north of $1 billion. You're looking at 1.1 billion you raised. That's 300 million right there. And if you can land sponsorships on top of that, which you'll be easily able to do, you've already closed that gap, and whatever's extra is money you have to spend. And ideally, you want that money over a period of years. Okay, so that's how that works. There are a number of different ways to fund stadium construction, but they all add up to some type of layer cake. And the question is just, who makes up what percentage of the layer cake, and what that totals up to. All right, subscribe to Zenny. Hope that helps, John. Okay, going back to this, it's on recess. And if we go back to here, we have two of these. You were saying the Senate passed it. That's on recess. So, Review Journal had just reporting Senate had passed the bill 14-7. So that could be. Let me go back to this. And then this. Still recess. Okay. Let me see what the total live streams are here. We have just the two. Okay. So I'm going to leave that, since we came from that I'm going to lay that here. Then I'm going to go back to Twitter to see what happened. Get an update there. Okay. Whatever. Let's see here. Let's see what the Okay, I'm not seeing. I get that's not fun, all right? Committee, okay, the first vote is in. That's what 8 News Now is. As Nevada Senate Committee okays the revised stadium funding plan. Next up from the vote from, that's the committee, the vote from this full Senate. Okay, so the committee gave it the thumbs up. All right. Oh, okay, thanks. Okay, cool. All right, thank you, Jamie. Barbara Lee's bill to Congress is co-sponsored with another Democrat and will be out of committee. Nah, that won't. But Jamie says he heard the audio of the vote while you were up. Yeah, that's from the committee. So now it's got to go to the full Senate. So yeah, but look, it's on its way. Okay. It's on its way. And so there you go. And it's on its way. Okay. But regarding what John Ralston put out, and this is what I don't like. I'm just going to be absolutely 100% frank, okay? John Ralston has no one black writing for his publication. None. When I got involved in this, you would think that because I was Oakland, the only publication that talked to me initially regarding the Raiders was the Review Journal. The Review Journal actually sent out a reporter to interview myself and Breen Dixon. I have that on video. And that was it. But by and large, when it comes to expert issues, white-owned media publications routinely avoid talking to anybody black unless the subject happens to be a black matter. That's wrong. Okay? That's wrong. All right? And so that's one big reason I started my own media company. To really combat the kind of racism that, frankly speaking, I don't care that he doesn't like it, John exhibits. No, rather than, when I put out the point regarding the fact that that his publication covered this back when the Raiders were working on what became Legion Stadium, instead he says, Zinni, who can I turn to, right? And, okay, I playfully put up the Tommy Two-Tone thing. But, so he says I'm trolling, but I thought he was trolling me. Okay? Or maybe he was asking who I could turn to. I don't know. That's why this medium is not good, and it's better to just use the phone when you are communicating with these things. I don't have John's text, all right, at all. But it also underscores how media has changed because very quickly, oh, you did? Oh. Huh. Okay. All right. So we had. I heard the audio. I got you. Thank you for the information. Got that one. I owe you an apology because I got triggered by John Ralston. I asked him it was really stupid of me, but John is treating. Yeah, that's what I like to do. But and all the time to make it really quick, he's never taken me seriously. So I think, okay, well, how come should I take you seriously? And here I am done these things. Only the Review Journal has ever sent out anybody to, to actually interview me, given my history. And so, after a while, I'm 60 years old. I get tired of it. It's like decades and decades of it. And you don't want to call somebody racist after a while. It's like, you know what, dude, you're behaving like a racist. So, I mean, it's kind of like, I love to, I want to like John Ralston for a lot of reasons, but I don't like the way he treats me. And so I apologize for that because I miss. So you're the casualty of that, Casey. I apologize. Yeah. No, that was my fault. That's why I take the L on that one. That was me, man. Sorry. Yeah, hey, I'm apologizing to Casey Pratt live, everybody, because I screwed up. Just yeah, drive careful. All right, I'll see you. Okay, got to see you. Nice. I didn't know Casey was sitting there, and that's what happens when you are. Al says the Senate is about a full vote. That would mean the committee of the whole, right? So hold on a second. Let me go back here. Let me get out of recess here, right? Senate. Let me take that out of recess. Let me go here. Let me go here. That's recess. So the recess is the committee of the whole. That's the full vote, right? Yeah. 14-7 vote in the Senate committee tells a lot when last week we were thinking 50-50 at best. This will pass. I'll eat a hat if it goes down to defeat in the Senate and Assembly. Yeah. This is done. Okay. Completely done. Let's see here. Yeah, Casey was in. He said, "Let's do this." I missed him. Oh well, sorry about that. Casey's. See, that's what I was trying to get Casey on because Casey's a good dude. I'm sorry that there are people who think that we're on opposite sides and all that. You can have different opinions about a person, but he's got a job to do, and his job Casey's job has to do with positioning himself in the place of being the responsible reporter you can count on to tell your side of the story. So he goes out and he gets the quotes, he gets the interviews. It's always from that person's side of the story, right? He's not called on to be a columnist, essentially, like me. All right. So we're complementary. He has his views, though, and he states them. So he's sort of that new breed of that kind of digital journalist, right? Which is great. But what I like about Casey candidly is he respects the fact that, hey, look, there are things that I've done, I've been there, and why not ask Zinni? And I respect that because many people before him who do what he has done and does have not done that. All right, and all of them have been white. I'm just calling it like I see it. I'm 60 years old. I've seen enough, right? So, all right. Yeah, no, Casey doesn't, and I don't like to ban people. I only like it when people, I only do it when people are disrespectful to me regarding some issues, but, I'll debate somebody all day long. And I apologize anyway. LV's son is carried by the Greenspun family and is affiliated with Greenspun Media Group, now included as a section inside the pages of the RJ, but continues operating exclusively on its own website. Oh, so it's no longer ran by I thought that guy was a Democrat or something, right? Recess for Reese's chocolates. Yeah, it is chocolate, right? If somebody sees something different, please do not hesitate. Yeah. Okay. Oakland Roots are excited to announce the Drinks and Seats 5-pack, folks. Each pack includes any 5 game any game ticket vouchers and 2 complimentary drinks, beer or soft drinks, valid for any 2023 regular season home match. Drinks will be available to pick up on game day. Supplies are limited. Click the link that I provided, which I will send out to you, to reserve your drinks and seat 5-pack now. Okay, so I'm copying this, what they sent me, if I can. Copy. And I'll put it in an email back to myself, and then I can print it, right? Or maybe, let's see here. Uh, uh, love you, John. All right, hold on a second. Let's see here. Let me get back to the matter at hand. But I do have to ask him why. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, folks. Trying to figure out something here. Okay, let me go back to this. Bear with me. I'm just trying to see. I just don't want to be left out, have us left out here. Okay, so that's recess. This is... All right, so let me call my friends back here. For the record, I tweeted back, "Love you, John. Awesome publication." Oh, I love this song. Yeah, no, Casey does it the way it's supposed to be done, and unfortunately for the whole universe, he's a breath of fresh air. Uh, to be honest, he really is. Casey is a guy you want to like. In fact, all these folks are people you want to like. Then they treat you a certain way. It's kind of like, gee, and you make you feel like some sort of like weird, like, hey, what's wrong with me? There's nothing wrong with you. So there you go. Let's see here, 52. Let me make sure refresh here. We go back to, I've got it set for, that's recess in the Senate. All right, I'll call my people one more time. Wait, who's this? Okay. Oh. Carson City. Hey, Justin Zinni Abraham again. A quick question. The Senate voted 14-7, right? And I'm just calling to confirm that. I just want to make sure my trolls aren't teasing me or something like that. I don't want to, because I had to step away, and I was thinking, God, I didn't. Oh, SB1. I'm sorry. Yeah. That could be a tune, you know. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Oh, I appreciate you checking. So hey, right on. Yeah. One of they were saying, and I haven't seen a Review Journal tweet yet, but it said 14-7 vote in the Senate committee, and I'm thinking, God, that didn't pop up, and I'm sitting here. How did I miss that? And then someone said, well, they heard the audio as I walk, and I did go down to take. I'm a caregiver to my mother, so I had to walk away for a second, check on her. Yeah. So okay. Yeah, I was one like 20 minutes ago, I think. Yes, sir. No problem. Yeah, it was 1:39 PST, or just before that, I should say. 'Cause that's when it was reported. So it's probably more like 1:30 ish. Let me see. Let me try this. See if this works. Okay, I'm checking the review. Oh, go ahead, sir. Hmm. Oh yeah, well, because I missed the majority. It says the Review Journal was reporting Nevada Senate Committee of the Whole voted Tuesday to approve an amended bill that provides for the public funding for the Oakland A's baseball stadium plan for Las Vegas. Yeah, and they are quoting 14-7 to approve. I saw that on Twitter. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. And that popped up on YouTube, and I missed it. Okay, Nellis. All right. Because something's going on with sometimes whoever's operating the YouTube feed, it doesn't update to show you what's going on live all the time. Like last night, it was stuck on recess, and yeah, that's why. So if you're kind of a first timer, you don't know what to do. It's like and then it makes it look worse when you're trying to help other people figure out what's going on. They're like, "Hey, what's up?" And I say, "I don't know." So there it is. Thinking maybe I should. Well, like, see, there's no Twitter consistently live stream I can go to that's running like, unlike this one, you know. So now I've got that information. Now I'm trying to figure out. They're going back to the assembly now, I would guess. Oh, what? But assumptively, is it fair to say that since they voted Senate, that they're headed now back to Assembly? Okay. Oh, okay. Makes sense to me. Okay. Yeah, like baseball fan, he's saying 12-7 out of committee, not at full Senate. I'm thinking, wait a minute, that was the full Senate. And I think people are confused between what a committee is and the full Senate. And yeah, right, right. Yeah, right. Okay. But the Senate, the vote of the Senate in the committee is the Senate, period. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's someone was presenting it to me as if they were separate. I thought that doesn't sound right. So, that's why I thought. Let me get this straight. All right, I got it all straight. All right, thank you, sir. I got the answer to wait. Yeah, that's the best that's what we got to do. So, oh no, I didn't. I didn't. I was looking for what I was looking for. See the video. I'm keen with the fact that that vote was done. I just want to make sure we're in the right place so I don't miss when they come back. That's my thought. Yeah. Oh, okay. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Okay. So it says select the session. I just selected 35th, and then it says. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. Oh yeah. So it says I touched the Senate one, which says recess, the blue. Uh. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, in progress, right? And where it says gotcha. Okay. So this is so the assembly one is the one I should keep on, right? Oh, okay. Because I don't have. See, I wish Streamyard had two screens where I could show them both, and then that way one change we wouldn't miss anything. But I have to unfortunately toggle back and forth, and it's kind of like ah. So that's it. All right. So but if all cores are according to Hoyle, the assembly should be the next group to show, right? Okay, that's what I need to know. All right, so I'll keep it there. All right, sir. No, you've been fantastic. Um, you too. Thanks. Yeah. I love the Nevada Legislature. Okay. Uh, they said, "What's next?" What's next is we wait here. I'm also on.
The Senate will come to order.
The Senate.
Order business number 4, reports of committees.
Hold on a second.
Madam President Pro Tempore, your committee of the whole, to which was referred Senate Bill 1, has had the same under consideration and begs leave to report the same back with the recommendation amend and do pass as amended and sign Senator Nicole Canizaro,
Thank you.
Chair.
Order business number 12, second
Under
reading and
messages.
amendment. Thank you. Order business number 12,
Senate Bill 1,
second
introduced by
reading
the
and
Committee of the
amendment.
Whole, revises provisions. Senate Bill 1, introduced by the Committee of the Whole, revises provisions governing stadium infrastructure projects. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in the Senate Assembly, do next follow Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any amendments?
I have amendment number 1, proposed by the Senate Committee of the Whole.
Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. I move to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
If there are no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. I move to adopt Amendment number 1 to Senate Bill number 1.
If there are no objections, so ordered.
Hold on a second, folks. I got to fix this.
Any remarks from the floor?
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. Amendment number 1 to Senate Bill number 1 makes various changes to the substance of the bill, including some financing mechanisms, clarifying the taxes to be collected, clarifying pieces of the community benefits agreement, appointments to the stadium board and the community benefits board, requires diversity appointments among those, and includes provisions for prevailing wages to be paid on monorail projects, and then also paid leave for businesses receiving tax abatements. This particular amendment was just debated and discussed in the Committee of the Whole and is in substance what is contained within the whole of Senate Bill number 1.
Thank you. Are there any further remarks? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. And the motion is carried. Are there Senator Titus?
Okay.
You have remarks? Or just a vote?
Just vote.
Are there any other remarks or any other votes that we have not seen or taken? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. And the motion carries. Are there any additional amendments?
There are none.
Thank you. Then Senate Bill 1, the amendment number 1 is adopted and ready for final action.
Madam
Senate Bill
President,
I'm sorry.
Madam President
Yes.
Pro Tempore, may we go to order of business number 9?
Order business number 9.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. I move that all necessary rules be suspended, reprinting be dispensed with, and that Senate Bill number 1 be declared an emergency measure under the Constitution and placed on third reading for immediate consideration.
Thank you. Are there any objections? If not, so ordered. All those in favor, aye. Opposed, nay. And the motion is carried. Thank you. Now we will go to order of business 13, third reading and final passage.
Senate Bill 1, introduced by the Committee of the Whole, revises provisions governing stadium infrastructure projects. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate Assembly, do enact as follows Section 1 into Section 1.
Are there any other amendments to the bill as a whole?
There are none.
The
Section
Assembly
46 into
Committee
Section
of the
46
Whole
end of bill.
will come
Thank
back
you. Are
to
there any
order.
remarks from the
I hope
floor?
everybody had an opportunity to get some lunch,
Senator
to
Canizaro.
step outside for a minute. It's a very nice day outside in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam President
And we
Pro
will,
Tempore.
welcome
Senate Bill number
our
1 enacts the
presenters
Southern
back
Nevada
to the table,
Tourism
Mr. Romero
Innovation
and
Act
Mr.
to
Hill.
establish a method to
Just as a
finance
reminder,
design,
committee, we are on
entitlement,
our
acquisition,
first round of
construction,
questions. We will have
improvement,
a second
repair,
round once we
demolition,
get through the first
reconstruction,
round.
equipment financing,
Just a
promotion,
reminder that if you
leasing,
can
subleasing,
keep your
management,
question to,
operation, or maintenance
one
of a Major
question
League
this
Baseball
time around,
stadium
that'd be helpful
project.
to make sure that we get
This
to
bill requires the
everybody.
Clark County Board of County Commissioners to create a sports and entertainment improvement district located at the southeast corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana Avenue in unincorporated Clark County to assist in financing the Major League Baseball team stadium project. The district must only include parcels of land or portions thereof on which the Major League Baseball stadium project is located or will be located, and certain surrounding necessary or adjacent properties, but must not include any operating hotel, public accommodations facility, or any operating licensing licensed gaming establishment, the board must issue general obligations of the county upon the request of the Board of Directors of the Clark County Stadium Authority. And once certain requirements are met, any proceeds from the general obligations must be distributed to the Stadium Authority and used for purposes related to the Major League Baseball Stadium project. Further, the bill requires, under certain circumstances, the state treasurer to provide a credit enhancement on bonds issued to finance construction of the Major League Baseball Stadium project and appropriates $14 million from the state general fund to the Nevada State Infrastructure Bank Fund for the credit enhancements. Additionally, the bill authorizes the Stadium Authority to approve not more than $36 million in transferable tax credits in a fiscal year, or $180 million in total for all qualified projects in this state. The bill requires the Board of County Commissioners to create a Clark County Homelessness Prevention and Assistance Fund to assist people who are at risk of becoming homeless or are currently experiencing homelessness. As part of the development and operation of the Major League Baseball Stadium project, the bill requires the development of a community benefits agreement and the creation of a baseball stadium community oversight committee to oversee the implementation and administration of the community benefits agreement. The bill also requires certain new or existing expanding businesses with 50 full-time employees to provide certain family and medical leave to employees in order to qualify for partial abatement of certain taxes. Finally, Senate Bill 1 requires the payment of prevailing wages on any work, construction, alteration, repair, or other employment performed, undertaken, or carried out by or for the railroad company or any person operating the same, regardless of whether a public body is party to the contract. Similarly, the work of or incident to the installation or operation of a monorail may be subject to prevailing wage requirements. This bill is effective upon passage and approval, with the exception of certain provisions that become effective upon the date that Major League Baseball authorizes a Major League Baseball team to locate or relocate within the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District. Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. I would urge my colleagues' support.
Thank you. Senator Stevens-Gancert.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. I urge support of Senate Bill 1. Las Vegas has been and continues to be the entertainment capital of the world. We have gaming, we have live shows and entertainment, and now we have professional sports. We've seen tremendous success with Allegiant Stadium and the Raiders. The projected visitation is almost 2 times what we thought it was going to be. And we also expected about 40% of individuals to be from out of state who are out of the region who attend those games, and it's been closer to 65%. It's brought an enormous amount of capital and visitors to Las Vegas. This new stadium is a nice fit in that it'll be larger than T-Mobile, but smaller than Allegiant. It's at in the right place. It's in this exciting city and will be a tremendous venue. It also helps to diversify the hospitality economy. Again, we went from just gaming to gaming and entertainment, and now we've got professional sports, and we know how exciting that is. Baseball also is so family friendly. This team will bring individuals who can attend at a very low cost, which I think is really positive for the families of Las Vegas and Clark County and those who choose to visit. There's been a lot of discussion about the investment by the state. The net investment is $60 million in tax credits. And if you look at some of the legislation that we passed last session, even look at some of the bills at the end of session, this is less money than what we spent on a couple of the bills that we had at the end of session. And we expect significant returns as far as finances, but also the prestige that we have with Nevada and Las Vegas as the hospitality capital of the world. So I urge support of this. I think it's a great investment for our state and that will yield tremendous returns for years to come. Thank you.
Senator Harriman.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. I just wanted to rise and give my support to this bill. I think it addressed many concerns as we vetted the process and many questions that came up. I think that a lot of those concerns were taken care of. This is by far definitely a jobs bill. It'll provide many jobs, not only now, but in the future. It expands the economy, as was mentioned by my colleague from the north. I think there's enough proper clawbacks and incentives in the bill itself to make it worthwhile. I think we're going to have a stadium waiting for a team to come. That team, whoever that might be, will have a total investment of over $1 billion into this project. What we are contributing is about 23 to 24% of it. We have shown that Vegas has become an entertainment center And this is just going to add to that, as was mentioned. I mean, we have already the Las Vegas Aces, who brought us our very first very first championship, professional championship. We have the Raiders, and of course we have the Knights that will be playing tonight, as we heard in our prayer this morning. I think this is going to expand that. I'm waiting for baseball, so the only thing I can say is let's play ball.
Thank you, Senator Harris.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. I'm pretty sure folks know where I stand on this, and I'm not going to retread all of those points, but I did just want to take a quick moment to thank the proponents of this bill for engaging in what was substantive conversation with our caucus. The amendments that were proposed clearly were responsive to the concerns that we raised, including changing it to a $14 million set aside versus a $25 million, including DEI metrics for the stadium authority, nailing down the location of the stadium, tightening up the community benefit agreements, and tweaking some changes to the stadium authority board structure. All of those changes were made with us in mind, and I very much appreciate it, but will be a no today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stone.
Thank you, Madam President. And colleagues, as we embark on hopefully our last vote here of the session, I came into this hearing today expecting to vote yes on this bill. And I have to say that I'm troubled by the amendments, but I also was elected to do what I think is in the best interest of 3.2 million people. And I came in here excited about this project, and I wanted to explain why. I wanted to look at public incentives and my philosophy on public incentives. And the questions I ask myself when I'm confronted with these types of expenditures is, would I make the same investment with my own money? And is there a good return on investment for the taxpayers? And in a worst case scenario, what happens when things go south for the taxpayers? If I was not a senator and was offered a chance to invest in this project as a state is being asked to do, would I do it? And the simple answer and the complicated answer is yes. Las Vegas is unquestionably the entertainment capital of the world. More than 1.5 times our population come to Nevada each year to enjoy themselves, deposit billions of dollars into our economy, which brings significant tax revenue to our state. I jokingly thank friends that visit me for their contributions to our economy, subsidizing what other people pay in other states as a state income tax. Now we are on the cusp of becoming the sports entertainment capital of the world. This will bring hundreds of thousands of people to Southern Nevada, infusing our coffers potentially with billions of dollars. Look at the success of the Las Vegas Golden Knights, now fighting tonight, hopefully, to win the Stanley Cup. The Raiders alone have been a tremendous stimulus to our economy, and we're hosting the Super Bowl at Allegiant Stadium in 2024. The Aces, Formula One, WNBA, Las Vegas Aviators, and an NBA team that may be coming in the future, and now Major League Baseball with this bill and the Athletics potentially coming here. If we look at the return on investment, the 30,000 seat stadium with a retractable roof is expected to cost about $1.5 billion. Not only will this be the home of the Las Vegas A's and their approximately 80 home games, but it could also be the site of future World Series and many other entertainment events, necessitating a stadium of this unique size here in Nevada. We don't have a 30,000 seat stadium. We've got one that's about 60,000, one that's about 12,000. And many events get turned away because of that unique capacity. The REIT that owns the Tropicana will donate 9 acres to the stadium. The value of that will approximately be $100 million, which eventually is going to be the taxpayers' property. I haven't seen that being recognized or quantified. The owner of the Athletics is contributing $1.1 billion in cash. In addition, it's not the taxpayers' time, but rather on the owner's dime. The taxpayers of the state of Nevada ultimately will own the stadium and ultimately own the land that the stadium is sitting on. So at a minimum, I calculate 1.21 billion is going to be privately funded, or the private sector will be financing 80.6% of this project. Why is a public incentive being even considered? Unfortunately, we're not alone in cities that want to attract a major league baseball team. We're competing with other states, other cities. And Major League Baseball encourages such public-private partnerships. You see, without saying it, the public entity participating in the cost of building the venue is really a long-term financial partner. We're financial partners with the A's. Every citizen in Nevada is a beneficiary of the potential income derived from this investment. The citizens of Nevada, North and South, will forever derive significant income from establishing the team here for decades. That's in the billions of dollars. If Nevada were to say no, I know Mr. Fisher, who owns a team, has backup cities salivating in their hope of securing this team away from Nevada. Our projected subsidy of 25%, and I believe it to be closer to 20%, is one of the lowest such subsidies of a Major League Baseball stadium in the nation. And this is the largest investment of any baseball team, owner, or company in a stadium. So what is our investment as the state of Nevada, and what's our risk? We're putting up $180 million in transferable tax credits. In other words, taxes owed by a third party having such credits can reduce their tax bills in Nevada by the same amount. Nevada is not writing a check from the general fund for $180 million, but rather this is a credit against future taxes owed by the state, owed to the state. 2/3 of the $180 million is being required to be paid back to the state. That's a tremendous improvement from its prior iteration. So the net exposure of the state by helping fund the stadium is $60 million. And there's a lot of protections in this agreement so that we don't go into default, so that we have a backstop. And we recognize that backstop during COVID when Allegiant Stadium wasn't able to make their payments and they went into their reserve fund. The protections for the taxpayers are not one reserve fund, but two reserve funds. And assuming that the stadium comes in a budget, the total state of Nevada, not including Clark County's investment, is just 4%, 60 million out of 1,500 million or 1.5 billion. And remember, if the owner defaults, all funds must be paid back that we expended or bonded by the state in Clark County, and the state will own the stadium and the land free and clear. One thing that I think we always want to do is to bring jobs to Nevada. And this does bring a lot of jobs, 14,000 construction jobs, 8,000 operations jobs, 9,000 jobs created from the enhanced tourist visitations. Long-term, at a minimum, the citizens of Nevada will see a 300% return on their investment that we're making. And the land and the stadium will become a state asset. There's also augmentations to our homeless fund, 1% of the ticket sales, or a $1.5 million minimum, to help programs that we all support to try to help those that find themselves on extremely hard times. There's also going to be a fund for off-site infrastructure requirements for surrounding areas, surrounding cities. Section 22H provides that adequate contribution by the developer partner for the construction of improvements of any infrastructure off the site of the project that is determined to be necessary for the project by the Nevada Department of Transportation. These are going to be conditions that are going to be done by the County of Clark Public Works Department and will be commensurate with the mitigation measures that are going to be needed. 15% of the project also must be given to small Nevada businesses. I strongly support this provisions. And new taxes paid by increased tourism to the state shall be deposited into the general fund for the benefit of not just Southern Nevada, but for the benefit of the entire state, north and south, which we can then use to augment education, augment public safety, and augment other special programs that are important to this body and to the state. So in summary, this project will bring Nevada closer to becoming the sports entertainment capital of the world. Our public investment is one of the lowest ever done in the country for a stadium like this at 20 to 25%. The owner developer is required to fully reimburse the state if it defaults in the 30-year agreement, not limited to, but including the relocation of the team within the time period. Hence, it is a small risk for the state. And as I mentioned before, small businesses win with this proposal, with this partnership, and more money funded to homeless programs to help us deal with this humanitarian crisis. Also, which really hasn't been emphasized, is that the existing Tropicana Hotel is a vastly underperforming asset today. The owners have not made any significant investments in it, and as a result, it does not contribute a whole lot of money to the general fund in comparison to the value and the build-out potential of this property. So by having the stadium on 9 acres, and I think it was a very good business decision for this REIT to donate these 9 acres, it's going to make those 26 acres extremely valuable to put a very large, upscale, modern, beautiful resort to attract even more visitors to Nevada. And it's going to generate revenue that's commensurate with some of our other larger successful venues like the Palazzo, the Wynn, and some of these other more modern properties on the Las Vegas Strip. And with that revenue, we can even fund and create more beneficial programs. So, my friends, I came in mixed today. Of course, we don't like to see amendments like we did at the last minute. It just clouds things for some of us. But we have to not take our eye off the ball on what we're trying to accomplish. And one thing I've learned in government in 30 years of doing this is you don't always get 100% of what you want. I'm getting about 90% of what I want in this agreement because I think it's in the best interest of our constituents. And so I'll close with an inspirational quote by Jackson Burnett called "The Past Never Ends." 1,000 years from now, nobody's going to know that you or I ever lived. The cynic is right, but lazy. He says, you live, you die, and nothing you do will ever make a difference. But as long as I live, I'm going to be like Beethoven and shake my fist at fate and try to do something for those who live here now, who know how far into the future that it will go. If I accomplish nothing more than making my arm sore, at least I will be satisfied that I have lived. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Harris. All right, Senator Neal. Senator Neal.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. I'm going to keep this fairly brief. I'm rising in opposition to SB 1, but I want to say a couple of things. Number one, I'm super appreciative of the leadership that we have had, the Democratic leadership that we have had in this particular building, leading us through this second special session, number one. This was not an easy task. It was also not easy to push forward and bring us to what I believe is a better bill than the original version that was presented to us. I think there's a fundamental philosophical difference around should we be using public money to fund stadiums. I didn't vote for the Raiders when they asked for public funding of $750 million. I don't believe that the arguments that are being made that somehow we're a corporation, therefore we should be giving public dollars, that falls flat because we're actually a state, not a corporation, where we're examining whether or not an investment is appropriate, an appropriate imperative to give to a billionaire to finance a building. However, the imperative of the state is to take care of the needs of our citizens, healthcare, education, other severe needs. And so, I just want to put that on the record that these requests that, comparing the state to a corporation who should look at the bang for the buck rather than the public investment dollars that are going to be used, which actually is setting a bad precedent. Because if we see in the paper, it entitled other companies to come in and then put their hand out for what they can afford to do without help. And so I rise in opposition, but I just wanted to say on the record that I appreciate the leadership of our caucus. I appreciate the leadership that has brought us forward. And I think that there are amazing people that I'm serving with, even though we're in a philosophical difference. But I support and respect the decisions that are made on this bill.
Thank you, Senator Flores.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Temp. I also just wanted to echo a little bit of my stance. And first of all, I wanted to say thank you to my constituents and folk who have reached out expressing tremendous concern about this particular bill. They have every single right to be heard, and they have every single right to express their concerns. And I echoed many of those concerns at the very beginning of this conversation. But I also negotiate in good faith. And during the hearing, every single request that I made was fulfilled. I had concerns about not having the community benefits agreement more narrowly tailored and more specific as to exactly what the floor was going to be, and that language was added to the bill. I wanted to see more firm commitments, and that language was added to the bill. I also had concerns that we were forced into a special session and that we were no longer just negotiating with our partners in the building, but we were also negotiating with other branches of government as this body does. And they worked in good faith with us. So I could not pretend that after all that I requested took place, that I then could turn around and not support this. But more importantly than that, in speaking about our particular leadership, we have a majority leader who hasn't slept in about a month, who has a beautiful child who was born, and we all got to witness her come back a few days after that, get called into 2 special sessions. We had individuals who unfortunately have sick relatives who they need to go back to and take care of. We had individuals who their employer was expecting them to be at the job as of Tuesday. We had individuals who canceled vacations. We had folk miss birthdays. We had folk miss a whole host of incredibly important things. And yet we all stayed, and we all muscled through this, particularly watching our majority leader, because if she was doing it, none of us had any excuse not to do the same work. But to everybody who is watching, they have to know that there's been endless nights, endless amendments, endless fights back and forth, and working in good faith and trying to get the best possible deal for Nevadans, that we now have a community agreement that is better than any other we've ever seen in this country. That is a testament to the human beings, and I am taking zero credit for that. That is testament to the human beings who were leading this fight. And on that basis alone, I have to stand here. Because I assure every Nevadan, even those of you who have concerns about this bill, I assure you that if you see where the bill started and where it is now, that there's not a single Nevadan that won't say this bill is much better now. But more importantly, if any one of you would have had an opportunity to be in those rooms with us and watch the amazing human beings, particularly, and as we all know, it's a women-led majority, watch the women, the work that they did, and that I could sit there and absorb and watch and learn from that I had a responsibility to stand alongside of the decisions that were made. And so with that, I am ready for the consequences and the criticism that will come with this vote. But I am also ready to see a whole host of people working. I am also ready to see a whole host of people who are criticizing this deal, just like they did with the Allegiant Stadium, and demonstrate that Nevada always overperforms. I am ready to demonstrate that we're going to hold anybody who's put our hand out there to have a firm handshake as a partner with Nevadans, that we're going to hold them accountable every step of the way. I'm also ready for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Danyate.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Temp. I also rise in support of Senate Bill 1. I do have just a quick few remarks. Number one, I agree with my colleague. I think that within the time frame that this bill was introduced in the 82nd legislative session to the special session that we have before us today, and also from the presentation to what we're voting on, I believe that there are provisions in this legislation that have put more restrictions into actually delivering for the people of this state. I do want to mention a few things. Number one, my colleague mentioned of amendments that were accepted and reflected in this bill, and I want to touch point on a few of them. During my line of questioning, I mentioned that I had concerns with the homelessness provisions of the bill. I felt that it was too centered and narrowed towards the resort corridor, and the bill before us today has now expanded that to Clark County. I think that's important. We know that there are surrounding neighborhoods, particularly down the street from where I live, that is an issue that needs to be addressed. Second, I mentioned and reiterated my opposition to not being able to address the traffic concerns that the residents in my district were going to experience, considering the proximity to where we live. And the amendment before us also includes that. And then I also want to mention that the amendment also addresses one thing, which is probably historical in this state. With the amendment that we have today, there are now considerations for paid family and medical leave. That itself is a big deal. For years, families in this state have advocated for that luxury. We know that there are workers in this state that when they get sick, they're not able to take the appropriate time. I myself have had workers for the companies that I've worked for not being afforded that same luxury. And so we are setting a new standard as to how business is done in this state. And to end my remarks as to what led to what my support is for this bill, I think it goes to show that my personal background is I am the proud son of casino workers. My family members, as I've reiterated over and over again, work in the casinos. My dad has worked in the casinos for 20 years. My grandma worked at the Stratosphere. We all worked at the Stratosphere. And I have relatives all across the Las Vegas Strip. I had concerns with the bill of how workers would be displaced. And what I have, based on my internal conversations, is that the people of that particular district will be protected. But I also want to reiterate that when the COVID-19 pandemic first hit, my family members were the ones that were laid off. And I was the one that had to fill out their unemployment forms. It was a frustrating experience. It was an experience that I felt no child should ever have to go through. And so when I think about this proposal and the jobs that it can provide, I would hope that at least some child does not face the same circumstance that I did. And so I support this bill and the jobs that will be created in the lives that will be shaped beyond this bill. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any senators that are participating remotely that would like to speak? No from Senator Scheibel. No from Senator Hansen. Yes from Senator Hansen. Okay, Senator Hansen. Hold on, you're on mute, I think. I think you're still on mute.
Madam President Pro Tem, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Well, first of all, thank you. So everyone knows the delivery is coming along fine, and hopefully by the end of the day today, will Alexis and I will be grandparents again. I apologize I didn't get to hear all the debates on the amendment. I did read some text and so forth. I think there is one, and I agree with Senator Neal, and that is there's a huge philosophical gap going on here. All of this sounds good, and as my colleague said, if this was my money, would I invest in it? The answer is yes, I would. However, it's not my money. We're using taxpayer dollars to finance a private enterprise. And yes, there's lots of good checks and balances, but we're setting, once again, a very dangerous precedent here. And while the Raiders Stadium to date has performed well, it's a very long-term project. And what I'm more worried about is if you really go back to what Jeremy Aguero said, in his testimony, he mentioned that 43% of the tax revenue for the state of Nevada is now coming from the big mega casinos in Las Vegas. So in the future, if we're going to follow the logic that the Raiders Stadium is going to produce lots of revenue and the A's Stadium is going to produce lots of revenue, and that's why we as a government have to use taxpayer dollars to help finance these projects, are we going to do that? Are we going to follow that same logic in the future when another Steve Wynn type shows up and says, hey, I want to build a giant mega resort casino now. And while it may not be an athletic event, it is going to generate billions of dollars over time in tax revenue. Therefore, I want the state of Nevada taxpayers, which we all represent, to now help pay a portion of a mega casino perhaps in the future. And that's where when Senator Neal mentioned that, I think that's what we got to understand. These deals are great, and I have no doubt that the A's will make money. But if that's the case, why are we holding the taxpayers accountable for financing it? If there's that much wealth that's going to be generated here, there are people known as venture capitalists out there who literally have billions of dollars who would love an opportunity to invest in a project that's such a guaranteed profit maker. So I guess for me, and I apologize for missing the amendment and the debate on the amendment, the bigger issue to me is, are we as elected officials, when I ran for office, as you all know, I'm a plumber and I'm not a venture capitalist. I didn't run for state treasurer like Zach Conine did. And I'm not qualified, in my opinion, to make these sorts of giant billion-dollar decisions. Now, maybe there are people in this audience that feel comfortable doing that with taxpayer dollars and not their own dollars, but I don't feel that way. And I feel very uncomfortable telling my taxpayers in Nevada that I'm going to use your dollars and I'm going to use my best judgment, which in the financial world isn't necessarily all that strong, and I'm going to make these kind of decisions for you rather than letting what we used to believe in, called the free market, make these kind of decisions. Why are we now deciding that the government should replace the free market and let the entrepreneurial types in our communities find a way to finance these sorts of things? These baseball stadiums all across the country for the last, 50 years have been doing this to communities all over the state, all over the nation. And now we're saying, well, we're competing with other places. Well, so be it. When are we going to break that cycle? And at some point, it's going to switch just from athletic events and athletic stadiums to things like casinos and other things that have historically always been financed with private dollars. And that's the philosophical.
I think you went to mute again, Senator Hanson. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Hope you can't hear me again.
We hear you now.
My apologies. Just a quick reminder. Somehow we couldn't come up with $32 million for 3,000 public school teachers in the charter school system. But here we're coming up with, I don't know how many hundreds of millions of tax credit dollars. It could be used for all sorts of things that we always was coming up short on in the state of Nevada. So if we can't come up with money to finance our own public school teachers in the charter schools, how is it we always seem to come up with money for football stadiums and other forms of athletic event stadiums? I think our priorities are messed up. So with that, Madam President Pro Tem, I'm going to vote no. I think honestly, if it was my own money, it's a good deal. I would probably vote yes, but it's not my money. It's the taxpayers' money, and we should do all we can to ensure the private sector does these sorts of investments. And we live up to what used to be called the free enterprise system, that at least in my party, the Republicans, that used to be our gold standard. Let the market decide. The unseen hand of Adam Smith. You know,
No.
where did those days go? Now we're all looking as
never
Republicans
existed, pal.
for figuring out ways to subsidize projects with taxpayer dollars. That used to be called socialism. It was something that we didn't believe in. But apparently now, if it looks like it may work out, hey, let's use taxpayer dollars. Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem, and I'm going to vote no.
Thank you. Anyone else that's participating remotely want to have remarks? Seeing none. So I just want to make a brief statement. And I agree with some of my colleagues who have talked about what this would mean. But I also have heard from some other people who are in disagreement. And I heard from another one of our partners in labor today who is afraid that if this goes south, they're Clark County taxpayer dollars. And that's why I asked the question, if worse comes to worse, and I'm hoping that everything will go well, but if worse comes to worse, who's on the line for this? And I'm going to have to vote no, because I just believe that somebody look at the time and the date, because I'm going to agree with Senator Hansen. Doesn't happen often. You know, but, and it almost feels like, and I just kind of wrestled with this, not just today, but wrestled with this since last week. And I said to someone about 30 minutes ago, I feel like Solomon, and there are two women that showed up and there's one baby. And they're asking, you know, whose baby? And Solomon says, you know, split the baby. And the mother said, no. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm Solomon or the mother that said no. I just know that I have an obligation to several of my constituents. And someone asked, you know, had I received any positive emails, and I have not. So I will say this, I'm going to vote no. Not because I have something against jobs, but there are other jobs, there are other members of labor who have said to me their jobs may be on the line. And so I'm going to side with them, and I'm also going to side on the, I'm going to lay down on the side of some fiscal conservatism, because we didn't know that COVID was coming in 2019, and we don't know if there will be another one. And I just would hate to see that happen, and then people who count on these jobs because taxpayer money has gone to something else don't have them. But I will pledge to those of you who are proponents, I appreciate everything, and I've thought about everything that you've said, and I will work with whomever wants to work with me because they did add something in the amendments that dealt with women veterans. Didn't go all the way, but I am certainly willing to work with anyone who is serious about doing that, work with them to make sure that we get something done for women veterans. So it's been a tough struggle, a lot of consternation, and I'm not voting against jobs. I believe in that, and one of the things that I know that will happen, and which is why I press so hard for us to expand our renewable energy resources, is that that is one of the industries that will bring not just jobs, sometimes not just jobs 8 times a year or jobs 81 times a year, but that's something that will bring jobs ad infinitum. So I'm just going to say I'm voting my conscience, and I think that everyone else is as well. Are there any additional remarks from the floor? Seeing none, Mr. Secretary, open the roll.
Senator Hansen?
No.
Senator Scheibel?
Passed. Bingo.
No.
Senator Titus?
No.
Is there anyone who wishes to change his or her vote? Senate Bill 1, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed and ordered to the Assembly. The vote is 13 for and 8 against.
That concludes order business 13.
13 for and 8 against. Got it.
Thank you. Order business 16, remarks from the floor. Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. I move that the Senate stand in adjournment until the hour of 1 p.m. on Wednesday, June 14th, 2023.
Okay. Now we will go
You've heard
to...
the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Now we
All
will
opposed,
go
nay.
to...
And the motion carried. We will adjourn until 1 o'clock p.m. on Wednesday, June the 14th. We are adjourned.
Okay, they're adjourned. So now we're going to go, guess what, to the Assembly over here. There. And scroll down and go here.
$1 billion in order to construct this asset.
There we go.
In which case the project goes
The Jeremy Show.
$1.5 billion to, let's call it $1.9 billion overall. It becomes infeasible in order to make that project work. In addition to that, in some ways, I think you're getting what you're asking for in this, because the project itself generates $3 of revenue for every $1 that the public is putting in terms of the incentive. That adds up to about $360 million of net present value today. And so if the project is never constructed, those incremental visitors never come. They don't spend the amount of money. We don't get the same level of taxes. So from that perspective, I would suggest that two things. One, if we were to reverse the model, as the question suggested, you would make it infeasible. No one would enter into that project. We wouldn't get it anyway. And by constructing as it's currently structured, the net present value benefit to the state of Nevada is significant and generates the type of revenue that I think your question was largely leading to, that we would like to receive for the investment and development of such a project.
And Assemblywoman Steve Hill, if I could just add a couple of points to the correct ones that Mr. Guerrero made. Las Vegas will be the smallest television market in Major League Baseball if they move to Las Vegas. The revenue that comes to a baseball team or any professional sports team varies. Ticket revenue is a part of it, but just a portion of it, certainly less than a majority of the revenue. Particularly in non-football sports, regional television revenue matters a great deal. The other thing that matters a great deal is suite revenue. And in a small market, you have less eyeballs. So for example, the largest markets right now, probably in the $120 million a year range for their regional television contract. That in Las Vegas is probably somewhere between 40 and 50 million. So there's a disadvantage there. There are also less corporations in Las Vegas than in most large cities to purchase suites, which is where a number of those, a great amount of team revenue and help in building a stadium comes from as well. So what you'll see, and there's that kind of explains the page that we had in the presentation around the size of the market and the percentage of participation from the public in helping to build a stadium. When you have those small markets, it's incumbent if the city actually wants the facility built and the team there for that city to help more than in like New York, where those were the other stadiums in that on that sheet that were able to build with less public money than we're proposing here. Proportionally, though, this is an exceptional deal for Nevada.
The Athletics
May I do a
Ballpark in
follow-up,
Las Vegas
please,
at the Tropicana.
If it is related to the original question and then you don't feel that it was answered, as long as it's not a new question.
It's not a new question.
And so now
I think my point is more to
they are
that
going
being
through
such
the
an
Assembly-
iconic
the
and
Assembly.
valuable corner,
This is on,
that there are a lot of investment
on Zenny
opportunities
62 YouTube.
we could
I text congratulating
go down the
Oakland
path on
Athletics President
and not
Dave
have to
Cabo. Give me
pay
a thumbs up back.
$380
It's well deserved.
million for.
The
If we
A's
were to do another casino,
really went
another
through a lot with
Tropicana
this.
that's
They
bigger
leaned
and
out
better,
a lot of money
we would
The city
then
of Oakland,
not have to pay
I say this
380
again,
million.
did
We
not
would
treat
get
the athletics
room tax, we would
appropriately.
get alcohol tax, gaming
And
tax, food
that's
tax.
something that's got to be worked
All
on.
of that would be included,
It's
and
a
we
sad
wouldn't have
day
to
in
give
Oakland,
anything up.
but
So
we
again, I
will move
appreciate
forward.
what you're saying,
Subscribe to
but
Zenny62 and
ultimately, I
bookmark
think that that's a really valuable corner, and
Zenny62.com and Oakland News
you're wanting us to pay a lot of money.
Online.com.
So thank you. Not quite sure that was a question.
We will just leave that as a comment for the time being in the interest of other questions. We have a question next from Assemblyman Carter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my question's got to do with, okay, we're kind of like the mistress here now, and everybody knows that the shiny wears off eventually. And I'm thinking down the road of when we end up with a dirty dog of a stadium like they have in Oakland in 20 years, and the cost benefit analysis makes the A's go looking for the next mistress. Why are we under section 22.5, why isn't there a full clawback of public funds, or at least of the non-refundable transferable tax credits, so that we may have to tear down a stadium that's an eyesore on the Strip, and we should be able to be compensated for that. Thank you.
Assemblyman Carter, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. So a few things to offer relative to that. I think first and foremost, we've talked a little bit about the non-relocation agreement, right? The non-relocation agreement, if they choose to leave at any point during the next 30 years, they have to pay off the bonds, they have to pay off the refundable portion of the transferable tax credits. So if they choose to leave early,
Hey, everybody, that in the background is
public
Jeremy
through the Stadium Authority Board should own the stadium free and
consultant to
clear,
the athletics,
including the
testifying
land,
before
the underlying
Nevada
land,
Assembly.
which in the last question
The Nevada Senate has
is obviously
passed
quite valuable.
the A's public funding
The second piece is
agreement.
there is a specific provision
13
in the development
yes,
agreement section
8 no,
that talks about the fact that the
and
developer,
someone
the
reported 14
A's
yes,
in this
7
case,
no, but at any
are
rate,
required to maintain
passed. Now it's in the
the
hands of the
standard
Assembly,
of the building all the way
and
through the lease.
it's
They are
on track
required to do
pass
that.
this as well.
The Stadium Authority
Congratulations
Board
to
is
the Athletics.
specifically put in place to
I
enforce the
texted
laws that this
congratulations to
body
Oakland Athletics
passes
President
and
Dave
those
Cobble. He
agreements
gave a
as
thumbs
they
up back.
exist.
I'll
And the
say
law
this again, the
specifically
A's
states
spent
that
a
it
lot
is
of
the
money.
A's responsibility to do that.
They
They get
spent a
called
lot of
before the
years
Stadium
on this
Authority Board every
really
single year with a capital plan,
over
and it is the
almost a
responsibility
generation.
of the Stadium Authority Board
And
to
the
ensure that
city of
that
Oakland,
standard is
my
upheld.
city,
And
a
they
city that I
have,
love,
even
the
though
government
there
has not
are
treated them
specific
properly.
capital requirements and capital contributions,
And I can go into a
they
long
are
diatribe
required to meet
about
that
that again
standard
that you don't want to hear
all the
right
way
now.
through
I will
the
simply
end
say
of that 30 years.
congratulations to
Now,
the Athletics.
you make a really good point about the fact
Congratulations to
that
Stephen
assets
Hill
age over time.
and
There's no doubt
the people
about
at the
that.
Las Vegas
But
Stadium Authority,
there's been a lot of thought that's
Clark
been put
County
into this particular legislation. And I would
Minders as
argue
well,
the agreements
and
that were
Nevada
created as a
Governor Joe
result
Lombardo and
of
his
the
staff.
Senate Bill 1 that gave rise to Allegiant Stadium to insulate our community and this asset from exactly the problem that you're concerned about.
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you guys for being here on the hot seat. First, I just wanted to say that I am concerned with the taking out the Nevada treasurer from the ex officio. I think that's would provide a lot of oversight, even to my colleague, Assemblyman Gray's point. I think that would help. But my question is, while I appreciate NC universities being part of this, absolutely, this is literally adjacent to land owned by UNLV. In fact, just to the east, that frontage right there on Tropicana is owned by UNLV. Have the A's reached out and talked to them about possibly working with their headquarters, possibly operations, and moreover, the sports management, there's a master's at actually UNLV. Would love to see a partnership with that. And then my final part of the question is, is the UNLV baseball team going to be able to play at the stadium? Thank you.
Assemblywoman Steve Hill. To my knowledge, the A's have not begun the process of thinking about where their headquarters would be. It's a few years out. we have been focused on this part in order to allow the project to move forward at all. And if Catherine has an opportunity to come back up and I'm wrong about that, she can correct me, but I think that is the answer to the question. They have talked with UNLV. UNLV baseball right now has a great college stadium, does not really draw a fan base that could afford to regularly play in a stadium of this size because it just costs so much to operate. But I know that there have been some conversations around allowing that to happen periodically. And I'm sorry, the other question you asked? Oh.
Got it?
Yes, thank you. Yes, the community benefit agreement kind of calls out internships, scholarships, and developing mentorship programs around all around sports management.
For the record, Jeremy Aguero, it's section 11, Assemblywoman.
Right, we'll go next to Assemblywoman Dickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hill and Mr. Aguero. It's clear how much work has gone into this proposal and presentation. So my question has to do with, and I hope I haven't missed this somewhere, but with the specific location being in statute and with the proximity to the airport, has the project received final approval from the FAA and the Airport Authority? And what is the option if for whatever reason they might deny?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill. The A's have talked with the airport. I have also spoken with the airport. The FAA only has authority for air use. They do not have land use authority. That resides with Clark County. What the FAA will do if a project is either in consideration or going to be in place, will weigh in, express concerns, necessary or potentially necessary mitigation that can alleviate those concerns, or at some level say you can't fly on the north runway or something along those lines. That conversation has at least been had at some level, and the way the attitude of the runway works with where the stadium will be and the direction in which the stadium will be directed. The concerns really are not height. It is light pollution, something that would blind pilots, so they will have to mitigate that, and the A's have agreed to do that. They don't want fireworks used that would rise above the stadium, and they've agreed to do that. No lasers. Those are the flight issues. They also asked us to add, and we have in the amendment, the language that is
the safe and efficient airport operations.
That is directly FAA language that speaks to those issues.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm looking through the documents that were provided that have been worked on over the last couple of days, and the one thing in there that I asked about was not included. This is the obligation for a family-friendly work environment. There is nothing in here that obligates that outside of maybe a living wage. And that's hugely concerning to me, given the provocation for taxpayer dollars, and in this state where we struggle to keep families uplifted and together, that wouldn't be an obligation for using these funds. That being said, I have a specific question related to your food security plan, which is mentioned once, I think, in each of these documents, maybe not even in the amendment in its entirety, although I'm briefly looking through the sections where it might be. What is the plan for the food security obligation? Is it going to be equitably distributed across the state or considered in both our northern communities and in Clark County? I think you keep saying that we're going to see benefits across the state, and I believe several of my colleagues are having a hard time believing that. When you're asking for a tax incentive that can eat into those social services that the rest of the state do use, right? It's hard to justify for my community, which you're actually removing a benefit away from us because the stadium is 2 hours away from where we currently are, when it will be 7 or so hours away with this move. And just concerned that that is a placating statement and not a reality. So specifically to the community benefits agreement and the obligation to those social services investments, which is minor considering how much the ask is today. What is the obligation or plan for equitable spread of those benefits?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, couple of things. One, this is a good investment for all of Nevada, and there will be more tax revenue to spend on social services across the state if we do this deal than if we don't. I think Ms. Aker talked about the team's commitment to food security and also the team's commitment to not having this just in Clark County and just in Las Vegas. But and she can come down and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is an ongoing conversation too. It is what's there is what's been decided so far. And I don't want to lead you on. I don't want to just give you a placating statement. She has said that, he is committed to that, but that's as far as the conversation has gone so far. The oversight committee needs to be put in place. That conversation needs to be had, and the contract that will be put in place needs to be put in place, and that will be a part of that conversation.
And maybe forgive me for my bluntness, but I really have a struggle seeing how this plays out in the benefit for our Northern Nevada communities. We hardly have enough as it is to take care of our communities across the state. We've done a fantastic job this last session, I believe, with one of the best budgets that we've ever seen. But when you're asking for a monetary ask to the size that's being requested in this, a commitment that isn't included in any of these documents, that doesn't include the people who are in my community asking for what's the plan, it's not enough. And I have continued to ask for these family-friendly, community-based commitments, and I just have failed to see them, and it's disappointing.
Assemblyman De Silva.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Hill and Mr. Aguero, for your presentation. And I have a question that, I'm asking this question from the purview of the general audience at large. And that is the fact that there is a strong argument made out there that sometimes these publicly financed stadiums are problematic economically, and that they're particularly problematic for states that have had issues funding education. So my question is how can we respond to these sort of criticisms? I think there's adequate literature out there too. Just this week I read from the Berkeley Economic Review and from the University of Michigan Journal of Economics that publicly financed stadiums were problematic for not just economies, but were particularly problematic for state economies that have been faced with educational deficits, which I believe Nevada is one of them. So what would your response be to such a question? Thank you.
Great question. Thank you, Assemblyman. For the record, Jeremy Aguero. I'm going to echo what Mr. Hill said just a moment ago, right? If this project is not constructed, the revenues that are flowing in are zero, right? The bonds that are going to be issued are going to be repaid from the revenues generated by the construction and operation of the stadium, right? That's how that revenue comes in. There's not a dime that's taken from K through 12 education. There's not a dime that's redirected away from K through 12 education. Now, the point that was made earlier, I don't disagree with. If you weren't using those dollars to repay the bonds, those dollars could be used for some other purposes, including K through 12 education. But the other side of the equation is the incremental visitor dollars. Under the pupil-centered funding plan, the vast majority of the funding for K through 12 education comes from local school support tax, property tax, general fund allocations, and a handful of, more than a handful of other revenue sources. You take something like the local school support tax and the fact that visitors contribute probably about 23% of our taxable retail sales, at least in the Southern Nevada region, right? The ability to generate those revenues that come from that visitor spending means that our schools are going to have more money, not less money. I answered the question earlier relative to the out-of-state folks that want to be critical relative to the use of public dollars for projects like this. And again, I'll make the same statement. They are 100% right in their application of it in the vast majority of areas in which stadiums and arenas are constructed. But in areas like ours, where you have this tremendous amount of visitors, it plays out differently than it would otherwise. And I will offer Allegiant Stadium as, I think, a shining example of what has happened. Every one of the same arguments being made about that. We heard about education, we heard about it. The bonds require about $30 to $35 million a year, a little more than that now, to be generated in order to pay the principal and interest on the bonds. Last year, based on the known value of visitors that went to events at Allegiant Stadium, it generated about $72 million in tax revenue that was generated as a result of that. Those are dollars after the principal and interest has been paid that are going to our schools, that are going to public safety, that are going to state and local governments for social services and all of those other things. And as much as we want to have the conversation about the fact that it doesn't benefit us statewide, it absolutely does. Because the revenues that are generated, most notably along the Las Vegas Strip, inure to the benefit of the state's general fund and are reallocated throughout the entire state of Nevada, largely based on need or per capita or per student or something along those lines. And in doing that, we collect the revenue in one area and we distribute it throughout the entirety of the state. And so whether it is this facility that's being constructed or others that we can look at that have had measurable, demonstrative effects that are similar, I would suggest that we will have more money, not less, to help hopefully push our education system forward.
Assemblyman Steve Hill, and if I could just add to those points. Economic development is, for Nevada, is about bringing money from outside of Nevada into Nevada. And what we're projecting is that this stadium will do that at a rate that activity and that money that comes in from out of state, which is the only thing that generates economic development in a state, will also produce these tax revenues that will be substantially more, 3 times as much as what is invested. What these articles that are out there are claiming is that we're not going to be able to do that. No place can do that. And in Kansas City or in Buffalo, and I mean, there's great places, and there is a community benefit to a stadium that is separate and apart from an economic development benefit of a stadium. And, you know, community pride, rallying around your team, having something for all your citizens to do might be a great reason to spend money on a stadium. But we're discounting all of that in this conversation. We're just talking about the economic and fiscal generation that stadium will cause. These articles say that we can't do that in Las Vegas, and that's just simply not right, because we have all of these people who choose to come when there's something that they want to come for. And all we're saying is we're only going to increase our visitor volume by 1%. And if that stadium increases our visitor volume by 1%, pardon the pun, it's a home run. That is going to create that 3 times investment for the state and local governments.
Assemblyman Ornlicker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to for your presentation, also to Ms. King and Ms. Aker. My concern had to do with this return on investment that's so critical. So you've answered part just now. Which would be the opportunity cost? Would we get a better return on our investment in public health or drawing down federal dollars? And your response is, I gather, we wouldn't have those dollars because we wouldn't have these visitors bringing the new money in. So in your view, I gather you're saying there's no opportunity costs. But the other part, I just want to make sure on your model, if I'm looking at slide 38, it looks like if we just look at the annual operation, 17 million a year, 30 years, that's over 500 million. It sounds like you're saying that alone would pay back our investment, which does seem inconsistent with what the other economists are saying. And you suggested that the difference is they're not taking into account the incremental visitor. That's what makes this different. But even without the incremental visitor, it seems like you're in a different page than other economists. So could you explain, am I reading that properly, that you think we would pay it back even without one incremental visitor?
Assemblyman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. I don't know the answer to that question because I haven't run it in absence of that. I can tell you that I have looked at models that do not have visitor-related activity, and the numbers are much less significant in terms of that return on investment. Is it possible that it could be close to a break-even proposition? I suppose, because of the mix of sales tax and the taxes, the live entertainment taxes that we have in the state of Nevada. But I'm sorry, sir, I haven't sort of run an analysis in absence of the revenues that we do know exist here. I am not contrary to the conventional wisdom in other markets. Frankly, I've done a fair amount of analysis throughout the United States, and there's places where projects make sense and places where projects do not. In this particular case, I didn't do an analysis that looked at it in absence of revenues we know will be generated as a result of our tax structure here in the state of Nevada.
Assemblyman Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. First, I just want to say that I was a little disappointed earlier to hear that a listening tour was conducted during the last year or maybe more. And it seems like what was said on public record earlier seems to be very brief of that listening tour. As someone that works closely with the community on a daily basis for the past decade, the behind-the-scene work to engage the community seems to be below standard with this project. One of the major issues that I did not see in this community benefit agreement, and it's something that we work together as a legislature for the past regular session, was language access. And language access is really missing from this program. So in terms of, a deeper dive of the community conversation for our state, I think the folks that behind the scene on this would learn that we need to be innovative. As Mr. Aguero said earlier, we need to be different, right? Different from everyone else so that we can lead the pack. So my question is on the CBA, in terms of innovation, this seems to be a very basic document, right? For a large investment that we have as a state, we seems to be very, very check the box on this types of language that I see here. So on section 6, when you talk about livable wage, it's like one sentence. And livable wage is there, but is it sustainable, right? If we're gonna have construction worker, operation worker, living wage, healthcare, it's a standard these days, right? It's not a premium like the old days. It's standard now because you wanna raise the quality of life. You wanna raise the ability for folks to go to work and also be able to get to work, like transportation subsidies, pay time off, all of these things. I think there could be more to this livable wage concept, but I just feel like it's very basic here and it's not in the bill language at all. So hopefully one of you could help me address this part, because as the entertainment capital of the world, and if we're gonna set the way for so many to follow, perhaps this particular component is still missing a lot of important elements.
Assemblyman Steve Hill, start with the first comment. I think Ms. Aker made it clear, and if she didn't, I'll help make it more clear. She started a listening tour. It is in anticipation of hopefully having a project to actually implement so that you can implement a community benefits agreement and engage in the community. It was not our intention or the A's intention for that to be complete by the time we came to this session. And they have said that it's not complete and they will continue to do that. The way the law had been set up, and we've listened to you over the past several weeks that, hey, the plan you had in mind, which was let's get this approved and then let's go put a community benefit agreement together, wasn't being done fast enough. And so we have worked hard with you over the past several weeks to get to the point we are now. This is not, in my opinion, at all a check the box document. I went through 6 community benefit agreements that were given to me as examples of the top of the class that across the country around stadiums. Many of those, by the way, were for stadiums where the public investment was substantially more than the public investment that is being contemplated now, virtually none of which was ever going to be repaid. So I took and have worked with the A's, with all of you, with Ms. King, to create this document, which is not complete either. This is a much stronger bill because of the input that all of you have provided. It is also a much stronger community benefit agreement than we have ever had in the state. And I think it will be a national model by the time we're done.
Mr. Hill, if you could address my question on livable wage in terms of what you can do to kind of just more than what you wrote here. Thank you.
Assemblyman Steve Hill, I apologize for that. The real answer to this is virtually more than 90% of the jobs that will be around the stadium will be covered by a collective bargaining agreement. Many of those jobs are through the culinary. And I think everybody here would agree that they pay more than a livable wage. They provide benefits to their employees, and this will help in that effort. And I think you'll hear from the culinary later. Certainly you can talk to them more about this, but these folks work at the convention center where I work as well. And many of them are concession employees, for example. And they do move from working in the convention center to working at T-Mobile Arena to working at Allegiant Stadium. The wraparound aspect of bringing Major League Baseball to Las Vegas during the season, when we currently don't have anywhere near as many professional sporting events, is going to help all of those employees more easily achieve year-round employment and the number of hours through their contract that it takes in order to achieve those benefits. It virtually assures that all of these folks will have the benefits that are in the contract with the culinary and other collective bargaining agreements. So for virtually all of those employees will be well above the livable wage standard.
So thank you for going into that a little bit. I just hope that in the continual phases of this discussion that we would add more strong language into what you just said, because it's not just up to an entity to like the culinary to just negotiate for their membership, but I think the MLB or the A-team as an organization can set the standard without, so that you can, when you connect with the culinary members, that you already have certain things in place so that it's even better for folks and for Nevadans to be able to participate and benefit from this project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Assemblywoman Mosca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my question is for Ms. King. And I thank you all for all your hard work and everything that's been added into the community benefits agreement. And on section 23, number 6, it says the baseball stadium community oversight committee constitutes a public body. So my question was, is the purpose that it will be truly a public body where the community will come together and share the thoughts that they want into this term sheet so that we can get the community feedback, or is this the term sheet we're going to go with?
Assemblywoman Mosca, Yolanda King for the record. Yes, that was the entire intent of putting in there that the Community Oversight Committee would be subject to open meeting laws so that those meetings would be open to the public and they can provide their input with regard to the benefits.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. Sort of going off this community benefits agreement, I want to go to the other end. When I read it, it's a list of binding terms. And I go through there and there's some very specified requirements in here. And you leave out some others. I have multiple questions almost from every line, where my colleague from the South talked about just livable wage not being detailed enough. I'm asking, you go into such detail that is this truly all there is, or there should be added? And I'll give you an example. You talk about universities under education. You only talk about universities from the South. The North is left out. And I see that regularly throughout this page, that excluding Clark County, the remaining part of our state is forgotten about. And as a state, we are contributing state money to this program and should also be addressed in this. And then going back to the front page, when you list about who can work there, you never talk about, not being well-versed in construction business, I find it very hard to meet some of these requirements and on the number of people, the types of people that have to be employed. It doesn't say if that can't be met, what is the out clause? What's the results? What else do you do? Under appreciation, you talk about everybody in the moon, but you leave out our first responders. You talk about women's veterans. You don't talk about veterans, period. That's what I want to know is this is so specified and detailed in here. How binding is it and what can be added? Or do we have to write the whole world in there? Or can we do more generalities? And don't forget the North, please. Anything above Indian Springs.
Assemblyman Steve Hill. While you weren't here, I did address the university topic. That's quite all right. The A's have been asked to list all instead of just say these two and then everybody else generally. They've agreed to do that. That will certainly be a part of this agreement. As I mentioned to Assemblyman Wen, this is just the first part of this process. This is intended to help inform a conversation that will take place with the Community Oversight Committee, will ultimately be a contract with the Stadium Authority that can be enforced, that has the opportunity to add to these things. These are a lot of what is identified specifically has been requested individually by members of this body. They wanted to see that on a piece of paper. The A's certainly value veterans, and that means all veterans, the first responders. They do these things already. These were just specific. They wanted to see that particular commitment in writing now, but this will be expanded. They're going to provide a community suite every game, 81 games for a different group, a different nonprofit organization, or different groups like that each game. They will spotlight groups each game. Lots of opportunities to celebrate all out there who deserve to be celebrated. These are just some of the specifics that were asked by this body.
So if I may say, what I hear from you is this is not a list of binding terms. This is just a generalized statement to stimulate conversation. Is that fair summation, Mr. Hill?
Assemblyman Steve Hill, it is binding in what is there. It is not limiting by what is there. It can be expanded upon.
So there'll be more to come, in other words.
That's right.
Promise. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Assemblywoman Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the presentation and for what I know is going to continue to be a lengthy day ahead of us. I want to speak specifically to Section 23 of the legislation, and I'm looking at page 12, subsection 2A of Section 23, and it requires workforce diversity, and that's mentioned in here. But as of right now, I guess my question is, what considerations have occurred to ensure that we're looking at workforce diversity for both low wage earners as well as high wage earners? Because to me, it is important that we have a diverse workforce, but it doesn't just mean that diversity are doing the lowest wage jobs. And unfortunately, that's often what we see in corporate America. So I'm just wondering what conversations have been had and what that looks like now. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Torres, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The community benefits plan as it's currently structured has a couple of targets in it relative to the percentage of workers that have to be minorities, women, veterans, all of this number of groups. Those numbers are pretty high overall. As what we saw in with a similar approach, although substantially lower targets under Allegiant, what we saw is that diversity became a target for every subcontractor and group within those during the construction and then during the operations of Allegiant Stadium. Is it perfect? No, I don't want to leave you with that impression, but I think that the targets at the level that they are going to require that every contractor and subcontractor participate and go out and find folks to participate. I think when you look in there and you talk about opening up the bonding requirements, when you talk about having mentorships that are brought through, those type of things are designed specifically to give folks opportunity to be lifted up. Now, you talk about the idea of specific workers in different categories of jobs or occupations that are there, and we don't want to make sure that they're all crammed down at the bottom. At the same time, giving business owners that have the opportunity to grow and develop, because what we do know is that businesses that are minority or veteran owned or women owned, for example, have a tendency to give much greater opportunities to minorities and women and veterans and those that are disabled, those type of things. And so I believe that the targets are high enough that there's going to be a natural incentive to do exactly what you're asking for.
Thank you. And if I could request that later on, we get the information too of what that diversity looks like right now for the Oakland A's, what that diversity looks like for the top and the bottom of workers, because I think it's really critical that we have people that are wearing the suits in that building that are diverse candidates, as well as individuals that are cleaning the stadium. Thank you.
Assemblyman Urich.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all of our presenters for taking the time to put on this very thoughtful presentation and to be here and answer all of our questions here today. One of the largest criticisms that I've been hearing from my constituents regarding this sort of project is why we would invest such a significant amount of our tax dollars into a franchise, and more specifically into an owner who has not done his best, it would appear from the outside, to invest in a team that would succeed. And you've given some explanations here today about some of the challenges in Oakland that they've experienced there. But in light of what is kind of making Nevada different, right, from these other municipalities elsewhere where these sorts of projects have failed, Nevada, and more specifically Southern Nevada, Las Vegas, is known as the entertainment capital of the world. We know how to put on a show. Everything we do is at its best, from entertainment and food to everything we do. And so I guess my question is what assurances do we have from Mr. Fisher that he is willing to make the type of financial investment that is required so that the A's have a good shot at being the best to compete down in Southern Nevada and therefore make this sort of investment worthwhile? Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Steve Hill. And if you'd like a job promoting Las Vegas, just give me a call. I've talked to Mr. Fisher. One, I will say that he is investing the most money in a baseball stadium ever. He is investing in Las Vegas. He knows what our city can do for the A's. And he has told me he is committed to bringing a winner to Las Vegas. There's, as I said earlier, there's no really way to contract for that, to put it in a law that he will do it. But it makes sense that he wants to. And it makes sense that if he's going to spend this kind of money, he's going to want it to be successful. And I believe that will happen. I think Las Vegas will help make that happen.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for this presentation. I think this is the third time I've heard it now. But I have to say that I disagree with a few things that you've said today. You've made statements that without this project, there would be no revenue generated on that corner. And maybe I misunderstood what you said, and if I did, I'm sorry. But the corner on Tropicana and the Strip, it's been stated a number of times today, is one of the most valuable corners on the Strip, in the state, and quite possibly in our country. So something else is going to replace the Tropicana if the current owners decide to demolish it. And no matter what that is, if it's a casino, if it's another sports project, maybe an NBA stadium, that may not have the financial ask that's included in this current deal. So I think that corner is going to make money no matter who goes there. It's a new shiny thing that you say people are going to come to Nevada to visit. No matter what goes on that corner is going to be the new shiny thing on our Strip. And whatever that new shiny thing is, it's going to bring good paying jobs for our brothers and sisters in labor and culinary, no matter what goes in. So this legislative session, this body has had more money than we have ever had in our history and since I've been in this building to deal with our budget. And we have passed some amazing legislation out of both houses, bipartisan legislation that only got across the courtyard and got vetoed, right? And you're asking us to give a lot of credits in addition to credits that already come off our books. So we're going to have to add these credits along with additional credits, take those off the books before future legislative bodies will even be able to think about putting together another budget and may not have the dollars that we have this current legislative session. So once this construction is complete in 2028, but the team is going to come here and they'll be playing at the Las Vegas Ballpark, correct? How much money will we generate in those years leading up to the time? And will we get that money, the state and the county, while they're playing at Las Vegas Ballpark? So at least we get something out of this deal and not just taking money off our sheets.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The playing at the Las Vegas Ballpark is one potential option. I don't think that is an option that has necessarily been determined that that is what the A's are going to do. I know it's come up here a couple of times. I have talked to them many times about what the options look like to play games in the interim. That's been one of the options. I would not want to suggest it's been the option or even the top option. In the meantime, during the construction of the facility, the community benefits plan requires $500,000 every year to be contributed and to be dispersed, utilized throughout the community to do that during the construction side. Forgive me if I'm over answering your question, but during the construction of a $1.5 billion project, there are many jobs that are created. There are there's taxes that are generated both on construction materials and labor. And so those benefits will all inure in advance of the A's actually throwing out the first pitch at the new stadium. To the early portion of your question, relative to the utility of that property, if I suggested, I want to make sure that it's clear for the record. I'm not here to suggest that the corner of Tropicana and Las Vegas Boulevard won't be developed. Of course it will, and you are 100% correct. I would only offer that, at least based on the plans that are there, what this does is add another dimension to what is going to be developed there. I think that what the private sector has recognized through this is that the advent of having a baseball stadium located there increases the value of that asset and potentially creates something that would otherwise not be creatable. To your point, there could be 100 other things that could be creatable there. But this is a bit of a unique opportunity based on the structure and what we're talking about in terms of the development. So if I suggested anything other than that, I want to make sure that I am not intending to take it to a level that you suggested I may have suggested.
And the only reason that I mentioned the Las Vegas Stadium, because in your presentation on page 27, it specifically mentioned the Las Vegas Aviators, that they would not be forced to move while the A's were playing there. So that's why I did mention that. But wherever they play, if they're going to be in Nevada playing while the stadium, if this bill passes, and I think everyone knows how I feel, I made that very clear in the first time we met, and you haven't convinced me yet, but I'm hoping you do. Will the state of Nevada and Clark County, if they're playing in Clark County, be making revenue? And what do you anticipate that revenue is until this stadium, if this bill passes, where we won't be making anything? That's my opinion. Will we be making revenue in those years leading up to the first pitch at that new, shiny, pretty stadium on Trop and Strip?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, just to be clear on the stadium and where they can play conversation, where Major League teams can play is subject to collective bargaining. The Players Association has to agree to play wherever they're going to play. So if it's an alternative location, and the A's have committed to have that conversation and to work to have some of their games not only at the ballpark, but potentially at the ballpark in Reno as well. But they can't commit to it because they have to enter into a collective bargaining conversation with the Major League Baseball Players Association. They can and will and have said that they will have exhibition games for certainly in the ballpark there. But that's just to be clear about that. They would like to be able to play some games in Nevada prior to moving into the stadium, but can't make that commitment right now because of that.
Okay, would anyone else like to ask a question in round one of question asking? I've looked at my sheet here. Most of you have asked a question. Some of you have sneakily asked several questions. Don't think I didn't notice, but I'm trying to give a little bit of leeway, but want to make sure that nobody else who hasn't asked a question yet wants to ask one. If so, just indicate by pressing your speak button. I don't see anyone pressing your speak button, so as advertised, we are going to go to round two of questions. So if you have asked a question, would like to ask another one, if you could please light up your screen. And a reminder that questions are welcome, but not required. And I'll give this a second. This is kind of like playing, it's kind of like playing Price is Right. Okay, we will start with Assemblyman DeLong.
Thank you, Chair. And again, appreciate your presentations. I'm going to stick with financial, so I think that's what I think about the most. In the bill, the development partners and the A's put up $100 million as the first spend. what I want to know is the value of the property, the 9 acres, included in that 100 million, or is that 100 million cash that they'll put up in addition to the land?
Assemblyman DeLong, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. It is in addition to.
That was the way you ask a question. Thank you, Assemblyman. We'll go next to, let's see here, Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I felt like I did good on the round one, so I wanted to make a statement and then also ask a question. My first statement just goes to the CBA with respect to appreciation nights and awareness days. And I just wanted to offer, I'm hoping that the but not necessarily be limited to is not intentionally disregarding our Indigenous communities. We do have 28 nations in our state, and most importantly, the land that the stadium is being asked on is that of the Nuwu Southern Paiute people. With that, my real question, well, I just wanted to make sure that was out there. That was really important to me. But my question is, and I've been struggling with Section 29, so this may go actually to Mr. Powers as opposed to you guys up there, but if you have the answer, that's great. Where I'm struggling is where I understand we can't pledge the proceeds as a state, but as I'm understanding is we're giving up state revenue to pay down the bonds. And when I'm reading Section 29, I'm just having a hard time with that. Like, so for example, it goes in that the county commissioners shall pledge and as part pay the principal of an interest of the bonds. And under subsection A, in the items listed there under, include a list of our state revenue. So like the state's share of sales tax, as well as now the LSST goes to the education fund. And I'm struggling to read in there that the state money is really going to go to pay back the bonds. So if Mr. Powers could probably help me out there, I'd appreciate it, and maybe somewhere else too. I may be overthinking this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal. The way the payment is set up for the bonds, state revenues are available to pay for the bonds as long as the legislature continues those revenues. So as long as those specific taxes listed in the bill are in place as a matter of law, they will be collected from within the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District, and they will be given to the county to use to pay back the bonds. My discussion earlier was to ensure that that is not a pledge of the full faith and credit of the state. If the legislature were to repeal one of those taxes, that revenue stream would fall away, and then the other pockets of money would have to be looked to. If the legislature reduced the rate of one of those taxes, then that money would fall away, and again, you would have to look through a different pot of money. For example, the MBT, the modified business tax, has a provision in it that adjusts the rate depending on how other tax collections are done. And that's an automatic revision. So sometimes the modified business tax will be lowered automatically by as a matter of law. This bill acknowledges that that could happen. If that state revenue isn't there, you look to the other revenue sources, and ultimately, if those revenue sources aren't there, you look to the general obligation of the county to pay back its general obligation bonds. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. We'll have a question next from Assemblywoman Considine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make clear that I understand how transferable tax credits work. So if I understand this properly, so there's $180 million in transferable tax credits. The stadium or the A's can take up to $36 million in transferable tax credits each year. So what a transferable tax credit is, if I understand it properly, is it's kind of like a coupon, so that the A's could use it to pay down their taxes, or they could sell it to any other taxpayer in the state. They could sell it to a resort casino, they could sell it to a manufacturer, they could sell it to anyone. And then that entity uses that coupon to not pay their taxes. So if that entity owes $25 million in taxes in 1 year, they can use the coupon to not pay it, which essentially means that the way that this is the $180 million in transferable tax credits can mean that it's $180 million in taxes that we lose sort of right out the gate as soon as they're either used by the A's or the coupon is transferred to another entity who then uses it to not pay their taxes. And then on the flip side of that, if the A's use the coupon, the transferable tax credit coupon, then when they sell it to another entity, that becomes private money for them to use to pay for construction. I don't know if it could use to be paid for the $500,000 for the CBA, or they could use that money to build and construct the stadium itself. So I don't know if that also means that they sell the transferable tax credits, they get funding, that funding is used towards that $1.1 billion that they've pledged to pay down the stadium or to pay for the stadium, if that's how all of that works. But then that 180 million, I understand that is potentially refundable, but not required to be refunded. But that is part of the $380 million bucket that we have to pay back. So we then, all of the money that's raised in the stadium, every tax, like for the hot dog, for the beer, for the Uber driver, for the t-shirt, for everything in that stadium area. I don't know if that means, as Mr. Hill, you've mentioned previously, if you extend the boundary for the parking garage, if anything that's raised in the parking garage goes into that as well. But all of that then goes right into the buckets to start paying that down. Though, so we are giving $180 million in transferable tax credits, which could be sold or not sold, but they'll be used. Then we're taking taxpayer money to repay that $180 million in transferable tax credits along with everything else. Do I have all that correct? Thank you.
Assemblywoman, that was very accurate. I would phrase it as investing instead of losing, but it was well described. The only exception that I would take to what you said is it's not an option not to repay the transferable tax credits. The law is written that the revenue will stay in place until those tax credits are paid back.
Assemblywoman, if I can just add one thing. The A's cannot use the transferable tax credits for to offset their own tax payments. It specifically excludes that from taking place.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I needed that clarification. So then when we're adding the $380 million, the $380 million includes the $180 million in transferable tax credits that we are paying back through the stadium. But then if the A's can't use it, that's $180 million in transferable tax credits that are sold to other entities that then use it to not pay taxes, which means that's negative taxes that we have. So just explain to me then, how is that 180 and not 360 $1 million in tax credits or loss of revenue that we as people in the state are losing? Thank you.
Assemblywoman Steele, you're correct. The transferable tax credit is a certificate that says you don't have to pay whatever taxes are listed in the bill that are eligible not to be paid if you are the holder of that certificate. You're only going to, over the course of 5 years, that does not start until the next biennium, July 1st of 25, you would pass out only $36 million a year in each of those 5 years. And no matter how many times it moves around, there's only one person who can actually redeem that certificate and claim that they do not owe the taxes. So it will only cost the state the $180 million investment over those 5 years. They could sell it along the way because they can't use it, and they can only use it for the construction of the stadium. But it is limited to that $180 million. Just a point on the $380 million in total, that is a cap. It is unlikely that the combination of what we're considering here today will actually get to that cap. The projection on bonding with the state providing the enhancement is about $125 million. The county is providing a $25 million credit toward the development agreement, which would bring that to about $150. And then the $180 million would be on top of that, which would be $330 million. And that's more likely to be in the range that is the entirety of the package. unless interest rates drop significantly between now and the times the bonds are issued, in which case you could issue a somewhat higher principal in bonds than we could right now.
We have a question next from Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you for the presentation in round two. I won't be able to sleep tonight if you don't answer this question for me. You had mentioned something about monies going into the bank, and it's sitting there for about maybe 2 years, if I understood that correctly. I want to know what happens to that interest. You know, who gets that?
Assemblywoman Thomas, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. When we were talking about the bank, you're referring to the State Infrastructure Bank. That is the money that is set aside to provide the line of credit, the credit enhancement that we've talked about. If it earns interest, it stays in that account and can continue to be used because the principal and interest payments will ratchet up slightly every year. And so that interest will allow it to grow so that the state treasurer, assuming those dollars are not used, will require fewer dollars to request from the legislature if additional dollars are needed. There's a provision that's included in the amendment that essentially says at the end, at the point at which the bonds are paid off. So let's imagine under a hypothetical scenario, you put the $14 million in, it's never used. That $14 million is $25 million 30 years from now for exactly the interest. Those dollars revert back to the state's general fund at the point at which the bonds are fully paid off.
Assemblywoman, are you going to be able to sleep tonight? Okay, wanted to make sure the question got answered. We'll go next to Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair. So as a social studies teacher, I know math is not my subject that I teach, but some of this is just not quite adding up to me. I know my colleagues have all asked questions about a lot of details, and we're being told to believe that attendance, which has never gone beyond 20,000 attendees, is now going to reach 27,000, that paying $36 million a year in public money is a good deal in exchange for $1.5 million in in-kind donations from the A's, and that somehow a deadbeat owner is going to invest in his team overnight and a losing team will become a winning team. I don't know that those questions have been answered. I think we've seen from my colleagues that those questions haven't been answered. So I'm not going to ask those again, because as a teacher, I know if you keep getting the same answer over and over again from a student, it's time to move on because you're not getting anything new from that kiddo. So my question instead is on the state-of-the-art clause. So there are numerous references to state-of-the-art stadiums. On page 4, there is a reference in subsection C saying that we need to operate a state-of-the-art stadium. On page 8, there is a reference to first-class premier Major League Baseball facilities. And then on the next page, on page 9, it talks about the costs of development. I know that in many of these deals, state-of-the-art clauses have been inserted as a way of wringing extra public money out down the line. If some other stadium gets some new fancy gadget, then the taxpayer is now on the hook for paying for that new fancy gadget. And so I just want to clarify. On page 9, it says that any and all development and construction cost overruns for the development and construction of the project must be the sole responsibility of the developer partner. So we're all good there. Except that any cost overrun must not be the responsibility of the developer partner if the cost overrun is caused by a change in development or construction mandated by the stadium authority after the execution of the development agreement. So I just want to clarify, is the stadium authority on the hook in NRS to having this state-of-the-art facility? And if yes, if they say we have to get this because it's in NRS, is the taxpayer then going to be on the hook for paying for that new state-of-the-art gadget for this facility?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, no, they will not.
Speaker, could we get maybe some clarity from legal as well? I just want to make sure on the record that we are not on the hook for that.
That would be fine as well. And members, I would just ask, we are on questions. There may be a time for statements if and when this comes to a vote, but if you could refrain yourself to questions, that would be much appreciated as the chair of the committee. And Mr. Powers, if you have something to add to that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal. The standard in the statute will be a first-class Major League Baseball stadium. As a public body, though, the stadium authority is made up of multi-members who have to assess the balance between what is included in the stadium and the level of financing they have to build the stadium. There will always be that balance. So there will be no obligation to do the most exciting next thing if there's not financing to do the most exciting next thing. So as a public body, they have a fiduciary duty to manage these funds in a way that accomplishes the general intent for a first-class Major League Baseball stadium, but doesn't also contradict legislative intent to fund it at only a certain level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Chairman, excuse me. In my previous life, I worked at an agency that did a lot of capital improvement projects. And one of the things that was part of every one of those that was funded and completed by that agency was to have a third-party engineering firm to monitor the construction of that project. And I have to ask this question on the fly because my colleague asked my question. So this has also been burning in the back of my mind. One of the things that I don't see in here is some type of protection that would ensure that the world-class stadium is being built to those standards. And in that previous life, this third-party engineering firm, their responsibility was to review all architectural and engineering plans to ensure that whatever was being constructed met those world-class standards. I don't see that here. I think it would be important to know whether or not that is part of the plan and where that would be. Is that part of the legislation? Does that come later? Is that something that the LVCBA is responsible for? And the reason that I mention this and the reason that this is of concern is the third party person would help to eliminate some of the concerns of my colleague so that we don't miss things that the stadium's plan might miss that would meet the standards of whatever is world-class so that we don't have change orders. And so that all the things that make this world-class, which I think is very vague and not very clearly, I mean, it could be interpreted in any different way. You could say that that a Kohler toilet is world-class, but you want to put in a beam toilet and say that's world-class. I don't get it. But anyway, where is the governor? Where is the standard, and how is it going to be enforced to ensure that we are not having overruns, that everything is being done to the standard that is necessary for this to be world-class?
Assemblywoman, for the record, I'd like to draw your attention to page 40 in section 33, subsection 2E, that specifically requires the retention of an independent engineer for exactly the purpose that you just set forth. That independent engineer, the same language was utilized in Senate Bill 1 for Allegiant Stadium. That independent engineer was Jones Lang LaSalle, who the developer partner would send all of their materials prior to every pay app. They did site reviews every month to make sure that everything that was provided, was stated, was actually provided. In addition to that, the Stadium Authority Board retains a independent construction representative that would would walk the site consistently, would review all of the plans, and would also review everything once it was completed to ensure that the state's interest or the public's interest was being maintained.
Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. I was going to try to find the slide and look through the papers for it. I can't figure out where it is. So I'm just going to get straight to the point. You mentioned earlier about the naming rights, as well as the very small media market being under the direction and also under the ownership of the owners of the team. Will any of this money also be able to go back to pay the bonds, or is that 100% public money that can be paid? So in other words, somebody says, hey, here's $1 million. I want to pay this, name the stadium after, I don't know, Carson City. Does any of that money be able to go back to the bonds, or is it 100% public tax revenue that would have to pay back those bonds?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, the revenue that is generated by the operation of the stadium, including the naming rights, would stay with the A's. That is what's needed in order to pay back their investment in the stadium, so that would not be available.
Assemblyman Urich.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks again for taking our questions. We've answered so many of these substantive questions to varying degrees of satisfaction, I can tell. If you'll indulge me for what I hope doesn't come across as a trivial question. But as a prior law enforcement officer and as a legislator who's prided himself on being a strong advocate for our first responders, on the CBA noticed in subsection 5, similar to my colleague from District 37, conspicuously missing from that is any reference to honoring or showing appreciation to our state's first responders, our police officers, our firefighters, and our veterans. There's a lot of other groups in there. My question is, were they intentionally excluded? And if not, can you offer some assurances on the record that we will be able to, at some of these events, honor our state's first responders?
Assemblyman Steve Hill, they were not intentionally excluded, and I can give you absolute assurance that they will be recognized at the stadium and at the games.
We'll go next to Assemblywoman Cohen, who is joining us on Zoom. I hope. There we go.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a question about, sorry, let me just get to my notes. So I'm concerned about the bonds being paid off by the 17 taxes listed because of the requirements of the Department of Taxation being required to use commercially reasonable procedures. So given that there was testimony in the other house about the department using commercially reasonable procedures or the revenue being excluded, how do we know that there's going to be funds to pay off the bonds?
Assemblywoman Cohen, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The revenues that are estimated are those that are utilized in the preliminary model are those that have that are easily measurable and easily identifiable for the Department of Taxation. They include sales tax, they include live entertainment tax, modified business tax, and commerce tax. These are taxes which the Department of Taxation understands and in cooperation with the taxpayer are fairly straightforward. I think at the heart of your question is, what about some of the other taxes that are not included relative to that? The idea is that as those become more readily identifiable, that they can be included for that revenue to the extent that they're identifiable enough that a commercially reasonable effort can be made to collect them. Let's say liquor taxes, for example, being passed through in terms of an invoice, those will be able to be included. The ability to pay off the bonds is going to be a function of the revenues that are already identified. Both the county chief financial officer as well, sorry, I should say this differently, the Stadium Authority Board has to identify and provide that those revenues will generate the full 2 times coverage when the state's enhancement is included, whatever that set of revenues ultimately needs to be. Those revenues then go to Clark County that have to be determined to be similarly properly sufficient, both by the chief financial officer of the county and then also the state treasurer, to make sure that the revenues that are identified meet the full 2 times coverage, again, when the credit enhancement is included. So the bonds will not be issued unless all 3 of those parties determine that there is sufficient revenue to meet the principal and interest payment, plus an additional 50%, plus the state backstop.
Okay, I guess I still have concerns because like MBT and commerce tax, what's going to happen if the headquarters are off-site? There's going to be a hard time. The department is going to have a difficult time making those determinations.
Assemblywoman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, certainly if something is going to be administratively too burdensome, there won't be a commercially reasonable way to do it. The conversations that I've had with the Department of Taxation, I mean, we reallocate modified business tax today for economic development purposes, so we have the ability to identify the situs that's there. Yes, the taxpayer will have to identify the taxes that are paid by that taxpayer for example, the modified business taxes that are allocated specifically to that location. But this happens in other communities. It happens in our state, and I don't have a concern that the Department of Taxation cannot work with the taxpayer to determine a commercially reasonable way to accomplish that.
Okay, and we don't yet know where the headquarters are going to be for the A's?
For the record, Jeremy Aguero, Assemblywoman, a number of the A's employees will be located at the stadium. They have not indicated to me exactly how many or exactly how that will work. For the employees, players, things like that, there's specific language within Senate Bill 1 that says that those employees will be deemed to be at within the Sports and Entertainment Improvement District for purposes of that tax collection.
Okay.
Mr.
Right,
Chairman, Assemblywoman, just to follow up on that, Kevin Powers, General Counsel, LCB Legal. Because the businesses that are operating in the Sports and Entertainment District will be the ones paying the taxes, it's in their best interest to properly segment the taxes so the benefit of those payments goes to the Sports and Entertainment District and the bonds continue to be paid and everyone in the Entertainment District continues to benefit from having the stadium there. So there's a built-in incentive too for those businesses to properly segment their taxes and assist the Department of Taxation and local government in doing so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you may or may not know, today the Moneyball Act was introduced into the U.S. House of Representatives, which will compel or induce team owners to pay a relocation fee to the state and municipality from which they're leaving. If they don't do that, then they may be placed subject to the antitrust laws. If this goes through, are the Oakland A's still going to come to Nevada?
Assemblyman Steve Hill, I know the A's are committed to coming to Nevada. I'm not aware of that bill, so I really can't answer that question.
Assemblywoman Dickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope my question doesn't seem too trivial, but has it been said what this team is going to be called? The what A's? Do we know?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, I don't know the answer to that question either.
Well, the reason I ask is because I got an email from a constituent who thought it might make this a little more palatable to the north if they could be called the Nevada A's, like there's the Florida Marlins and the Colorado Rockies. So is that something we could consider?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, it's really not ours to consider.
Oh, so the A's will decide, right?
Yes, they will.
Okay, thanks.
Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just one follow-up request, because I don't think we need to go into it, but it would be helpful, I think, to have, based on the projections, I'm sure you already have this, or you could just follow up with me and probably other members of the committee. When under the current projections that have been provided, when the bonds will be paid off, when the transferable tax credits that are refundable would be finished being paid off back to the state, and how much would be projected to, especially with the new waterfall structure, how much would be estimated to go to the homeless assistance fund over kind of the 30-year period that we're generally looking at. I think that would be helpful, as well as I know there were questions from my colleagues about the stress test and understanding how that would impact bond repayment, transferable tax credit repayment, the inflow to that homeless assistance fund, and impacts on kind of the fiscal and economic impact of the project. So I would just appreciate if you could follow up after the hearing's done with some of that information. The question that I had is, again, some of my colleagues talked about the importance of having kind of a family-friendly aspects to the community benefits agreement. In particular, we've talked a little bit about living wages. I know that there's a mention of healthcare, and that was brought up. Retirement, education, both for employees and their families, and providing those educational and leadership development opportunities to them. But in particular, one of the things that I've seen is that now I believe the bill as amended provides that for certain companies receiving certain abatements of taxes, they would have to have a paid leave policy in effect. And I know this might not be the appropriate question to you. It might be better directed to the A's themselves. But I'm wondering that since this is a proposal where taxes aren't being abated, but are actually being redirected to help support the investment in the project, if it's appropriate, that they also have a similar paid leave policy put into effect.
Assemblyman Watts, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. Obviously, that legislation that's being contemplated here did not exist at the point at which the models were created. So I don't have an analysis that can include legislation that would have been prospective.
Assemblywoman Gonzalez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about the 1.1 billion portion of the project that you will be financing. You all have stated in the previous hearings that you will not discuss the private financing of that. Is that correct?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, no, that's not correct. That financing has to be proven and guaranteed by a third party before we can request, along with having all the agreements we've talked about in place. All of those things have to be done, including identifying the source and the capacity of that financing before we even ask Clark County or the state to participate with public funding.
So all of that has not been done yet?
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, yes, that's correct. We can't start that process unless this passes now.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblywoman Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and gentlemen, again, thank you so much. I'm going to follow up on with my colleague, Assemblywoman Considine, mentioned just in terms of the transferable tax credits, and I know that 120 million of those are refundable, and you said they will be refundable, so that's great. I'm wondering when and how does that happen?
Assemblywoman Taylor, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The way it happens is through the waterfall that we talked about. One of the provisions that is included in the amendment is that the tax rate will continue until such time as they are fully paid back to the state. Under the models that currently exist, there is some repayment that happens very early in the process because the construction generates a fair amount of revenue. So you have some money that flows through the waterfall. Then you have an extended period of time out to, I think past 2035 before enough money is in the waterfall to start making those payments back and generate it. The waterfall is constructed I should say that differently. The waterfall is constructed to take into account if revenues come in over expectations, that the state and that the county should benefit as a result of that. Much like what we've seen at Allegiant Stadium, revenues have beat expectations and there's a waterfall that comes through. If that was to happen here, it will dramatically accelerate the rate of that repayment. So while we can run some models respecting the fact that we don't know exactly what the interest rate is going to be when the bonds are issued. We don't know all of the revenues that are going to inure to that, which can have a significant impact on when those revenues will take place. If revenues come in expectations, it's going to be a lot sooner. If revenues hit expectations, it'll extend past the 30-year period in which those revenues will ultimately go to repaying $120 million in tax revenue.
Assemblywoman Steve Hill, and just to add to Mr. Guerrero's comments, the fact that this body has added $30 million to the amount that will be repaid delays the ultimate repayment of all of it, because it's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Ortlicker.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you for answering all our questions so patiently. I want to go back to some of the questions we've asked. Or let me put it differently. We have two questions. Should we invest in baseball? Is that the right thing for Las Vegas? And if the answer is yes, is the A's the right team? Is this the right match? Or should we be thinking other opportunities will come along, whether through expansion, other teams that might be moving? And concerns have been raised. We've gotten lots of emails about people in Oakland who have been troubled by their experience with the current owner. And so you all have assured us that John Fisher is committed. He really does want to make this work. And I think, Mr. Hill, you said before, when asked, is there a way to make that concretize that commitment? And you said you couldn't think of anything, if I'm remembering correctly. But one thing that's troubling when we think about the commitment of Mr. Fisher is that he does have the lowest payroll in the league. And I know there are teams with high payrolls that don't have great seasons. There are teams with low payrolls that have good seasons, but there is some correlation. It does matter to some extent. So one way to concretize this commitment would to say, Mr. Fisher would commit to at least spending the median or 85% of the median, finding that range that makes sure we can count on a competitive team. And if he's committed to doing that, then this should be an easy thing for him to satisfy. Is that something we could put into the bill?
Assemblyman Steve Hill, a couple of things. As to whether there would be potential Major League Baseball opportunities that would be better than this one, I think Major League Baseball would hesitate to say anything that would feel threatening to our process or disrespect our state. But it's my strong opinion that if we don't take this opportunity that we have now, we will not have an opportunity with Major League Baseball anytime in the near future, and near being quite a while. I do not think that putting some type of payroll commitment into the legislation would be acceptable to Major League Baseball or the A's. This is, by the way, a competitive process. They are not looking at other cities right now, but I've gone to the owners' meetings in New York in order to protect the unique opportunity Las Vegas has to attract Major League Baseball to our state. And so I think that request would be beyond what Major League Baseball would be willing to allow.
If I could just ask a follow-up. Yeah, I appreciate why people may be concerned, but this gets back, as you've indicated, and we all recognize, we are a very desirable city for Major League Baseball. We're not well, I won't name other cities that want a baseball team, but they don't compare. People want to come to Vegas, and we are very attractive to Major League Baseball.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Speaker. I'm kind of back to my previous line of questioning and expressed disappointment. I am curious about investment in affordable housing. I did a little digging into the proposed legislation and passed legislation unanimously in California on the development of the A's stadium proposed for the port there. And there was a component of affordable housing built into that. And I'm wondering if in this proposal, what do we call it now? Clark County Homelessness and Prevention and Assistance Fund. Are we expecting that to assist in developing affordable housing, or was that completely left off the table in this piece of legislation?
Assemblywoman Peters, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. Clark County would have broad discretion relative to the use of those funds. The only thing that I would offer is that that fund gets fully funded if the project overperforms. So I don't want to leave you with the impression that somehow that's going to be sufficient revenue to address an affordable housing issue in Clark County. The other part of your question relative to other projects, whether it's ones that were undertaken by the A's or others, many of those are real estate related projects. The stadium is one portion of a much larger development. We see that in the NFL. We've seen it in Major League Baseball. This is not the case. This is a development in a highly defined, highly urbanized area. And so there is not ancillary real estate where a similar type of investment would take place.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sort of going off some of the prior questions, going to page 7 of, I'm looking at the mock-up proposed amendment 30001 to Senate Bill 1. On page 7, it talks about the Clark County Homeless Prevention and Assistance Fund. Can you give me a little more detail on that? And is any of the money going in there? It talks about what they can do, but is it subject to audit? Will there be any reports given back to us on what the money that is being contributed by the A's, what their actual performance is of this fund?
Minority Leader O'Neill, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. Clark County has plenty of audit requirements that it goes through as a government. I'm sorry, did I say something incorrect?
I'm asking about us. I'd like to know how that money is spent, or have the legislature have input or response back to how that money is being spent. Because when I read it, it says prevent homelessness. It's a great overarching statement. Homelessness, unfortunately, has been with us since before biblical times. It talks about help individuals and families regain stable housing. I'd like to know how they're doing that. What is reporting back? It's just, I feel this money that the A's are giving forth, what we're giving forth to support the A's, there should be a response back to the legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Powers, LCB General Counsel, for the record. Although this particular piece of legislation doesn't require the county to report on this particular fund, as was mentioned, the county has reporting requirements that it must comply with under the law, so that will be public information, how much money is taken in, how much money is spent. In addition, both during session and during the interim, legislative committees have the power to investigate any matter that's related to potential future legislative action or legislative business. So any legislative committee within its jurisdiction could request members of the county to come and explain how revenues are being used from this particular fund. And in addition, even if those county officials were reluctant, all legislative committees have the power to subpoena. And if that comes up, please contact me.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to follow up on, I was again going over the pages of the bill. I know that my colleague from District 37 has asked this earlier, but I want just to follow up and ask, does it hurt the legislation to add back the ex officio board member, such as the treasurer? So much of the language in this bill involved the state treasurer, but yet the role was eliminated with the amendment. If the state will be on the hook for this, would an ex officio position like the state treasurer that is so involved with the financial component to be an effective oversight with the stadium authority on top of the IFC? I mean, if we're going to be transparent about this, right? And the treasurer with the infrastructure bank and with all of the financial component to ensure that we're following every step of the way, that I'm not sure why that position was taken off. I think from a statewide perspective, having a lot of the North interests represented, as well as a constitutional officer who, position is responsible to be the guardian of our state dollar. So if you could explain that, that would be great.
Assemblyman, for the record, Jeremy Aguero, I don't disagree with anything you just said, and no, it does not diminish the bill in any way whatsoever by having the treasurer act as an ex officio member of the Stadium Authority Board.
So just to be clear, you are going to be okay adding that back on?
I have no objection, sir.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Assemblywoman Brown May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've had a little bit of time to follow up on the previous line of questioning relative to the community benefits agreement. I've spoken with my county commissioner who represents the district that I'm in, and have not really been able to identify the list of organizations or community members that were met with, and I'm confused. I heard the A's have been in town about a year working on a community benefits agreement. Then I heard we were working on a community benefits agreement just in the last couple of months. So I'm confused. And I just really want to get on the record where we're heading with this. So I'm curious to know if we can get a list or data. Is there something to support where you went and who you talked to, just so that we have that and I can wrap my head around it before we go to vote? I think that's really going to be important for a number of folks that have weighed in my email in the hours that we've been here. So really important. I'm curious to know if you have the data. I'd love to see that. And then relative to the community benefits agreement term sheet that we have, I understand that it's not binding. It's binding to a degree of what we have originally, but it can be expanded upon as we go into the community. I appreciate that. But I think there are a couple of key pieces that we need to get into this document before we go forward. One of them is on page 1. Number 3, under subcontracting and vendor diversity. I think that we call out nonprofit organizations initially, but then in the second part of that paragraph, we don't identify nonprofit organizations as contractors that can provide services or supports. I think that's just an interesting piece, that we have nonprofit organizations that actually provide support services and contracts throughout our community, right? And I could call out a couple of them, but are doing contract fulfillment and should be recognized as contractors. I think we've seen them alienated inadvertently in other ways and other agreements throughout our community. So I would not want to leave nonprofit organizations out as possible contractors. And then on page 2 under number 6, we talk about living wages. Ensure employees working in construction or operations are paid at least living wages. I would want an and in there. Like, we have to make sure all of our employees receive living wages and that they're not accessing Medicaid, state Medicaid rolls, right? So they're not costing us money to do this, that we are paying fair wages is really important. And then under number 10 on page 3, we call out teenage sex trafficking. I think it's important that we realize that people at any age can be taken advantage of, so that we probably should work on getting rid of teenage. And then people with disabilities, police, firefighters, etc. I think you've heard that throughout the day, are not included in those paragraphs. I think we need to add that in to make sure we're not excluding anybody inadvertently. Those are really my comments, less of a question, but I think important to see the revisions and have that data before we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Steve Hill. I do know that the A's are developing, just going back to the calendar and developing that list, and we'll get it to you shortly. And I don't think anything that you just recommended would cause any objection, but we'll ask the folks working on this to get with you. Thank you.
Assemblyman De Silva.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for your continued presentation and answering these questions. I know it's been quite a long afternoon. So my question is this: is really pertaining to the private funding dynamics. I know this is kind of a tangential question, but it is, I think, of great public interest. I know there's over $1.1 billion that are going to be coming from private funds, and there have been issues with funding drying up. I mean, we have two projects on the Strip currently: the Dream project, I believe, and then the Fountain Blue, which is sitting there. Not being worked on because the funding dried up. We had a huge problem with the city center the development in the early 2000s. So my question is this: what's going on there with the private funding? Do we know who is bringing these proof of funds to the A's? One, number two, can we be assured that this project will be completed on time? And then number three, during the actual construction phase of this project, can we have some sort of transparency in regards to what's going on with those private funds that are going to be utilized to complete the project? Thank you.
Assemblyman De Silva, for the record, Jeremy Aguero. The project, the bill specifically requires that if the project's not constructed in 60 months, absent force majeure, that there's reversionary clauses that go in. With regard to the transparency element associated with it, this was the question that I believe was asked by Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong relative to transparency throughout the process. There's an independent engineer. Every month, there's a pay application process, what has been completed. There are receipts that back that up. There are reports that have to be done, all of which are required here. I would point you to page 41 of the document relative to and paragraph F that talks about the developer partner has provided a financing commitment. So you're right, there's always uncertainty in the financial markets, but the developer partner, in order to move forward and actually access any public money, has to show where its financing is going to come from. And you'll see the numerical paragraphs that are underneath paragraph F talk about an irrevocable deposit of cash, closed construction financing, irrevocable letter of credit that has to be there and show not only where the financing is going to come from, but the financing is irrevocable so that when the public monies come in, that there's no opportunity for the private sector not to provide its share necessary to have the project completed.
Do we have anybody else for round two of questions? Sorry. Okay, I'm not seeing any additional questions. Mr. Hill, Mr. Aguero, Ms. King, and Ms. Aker, and Mr. Powers, thank you so much for being here with us. I think we started this morning, I can't remember, but this morning and into this afternoon. And members, as always, if you have questions for them after we leave here, you are free to reach out to them directly to ask questions. But for now, we will excuse you all from the table, and we will open this up for testimony in support. As indicated previously, we will be taking testimony in support in person, both here in Carson City and in Las Vegas. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide testimony in support, and I will be timing, and I'll let you know when your 2 minutes has expired. And when I do that, if you could just please wrap up your comments. So we'll start with testimony in support here in Carson City. Actually, let's go down to Las Vegas first because we're still working out the logistics up here in Carson City, but I see we have 3 at the table in Las Vegas. So whoever would like to start first down in Las Vegas, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jim Gibson, the chairman of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, in addition to being the chairman of the Clark County Commission at this time. I am happy to be here with you, and we appreciate the work that is going on in an effort to get it right. Today, as you consider the legislation before you, which reflects the great work that has been done, I want to ensure that you're informed about the role Clark County has played in these discussions. Our sole focus has been to uphold the prudent financial practices of Clark County. This legislation compels Clark County to issue bonds for the financing of the stadium. Throughout our conversations with the A's, it's been imperative that the terms of a bond issue meet the standards that the county would require for any similar county bond issued, specifically to the amount of the bond funding, the revenue to debt service coverage requirement, and the amount to be held in reserves. County Manager Kevin Schiller and Chief Financial Officer Jessica Colvin have briefed each member of the board individually throughout this process. That's our board, and have carried the perspective of each forward as they have worked on behalf of Clark County to negotiate financial terms that reflect the financial practices of Clark County that have been established over years and decades. It is the perspective of the county's financial experts that include Kevin and Jessica that the deal before you is fiscally sound. The county's commitment to issue about $120 million in general obligation bonds was not agreed to lightly. Clark County's ability to fulfill this request is possible because the terms of the bond require 1, a debt service coverage ratio of 2 times, a debt service reserve equal to 2 years in average annual debt service, and 3, the replenishment of the reserve fund throughout the life of the bonds. These terms are in place to reduce the risk of a default to the investor, and more importantly, to prevent any burden to Clark County residents. Additionally, the county will provide up to $25 million toward the cost of infrastructure associated with the development of the site. This could include costs associated with utilities, roadway or pedestrian improvements, fire, police, or other requirements to be identified in the development agreement between the A's and Clark County. That is because this is a high impact project, and we will work to enjoy or to learn about the issues and then enter into a contract which will cover Clark County and the A's and spell out specifically the requirements that they will have to meet in order to develop this high impact project. I think it's important to note that the structure of this agreement is for a timeline of 30 years. And while those of us who have crafted the agreement will no longer be in our positions, elected, appointed, or otherwise, Clark County's financial contributions are intended to withstand a lot of unknowns throughout this time frame. And while I'm not able to predict the stadium or the A's will be successful, I am certain that what you have before you for consideration is the best version of an agreement to bring the A's to Clark County with the protected support of public financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. I did give you a little bit more time there due to Clark County's intimate involvement in this project. And just so you know, I have encouraged members who have questions of the county to either reach out to you or to county staff. So they may be reaching out to you shortly after this hearing or into tomorrow. So if you could just let your folks know that they might have some incoming questions, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're anxious to be able to have any kind of a dialogue that makes sense.
Thank you so much. Let's stay down in Las Vegas. Whoever would like to go next, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, members of the Assembly. My name is Virginia Valentine with the Nevada Resort Association, and I am here to speak in support of SB 1. We're happy to see today the amendments that were made to improve the transparency and the accountability and the empowerment of the community benefits part of the program, also the governance changes. I won't repeat myself with previous testimony, but I do just want to summarize by saying that the A's are making a very large investment. I believe the stadium's been right-sized. This is a great project for tourism in Nevada. The tourism industry, of course, this gives visitors a new reason to come to stay longer. And when they stay longer, we know they spend more money. So we believe it will create jobs and raise more money for local and state coffers. So we urge your support of the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Assembly. My name is Aaron Ibarra. I'm with Southern Nevada Building Trades. I'll try to keep it as short as possible. We represent over 30,000 families here in Southern Nevada. I want y'all to keep in mind that we have a 15% apprenticeship requirement with the A's. That is significant, right? Not every project that we build has that percentage of apprenticeship requirement. Apprenticeship requirements allow us to actually open up our apprenticeships and go and do outreach in our community to build those opportunities that many folks don't currently have, right? And as someone that was born and raised here, having those opportunities to be able to get a good paying wage and not have to always go through the university setting is significant, right? So just keep that in consideration that we have a 15% requirement and a 5% first year apprenticeship requirement, which is significant that you don't see that in very many projects in Southern Nevada. So we hope that you support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Daniel Lincoln. I'm with the IUPAT District Council 16. We represent over 1,700 painters, glazers, and floor covers here in Southern Nevada. This is the third time that I've testified in support of this bill or a bill that's like it. And I must say that as I sit and listen to all the testimony, specifically in opposition, I actually am a little bit excited because it sounds like we are finally going to get some allies in battling big business and billionaires. When I listen to the opposition testimony of some of the progressive organizations, they're finally starting to understand the importance of holding billionaires accountable. See, that's what we do as labor unions. And if you notice, it's the labor unions that are testifying in support of this bill because we are the ones that are actually out there doing it, right? We are the ones that are walking the lines. We are the ones that are going to court and arbitration. We are the ones that are sitting at the negotiating table, actually holding CEOs and corporations accountable. This is what we do. We are forced to negotiate with CEOs and corporations and billionaires because we fight for our members. We are the experts at this. We know a good deal when we see one. We are not in the business of cutting off our nose to spite our face. And when there's an agreement that's good for workers, that's what we do. And so I would ask that the members of this committee of the Assembly understand that when labor is testifying in support of the bill, it's because we know it's good for workers. This bill is a jobs bill. Make no mistake, a vote against this bill is a vote against good paying union jobs, and I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair, Assembly. My name is Phil James. I'm the president of IATSE Local 720. It stands for International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees. It's been mentioned a lot today that we are the entertainment capital of the world. We are the union that makes all that magic happen behind the scenes, that makes that entertainment happen. I cannot add any more than what the gentleman to my left just added. That was a great speech about labor. So with that, I'm just going to say ditto, and we support this bill.
Thank you for your testimony.
For the record, my name is Anna Wood. I am Government Affairs Chair, member of the Board of Directors of the Las Vegas Asian Chamber of Commerce. Good afternoon, Speaker Yeager and members of the Assembly. Since 1986, the mission of our chamber has been to serve and represent the professional interests of Nevada's growing AAPI business community. With a population of more than 355,000 Asian Americans, AAPI is the second largest minority in Nevada. The Asian Chamber of Commerce supports the creation of a sports and entertainment improvement district. This addition to our city will not only bring national baseball to Vegas, it will strengthen businesses and build community. Currently, there are more than 22,000 Asian-owned businesses in Nevada. SB1 will enable Asian small businesses and entrepreneurs to grow and succeed through connectivity and opportunity. It will provide employment, growth in leadership, engage community by enhancing mentoring programs, youth and seniors program development, showcase diversity, bring new talent and various other ethnic groups to our city, as well as attract additional tourism from Southeast Asia and worldwide, and increase the overall productivity, which will further Nevada's economic growth. Public and private partnership is a win-win for all. With more than 20 years in community development program experience, I can assure you that the A's previous commitment to community is solid, as shown by their commitment and engagement in Oakland, coordinating lunch and learns with community members, A's teams donating time programs, and scholarships to schools such as Lincoln Elementary, Lincoln Park, and other organizations such as Oakland Asian Cultural, Oakland Chinatown Chamber of Commerce, and Asian Pacific Environmental Network, Stop Asian Hate, Family Bridges, and many other countless ones. Collaboration and working in unity towards the good of our community is number one for Nevadans, our youth, seniors, and all residents. As our city continues to grow, and the growth of its incoming businesses, what better way to highlight the best of Las Vegas and the best of communities across America than by revitalizing that specific area of Las Vegas Boulevard South? It would also increase occupancy at nearby smaller hospitality establishments and boost our economy. We are unique, we are strong, and in closing, let us set aside our differences, let us move forward, and leave our children with a keepsake of what America is all about: hardworking people, immigrants, small businesses, entrepreneurs, union workers, seniors. Let us bring baseball, a longtime sport, and bring together the joy of having families at these games. It is for those reasons that I respectfully ask for your support of Senate Bill 1. The return on your investment will be multifold. On behalf of the Las Vegas Asian Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and its members, I thank you for your time and consideration. And thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Yeager and esteemed members of the Assembly Committee of the Whole. For the record, Ann Barnett, CEO of the Nevada Contractors Association, here to express our support for SB 1. Our association is comprised of skilled contractors and subcontractors who have successfully constructed monumental projects in Nevada, such as the Allegiant Stadium and the recent Las Vegas Convention Center expansion. Passing this legislation will provide for the creation of thousands of high-paying construction employment opportunities on yet another world-class venue, as well as support for our small and diverse businesses and contributing to Nevada's overall economic growth. Taking these substantial benefits into account, the Nevada Contractors Association strongly supports SB 1. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Chair and Assembly, Nick DeFranco, on behalf of the Operating Engineers Local 12, we are also in support of the bill. It's going to create a lot of good paying jobs as well as benefits. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Alfonso Lopez. I represent the sheet metal and air road transportation workers, and we too are in full support of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else in Las Vegas in support? Okay, I don't see anyone coming to the table, so we will come back up here to Carson City. Thank you for your patience as we went to Las Vegas first and we figured out the logistics of how to get you down on the assembly floor. So whoever would like to start first, please go ahead.
Thank you, members of the Assembly. For the record, my name is Vince Saavedra. Vince, V-I-N-C-E, Saavedra, S-A-A-V-E-D-R-A. I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer to the Southern Nevada Building Trades. I represent roughly 30,000 working families. The blue-collar worker is the community. They've expressed to me, they've elected me to speak on their behalf of those 30,000 workers, and they want to build this stadium. Like my colleague said, we, the Southern Nevada Building Trades, have an agreement with the baseball club that will require 15% of the construction hours to be done by apprentices and 5% to be first-year apprentices. That's going to create a pathway and potentially generational change for people who've never had an opportunity to join a union or a skilled trade. In addition to that, the A's have committed to signing a project labor agreement, which will ensure paying those workers a fair livable wage. There's also been a commitment to have a minimum goal of 51% of the construction work hours be performed by minorities, veterans, females, and disabled workers. This is a great opportunity for Nevada, and I urge you to vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Assembly. For the record, my name is Susie Martinez, and I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Nevada State AFL-CIO. And on behalf of over 150,000 members and 120 unions, which include many of our service trades, our construction trades, and many of our trades, we are very proud and we are very much in support of this bill. For many years, we have been building our city and making it the amazing entertainment capital that it is. But now with this bill, we can make it the sports capital of the world as well. So we encourage you to pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Paul Cathan. I represent the Culinary Workers Union Local 226. The Culinary Union supports SB1 now that the involved parties have come to an agreement that's good for workers in Southern Nevada. While the union avoids picking sides between different unionized employers, the union supports the A's decisions to partner with the unionized Tropicana Las Vegas. The Culinary Union will negotiate to ensure that Tropicana workers' rights under the contract are strictly followed so that workers have additional compensation, healthcare coverage, and pension benefits when the property is closed for redevelopment. Culinary Union contracts include strong language on layoff, recall, seniority, training, and placement so that unionized workers will have access to free job training and continued benefits during closure, seniority rights of first access to job openings if the property reopens, and placement into other job opportunities as they are available. The Culinary Union applauds the A's on agreeing to card check neutrality language to allow the workers at the stadium to freely choose whether to unionize, and the union looks forward to the labor management relationship that will come with Major League Baseball's arrival in Las Vegas. The Culinary Union urges the Nevada Legislature to support and pass SB1. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Greg Esposito, representing Plumbers and Pipefitters, Local 525 in Las Vegas, Nevada. After the first time I'd heard the A's presentation in front of this body, I started working with Catherine Aker from the A's on connecting them with some of the community organizations that we've worked with in the past. We had great conversations with the Nevada Partnership for Homeless Youth, Richard Jack from Ty's Place, Whitney Elementary School that does amazing work for the homeless children along the Boulder Highway corridor. And actually, with suggestion from somebody in this body, the Community Health Alliance up here in Washoe County. And the common thread was an interesting, almost giddiness between the two parties. Every time that they would have a conversation, Catherine was talking about, oh yeah, we already work with this organization in Oakland that does this, and we're looking forward to coming to Nevada and doing it again. Every conversation had that tone. And so my organization believes in putting back into the community because that's how you build a community. That's how you keep yourself thriving. And through working with the A's, I'm looking forward to what it is they're going to bring to this community from a social standpoint. So thank you very much for your time, and we fully encourage you to support this bill.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon. For the record, Danny Thompson, representing Labor's Local 872 and IBW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 396. This truly is a jobs bill. And these aren't just ordinary jobs. These are thousands of high-paying, well-benefited jobs, not jobs that will require the state to make Medicaid payments on. These are jobs that people can live on and have a life and have a retirement and be productive members of the community. This unique opportunity allows Nevada to continue to be the destination that it is, and further going to be the sports destination of the world. And so we support this bill wholeheartedly, and we hope that you will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Speaker Yeager, honorable members of the committee, for the record, I'm Jason Gray, Vice President, Government Affairs for MGM Resorts International. As we testified before the Senate Committee of the Whole on June 7th, MGM Resorts strongly supports the Southern Nevada Tourism Innovation Act, including the amended version presented today, to facilitate the construction and operation of a world-class Major League Baseball stadium in Las Vegas. We welcome Major League Baseball and the A's and believe their relocation to Las Vegas would cement our destination status as the premier sports and entertainment destination in the world. An unthinkable proposition to many not long ago, but certainly not to this body and not to those of us who know what is possible in Nevada and what Las Vegas is capable of creating when opportunity presents. A Major League Baseball stadium would bring material positive economic impacts to the state and to local governments and to the resort corridor. As we've seen with T-Mobile Arena and Allegiant Stadium, home games drive accretive visitation and spending from spectators and fans. This means more guests staying in hotel rooms, dining in restaurants, and taking in the overall Las Vegas experience, with state and local governments sharing in those incremental revenues. In addition to a robust schedule of Major League Baseball games, a venue of this size and structure would enable our destination to welcome entertainment, sporting, and other special events that may not otherwise come to Southern Nevada. As the largest private sector employer in Nevada and a significant contributor to the state's hospitality industry, Nevada's top economic engine, MGM Resorts strongly supports responsible investments that enhance and spur the growth of tourism to our destination. We appreciate your thoughtful consideration and urge your support. It means a great deal to us, our 41,500 Las Vegas team members and their families, and to the state's tourism and hospitality industry. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else here in Carson City who would like to testify in support? I don't see anyone coming forward. Just let me do one last check. Anyone in Las Vegas in support? And let's go ahead and stay in Las Vegas since I started there. Is there anyone in Las Vegas who'd like to testify in opposition? If so, please come to the table. And once we're done with Las Vegas, we'll come back up here to Carson City. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Alexander Marks with the Nevada State Education Association, speaking in opposition of SB 1. I'll say it again. We're talking about the A's, but let's talk about the Y's. Why is this still a priority? Why can't a billionaire do this on his own if it's so innovative? Why couldn't the legislature spend 11 days on a measure to reduce our overcrowded class sizes, the largest in the country? And now that the regular session is over, why couldn't we simply fund a 20% raise from the state level for our educators? We all know it's a rainy day in Nevada. We watched as nearly $3 billion were stashed away in rainy day reserves instead of putting more into public education. Sure, a 26% increase is a good start, but only a third of where we should be. Now educators watch this special session as $380 million is being proposed for another publicly funded stadium. We're 48th in education, we're behind Mississippi, we have the largest class sizes in the nation, and our shortage of teachers and education support professionals threatens the basic function of our school system, issues that would legitimately merit a special session. Oddly enough, $380 million was just about the same educators asked the legislature for the 20% raise. It didn't take 11 days to say no, it took until educators were done providing public comment. In its basic form, the amended version of Senate Bill 1 remains a bill with a $380 million giveaway in public funds, which ultimately is the biggest issue. Yet Nevada was the only state in the country to receive 3 Fs in education funding in the Making the Grade report released by the Education Law Center. Educators are watching. What they see are the same issues piling up, and the state has now moved on to a new object. There's been more planning of a world-class stadium than there has been implementing a plan for optimal funding to assure a world-class education, a plan of which was largely ignored this session. When a bill to address summer school or to ensure schools have campus security monitors to help our kids stay safe on campus are vetoed, or when bills to provide a clean 20% raise or reduce our class sizes don't even get acknowledged, that's all our educators and community are seeing. Our decisions reveal our priorities. Some R's and D's want the A's, while our schools keep getting the F's. Nevadans will get the IOUs, and we ask why. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else in Las Vegas who'd like to testify in opposition? Seeing no one coming forward, we'll go here to Carson City. Whoever would like to start, please go ahead.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders, and I'm the Policy Director with the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, here in opposition to Senate Bill 1. While we appreciate all of the amendments that were discussed today as they are a step in the right direction, they do not change the fundamental problem with this bill. It remains a corporate welfare proposal that will leave Nevada taxpayers on the hook, rather than revenue and funding the programs Nevadans need, especially when we were told there wasn't enough money only a week or so ago. We don't do this for regular people in Nevada. Meanwhile, we're telling corporations to come here and we'll foot the bill. The Nevada way is always business first at the expense of what our communities need most. Why has there been no special session to protect tenants from rapidly rising rents and communities from being displaced? Why has there been no special session to address our transportation needs as a state? We are not opposed to good paying union jobs or diversifying Nevada's economy, but we shouldn't have to be giving tax incentives and handouts to billionaires to do so. It is irresponsible of the state to prioritize new corporate development over the needs of Nevadans. If the A's want to come to Nevada, they're more than welcome to on their own dime, but it is time for the state of Nevada to prioritize what Nevadans are asking for. We urge your opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. Today, I testify against SB1 for the final time in my role. I've been very consistent on this issue over the years. I'm a proud born and raised Las Vegan whose grandfather was the Secretary Treasurer of the Building Trades and uncle was the Secretary Treasurer of the Culinary Union. I remain against this bill regardless of the amendments or spin we have heard. I would also like to note we have mobilized our 22,000 plus subscribers who live in Nevada against this bill. I have joked as we come to the end of my time with BBP that this has been like the Eras tour of all the worst ideas I've seen in this building. I was standing right in this exact spot in 2016 when the Allegiant Stadium was rammed through in a very similar fashion during a special session with very limited public comment like today. Somehow, though, we managed to bring forward an even worse deal by leaving the taxpayers on the hook because, as you've heard, there is no actual revenue to back these bonds. This just doesn't add up. The A's are a failing team, shouldn't receive our tax dollars when their billionaire owner doesn't need the cash. And yes, we have always fought against billionaires looking for handouts. Just look at the deal the same owner went back on with the Quakes in San Francisco and the stadium that the public built them. They are still last in their league and have not invested in that team as promised, even with the new stadium. A new stadium won't make the team good. I hate to break it to you, but the Raiders are still a losing team and their record has gotten worse since they moved to Las Vegas. I would also like to know why the A's management is not here today fully answering to why they deserve our tax money, especially after that same management has had such an awful track record with the people of Oakland. I could go on and on about how I've extensively researched studies showing stadiums are bad economics. I've spoken with officials and individuals in Oakland, witnessing the mistreatment of the community and fans by this team. Much about this bill troubles me, including the closed books, transportation issues, and the county's financial responsibility. My dad always taught me, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. This bill is like putting lipstick on a pig of a bad deal and a bad team, and this owner should not be trusted. I don't care what you add to this bill, it will not get us to be quiet about how risky this bill is to our state and the people of Clark County. I will end by saying this, I am an avid sports fan. I grew up watching baseball with my dad. On Saturday, I was at the first Stanley Cup game when the Knights won. I'd like to be watching it right now. Not only are they an actual winning team, but they also somehow managed to play in a privately funded facility. Imagine that. I continue to urge you to vote no for this scam. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
All right. For the record, my name is Hana Fahmy, Hanafahmi. I'm here on my own behalf. I come before you today to express my deep reservations about the potential move of the Oakland Athletics and their owner, John Fisher, to our beautiful state. While it may seem enticing to have a Major League Baseball team right in our backyard, we must carefully consider the long-term implications of such a decision. John Fisher's ownership of the Athletics has been marked by a lack of commitment to the team and its fans. A billionaire businessman has consistently shown a preference for cutting cost measures over investing in the team's success. This has resulted in a revolving door of talent and leaving fans disheartened and disillusioned. Las Vegas should not welcome an owner who has demonstrated such disregard for their fan base and sports itself. We deserve an owner who will prioritize the team's competitiveness and strive for excellence off and on the field. Fisher's track record does not inspire confidence, and his ability to provide the stability and commitment necessary for a successful franchise. Las Vegas already boasts a very vibrant entertainment industry and a thriving tourism sector. We should focus our efforts on supporting and nurturing the existing local businesses and organizations that have played a vital role shaping our city. Recently, selling out 10,000-seat stadium for an away game for the Knights is pretty impressive. So rather than importing a team and an owner with questionable commitments, let's invest in our community and encourage the growth of local talent. I'm sadly afraid to envision a future where their sports capital becomes somewhere where only visitors can come because the Nevadans have not had proper education. Our classroom sizes are too big, the rising cost of living, we won't be able to go. So Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, for the record, I'm Lacey Aspen. I'm here on behalf of myself, and I just want to say that I live in Northern Nevada, and so when hearing about all of the benefits and great things about this bill, it really sounded like I was an outsider in the conversation and that I really wasn't going to see any of these proposed benefits. And the community investment plan really is very vague and looks kind of thrown together without any way to measure or be held accountable. And so I just would like to ditto everything that has been said, and that it's important to be accountable for all citizens of Nevada, not just those in one county, and that transparency and accountability are crucial for ensuring that public funds are being used effectively and efficiently. So I urge you to vote in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good evening, Speaker Yeager and members of the Assembly. My name is Matthew Wilkie, W-I-L-K-I-E, for the record. I had a speech prepared, but I'm just going to wing it. First thing I'd like to point out is every single person that spoke in support of this bill is being paid to be here, representing a business and a corporation. As someone who's not being paid to be in this building right now, I find it asinine that we are here in a second special session spending taxpayer dollars to talk about giving even a penny to a billionaire, while we have had bills this session that have either died or been vetoed that would have helped youth mental health, would have helped veteran homelessness, and we're here talking about this. I'm going to keep it real quick. I just happen to be, this is my day off just by chance. I am struggling to pay my bills, to keep a roof over my head, and to keep my lights on, as are many of your constituents. I will tell you, paying my bills is what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about going to a stadium, as are many of your constituents. And to go down that rabbit hole of Assemblywoman Taylor and Assemblyman Gray, the last time the A's averaged 27,000 people per game was in 2004. 2004, from what I gather. And so with that said, I definitely am against this bill, and I would like to have you think about one thing before you place a vote on this bill. I have heard pretty much every single one of you in some form or another say where we put our money depicts our values. So before you put any vote on this, think about this. Is the value you want to leave this building is giving money to a billionaire while we have people sleeping in our streets? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Jeremy Koo, that's spelled K-O-O. I'm not any of your constituents. I'm a resident of Sacramento, originally from the city of Alameda, just a 10-minute drive to the Oakland Coliseum. I can remember being an A's fan for 30 years, since I was 5 years old. And I've been a regular Las Vegas and Reno tourist since I was 21. In fact, on a couple of occasions, I've been one of these visiting sports fans that Mr. Aguero and Mr. Hill are so optimistic about, having seen the Golden Knights play at T-Mobile twice, to which I say for hopefully just 3 more hours, go Knights go. It's evident, therefore, that Las Vegas is a world-class city for professional sports. I've seen it. It deserves world-class owners. So why should Nevada settle for John Fisher's idea of how to run a baseball team? National and local baseball writers, former A's executives, and A's fans have all written and spoken about how Mr. Fisher operates. Read those columns and understand that Mr. Fisher is no Mark Foley, or no Bill Foley, or even a Mark Davis. It is a major news event if Mr. Fisher attends an A's game. He never speaks publicly. He has not once indicated a scintilla of pride that he gets the privilege of owning a Major League Baseball team. Not once has he personally shown that he treasures the honor of helming an MLB team that its community can be proud of. Yesterday, fewer than 5,000 people saw the 18-50 Athletics beat the Tampa Bay Rays at the Oakland Coliseum. Tonight, with the help of word of mouth, social, and earned media, at least 22,000 more Oakland A's fans will be at the Coliseum, most likely the highest attended game of the entire season, to demonstrate that Oakland A's fans are ready to embrace and reward an owner willing to show any sign at all that owning a Major League Baseball team isn't just another asset on his balance sheet to him. To conclude, Mr. Chair and members of the Assembly, for better or for worse, Oakland A's fans are stuck with John Fisher, but Oakland and Las Vegas deserve far better. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any additional testimony in opposition here in Carson City? I don't see anyone coming forward. I will check one more time in Las Vegas. Anyone else in opposition? I don't see anyone coming forward. So at this time, we'll move to neutral testimony. Is anyone here in Carson City in the neutral position? I don't see anyone coming forward. And how about in Las Vegas? Anybody in the neutral position? I don't see anybody coming forward. I will close neutral testimony. I did want to remind folks who might be watching this meeting online that you do have the ability to submit comments via email. And that email address, again, is ASM as in Mary, COW at asm.state.nv.us. And we will accept comments by email for the next 24 hours. So it is 5:15 p.m. So you have until 5:15 p.m. tomorrow to send any comments to that email address, and that your email will be made part of the official record on this hearing. So with that, I am going to close this informational hearing on this informational presentation on economic development and stadium infrastructure projects. Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report back to the Assembly. And just for everyone's clarity, because this was just an informational hearing, we do not have possession of the bill. We won't be taking action on the informational measures that we heard today. This was just an informational hearing. The Assembly does not have possession of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Assemblywoman Howdigi has moved that the Committee of the Whole rise and report back to the Assembly. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. The Assembly will come back to order. Assemblywoman Howdigi, do you want to go to order business 1?
Order of business 1, Mr. Speaker.
Order business 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May the record reflect that Assemblywoman Peters is here. Present.
The record shall so reflect, and I think we have one more that is present with us now who wasn't here this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Staying under order of business 1, may the record reflect that Assemblywoman Gonzalez is present.
The record shall so reflect. Okay, we will go to order of business 7, messages from the Senate.
Senate Chamber, Carson City, June 13, 2023. To the Honorable the Assembly, I have the honor to inform the Honorable Body that the Senate on this day passed as amended Senate Bill 1. Sherry Rodriguez, Assistant Secretary of the Senate.
Order business 9, introduction, first reading, and reference of bills.
Senate Bill 1, introduced by Committee of the Whole, enacting economic infrastructure projects, enacting the Southern Nevada Tourism Innovation Act, amending the Southern Nevada Tourism Improvements Act, requiring under certain circumstances the establishment in Clark County of a sports and entertainment improvement district for the financing of a Major League Baseball stadium project, by authorizing the Clark County Stadium Authority to carry out the provisions of law governing the Major League Baseball Stadium project, requiring the creation of a Clark County Homelessness Prevention and Assistance Fund, authorizing the pledge of certain taxes, fees, and charges for the payment of bonds and other purposes relating to the financing of the Major League Baseball Stadium project, requiring the state treasurer under certain circumstances to provide a credit enhancement on bonds issued to finance the construction of the Major League Baseball Stadium project, requiring the issuance of general obligations of Clark County for the financing of a Major League Baseball Stadium project under certain circumstances, authorizing the issuance of transferable tax credits to developer developer partners for qualified project relating to the Major League Baseball Stadium project, eliminating certain exemptions from prevailing wage requirements relating to railroad companies or monorails, requiring certain new or expanding businesses to provide certain paid family and medical leave to employees in order to qualify for a partial abatement of certain taxes, making an appropriation and providing in the mayor's property relating thereto.
Assemblywoman Howdigee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate Bill 1 be referred to your Assembly Committee of the Whole.
Without objection, so referred. That will take us to Order Business 15, remarks from the floor. Seeing no remarks from the floor, Assemblywoman Howdigee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seeing no other business before us, I move that the Assembly stand adjourned until Wednesday, June 14th at the hour of 11 a.m. And just for the members who are present, dinner is ready for you in the kitchen.
Assemblywoman Howdigee has moved that the Assembly stand adjourned until Wednesday, June 14th, 2023 at the hour of 11 a.m. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are adjourned.
Ways and Means members, do not forget we have IFC tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
All right, let's see what's happening here. Oh, all right. Switcheroo here. Okay, everyone. Let's see where we're at. Assembly floor. Let's see there. Thanks for tuning in. Stream ended 15 seconds ago. Okay. There are no live streams. Okay. What is going on here where this says upcoming? So the next one's 6:14 at 2 p.m. It says. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. All right. Let's see here. All right, folks. Oh, that's right. The Golden Knights. Okay. All right. So we've got this going here. Let me call the legislature. Well, I can't with my phone. Hold on a second, folks. Let me see what's going on here. Let's see here. NV Ledge. Okay. Let's see here. Day out an official announcement. Okay. Anyone who wasn't able to submit public comment at SB1 can still do so by sending an email until 5:15 p.m. Wednesday. Okay. Right. Okay. Assembly at NV Ledge adjourns without taking a vote on a stadium issue will reconvene Wednesday. Did they not take a vote since they still don't have the votes to pass it? We shall see. Hey, so leave him alone, y'all. He knows what he's doing. Is any gonna find that stream? Oh, I'll find it right now. Yeah, that stream is here, folks. I was just downstairs eating dinner with my mom. And let's see here. The next one's scheduled for 6:14 at here, live in 16 hours. There it is. Okay. So there it is. 2 p.m. our time, 2 p.m. Eastern, which is 11 Pacific. All right. Yeah. So there we go. So that's it. Yeah. If the Vegas Golden Knights win tonight, slam dunk. Slam dunk. Any thoughts anyone wants to share before I adjourn this one? My thought is this. Thank you. Is that I am even though this is going to pass, I am really concerned that oh, that's right. They had this is informational. They didn't have the bill to vote on anything yet. Right. Okay. So they should have it by Thursday. Um, a lot of what I heard from the assembly was, I thought, kind of nitpicky. In other words, people making observations about things like food scarcity was one that really stuck out to me as kind of almost, well, it's not that it's not important, but it's something that you worry about if you're delivering services regarding food, right? But it was really a left field kind of thing to reach out for. I thought that uh, Steve Hill and Jeremy Arguello did a great job of answering that, as did the others. Um, Overall, it's almost like there you have some people that are sort of struggling to figure out some kind of way to oppose or say something in opposition, right? But I have to admit, I didn't, because I was getting my mom's dinner and everything else. I didn't hear everything. So, what was the thought? I mean, if you had to take temperature, what did you think? How did the temperature look to you? Let me put it that way. Anybody want to respond there? Let's see. Kate Moose said they had an informational session, but they said they didn't have the bill yet to vote on anything. The Senate got theirs. Now the Assembly wants their riders and amendments included. Okay. Yep. So more adjustments. But I think the adjustments that are made, they're really nitpicky. So you get the amendments, and guess what? It gets passed. There you go. Okay. That's the process. That happens. You get your amendments, it gets passed. Anybody else? So the Senate got theirs. Let me see something here regarding that. Oh, I got to go downstairs real quick. I got to go downstairs real quick here. Finish that up. Okay. For our future special session, the first one, recap. That's the budget bill. All right. Okay. He says, what does he say here? For our future special session, the first one, Lombardo lies about supporting a bipartisan budget deal. Republicans block the bill. Lombardo calls for a special session, attempts to use the bill as a bargaining chip for his agenda. Bill passes. Let's see here. Okay. What else? Ace fan weighs in on legislation. That's so immature. Somebody had this Jeremy Arguello blanks. I mean, like, you know what? Whatever. And presenters emphasize that Fisher is making a massive investment in Vegas and is committed to bringing a winning team to the state. Then Mr. Fisher is using his money to pay off the law of the legislature and get paid back to the Nevada taxpayers. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Nobody else? Okay. Anyone? No one has any parting thoughts before we part? Let's see. I don't see any parting thoughts at all. How about, let's see, SB1. Someone says all 3 black senators voted against corporate welfare. Okay. Now here's why. I'll tell you why. Okay, that's what gets me. All right. First of all, you want to have a public investment in a stadium as a government so that you can say, let's say if it's Oakland, hire Oakland first, or hire Atlanta first, or hire Dallas first, so that you have some control over the social distribution of the wealth that comes out of the facility. And make sure it's not just for sports. There's all kinds of agreements you can come to. For example, when the Haas family had its lease agreement with the Oakland Coliseum, before it was the Coliseum Authority, they had that if the team were to be sold, it had to be sold to a group that was going to keep the team in the East Bay. That was in the language, okay? That was what the Haas family provided, and that's what the East Bay entities insisted on. So when you're working with government should exercise the right that if it's going to put that, they should exercise the right to put in money, to invest, to have a subsidy so that it can then turn around and say, okay, I want you to do A, B, C, and D, a quid pro quo. So I'll say, so no assembly vote tonight. Nope, they adjourned without that. All right, they adjourned without that. So tomorrow we come back at 2:00. So anyway, I think that's what I think is happening. So I'm going to go back to enjoying my mom's company, and I will see everybody tomorrow. Live long and prosper. Okay, see ya. Thank you all for stopping by. Thank you. And thumbs up, by the way. Thank you.